Ladies and gents, and I realize I hid poor Sassy. There we go. We've had your face. Welcome, Sassy, to another shenanigan over here on Age of RTS, but we will be heading over to Steel Series pretty soon. So we have two big chads here with us today, Myriad and Alyona. Now, Myriad, historically, I believe Alyona does have a little bit of an edge over Myriad here, right?
Yeah, I think I would say so, but they're very close. It's like 51 and 49, I would say. I would expect this to go like that. Like, I think either side can win this series, I believe. Like, it could be 3-2. It could be 3-0 for each as well. Because they're both players are very good. If it's their day, they would be like really good and just winning games left and right. We know them for a very long time, so yeah, I'm kind of curious how this is gonna go now.
Yeah, these two, I think when I think of consistency, I don't put them at the top there because it's when you're at this level, it's very hard to constantly be at that playing at the same rank or playing at the same level, I guess is the right terminology. So a lot of these people that do play in this bracket, I would say, very often they can take someone really big down and the next day they could lose to someone memeing on ladder. But it's just all about that consistency. And I think Beastie talked about this as well on his recent video in You Want to Be a Pro Gamer. That consistency is so hard to maintain. But guys, let's quickly check if Sassy's microphone is loud enough now. I have adjusted him a little bit. Can you speak again?
Hello, is it loud enough? I can adjust if it's not loud enough now.
Okay, put it up a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see my voice up jumping above yours. See, this is why we do technical checks before we go to Steel Series.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yes. Deep Shine brings up a good point here. Myriad did beat Alyona in Hamburg, though.
Yeah, they played at LAN, right? They
Yes.
played at LAN against each other. But didn't Alyona beat him in the qualifier of that? I think they must be like very close.
Yes.
With win rate against each other, also. But as you said, the line is
very
pretty. Let's say the line is like large there, large enough that like one day you may look like you're playing like a top guy,
yes,
like top 8, top 10 player, like 1 week or a month even, and then like the next you're like below like 20 or something. So it's everyone is also playing the game all the time, so it depends. Maybe you're just doing the same, but the others are getting better, because I feel like players always are getting better in the game. Like every month, I think even the best players are just like playing way better than the previous month or 2 months previous.
Now, we are going to go into the game, guys, but before we do, I'd realize... I realized I forgot to go live on the right channel with YouTube, and currently we have a lot of people waiting in the channel for the games to start. So I did kind of goof a little bit. So Sassy, I'm gonna need you to carry the fort for the first while we go inside. So let's hop inside and see what the boys are doing.
Let's go inside. We have Gorge as our first map, and we have Myriad in color red playing as House of Lancaster, and we have Alyona from on the other side playing as the Ottomans, and with the blue color there. And as we see them starting to scout for sheep, as you do in every game. But there's something different here. Myriad is starting with a barracks. He's starting with Spear Rush. And on the other side, we have Alyona starting with a military school, as he just grabbed 50 stone and now is making his military school. I wonder if Alyona is going to scout this, expect this, or like... He's not scouting it right now, but maybe he will expect this and make his own barracks as well. Because, yeah... Oh, Myriad is just going to push his own deer first. He's not going to be... He's not trying to be annoying on the Ottoman gold there, as it would be it would be quite comfortable for him right now because on EGC Gorge there isn't another gold or like normal gorge as well. There isn't another gold nearby your base, and the gold is pretty exposed on this map.
Exactly.
And
This
Eliona has his first gold at the front, so it would be very annoying for him.
Now, this is something I think we have to consider him paying the price for, because now if you want to see like, okay, why did he not send those spears across the map? Well, when he's scouting, he also saw the deer pretty quickly. He realized, hey, this is quite close to my base, but he keeps making spears, and now they're going to the other side of the map, one at a time. Because with Ottomans, we have been seeing a lot of early aggression, right? So from Myriad's perspective, he would just be going into a bunch of spears if that was the situation. So I definitely think what he did here was a much safer opening, trying to get this to safety, especially with Lancaster. You know, a lot of players have been very, very happy getting a pack of deer, because for some reason that's just enough to skyrocket them to Imperial if they don't get punished enough. Now, we'll see if that's going to be the case.
Exactly, that's having that one deer pack, as every civ, but mostly the House of Lancaster is really, really good for you in the long term because you're defensively very strong, right? Like Lancaster is one of the strongest civs defensively, I would say. And if you have a deer pack that's like you were able to push into your base early on in the game, like you basically have food for, I don't know, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And that's enough to get to Imperial Age. And now we see Myriad just going after the deer of Eliona one by one. And this is, yeah, this is how A4 is right now, a bit. But yeah, that's what we do. And Eliona is kind of getting punished for starting with only military school there. He's getting all his deer just murdered in front of his eyes. Whereas Myriad was able to push his own deer. So I would say from the first 3 minutes, 4 minutes of the game, I would say Myriad is coming on top ahead right now.
Yeah, no, when I'm looking at these openings, I always ask myself, why are they doing what? Because I know these top players, they always have something in mind behind what's happening on the screen. So with the Twin Minaret Madriz, I want to ask specifically about this positioning, Sassy. Why is it placed 2 tiles from here? Is there a specific reason with the positioning? Because I know a lot of the times when we were playing Ottomans back in the day, people wanted to put this thing as safely as possible.
Yes. There are quite few reasons for that. For now, I would say Leono is dropping that down there because, well, he's not going to be under any aggression anytime soon. So his villagers on that landmark working on the berries will not be actually exposed to any danger because House of Lancaster, as we all know, they want to make their manners early on in the game, and Eliona sees that. That his opponent does not want to be aggressive on him. Plus, he can fit some farms around it because it's acting as a mill. So he can just farm between the town center and around that landmark. So it's just like making a beautiful base when he can.
Yo, that is wonderful, because we know the Ottomans is the base building civilization, right? So I didn't even consider that this is just basically a mill. And I think a lot of us, when we're playing the civilization, you try to put it under. But aside from that, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this aggression is actually going to start showing its head. Now, keep in mind, Eliona does need a barracks to upgrade these spears as well. And as the Ottomans, he will not be able to get any feudal age ones anytime soon. So these ones are going to be a little bit squishy. But Myriad is now in feudal as well, and he should be able to get that upgrade if he chooses to do so. But Eliona is going for archers now. Now the question is just, when you're playing against Lancaster Castle, is how many manners are we going to see? And Sassy, in your games, at this rank, what would you say? Is this more of a 3 manor situation, or do a lot of people still go for the 6 manners?
A 6 manor is the most common one, I would say, but for this game, for this map, maybe Myriad has something else in mind. Maybe we could see like 3 manors into White Tower, or 6 manors into White Tower as well. It could be played, but now I think he has done enough damage, so maybe he will go for 6, even if his initial plan was 3. I would say, because he pushed Eliona off the gold, so he had some idle time there. Plus, he's just like forcing some archers. Right now, they will just push the spears back, but like there won't be doing any real damage to Myriad anytime soon, so I would expect him to just get more manners. But yeah, the most common one is, I think, 6. 6 is
Okay.
yeah, is the number.
It's the number where you're not too much of a greedy goose, but you're a tiny bit of a greedy goose, right?
Yeah, just about enough. I would say even sometimes if you're like under heavy like aggression, you can even like go up to 5. But yeah, it just depends always the spawn, the map, the opponent civ, all that stuff. But Eliona is just spamming archers and Sipahi right now, and he has 2 on stone as well, so he wants to get his own military manor, let's call it.
Military manor.
Yeah, he wants his own manor, which is kind of works in the same way, right? It will just passively generate resources, but in form of units, military units. And he already has one of them, and the difference is his military manors are kind of limited, so yeah. So Myriad is respecting this aggression or presence from Eliona. Not aggression yet, but it's a presence. He is aware that Eliona is making quite a lot of units, and just crossing the map, we can see the blue dots just crossing on the Myriad side. Yeah, streaming towards Myriad's base, and he actually does not have. He didn't have a tower on his gold. He just got pushed off.
Yeah, this is going to be a
Okay,
tough one then.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
The only upgrade that he got was survival techniques to get that little bit of extra income when you're getting the deer meat that he pushed under the TC. And he does have a lot of food, so this does feel pretty safe for a while. But as we all know, when you're playing against Ottomans, they do snowball pretty quickly. So this does feel like a ticking time bomb. And I think this is also why Myriad feels very confident in pulling off instead of just staying on and getting more stone. Even though he has a little bit of extra stone, because like you said, the 6 manners definitely was the thinking process behind here. But this does feel a little risky.
Oh, yeah, the spy are going into the wood line and they're trying to get a villager killed there. Nice micro from Myriad, but that's a big idle time. But the spears connecting to the Sipahi takes away a lot of HP from them. No real units lost from Eliona though. Maybe, just maybe, if he gets the imams, then he can heal the Sipahi, so this could be justified. But that wasn't great. He just took a lot of damage from on his Sipahi there. Yeah. The thing I don't like about Myriad's pulling off from gold there is that he's spamming Whamen right now against the... Oh, he actually had the gold to get +1 attack. He's getting it now. Just I was about to mention, because archer against archer and plus you're against the meta, so the Ottoman archers are going to either fire faster or have more armor from the meta. Right now he turned it on for ranged armor, so he already has +1 armor for the ranged attacks for his units, Eliona. So he really needs that gold, and as he realizes it, he needs that gold, he needs that tower there. He needed that tower yesterday, and Eliona dives in one more time, unable to get a villager killed there. And what is that? What is that thing that is being erected on Eliona's side? An outpost. That is something that I did not expect. Myriad is microing on that Mehter, but Mehter with the ranged armor on itself and from the blacksmith is just enough tankiness that it survives and keeps boosting the units. Eliona is maybe pushing his luck here a bit. As we see archer against archer action, Mehter got sniped. The villagers are coming back and forth. They're all low HP. One of them goes down. Sipahi are charging in again one more time. There's only 5 or 6 spears left. But Eliona is short on archer numbers just here. He has 13 archers, but not all of them are here. And he gets his own outpost up and puts the villager inside. And Sipahi are connecting on Whamen. This is a lot of action very early on in the game. I did not expect that.
Yeah, with Aliona's push here, it feels really powerful. The fact that he's able to put this much pressure on Myriad is phenomenal. Myriad now, he knows, I need to stay off of this gold with these low HP on boys because there's a lot of Sipahis. And a Mehter will probably soon join this army. We do see him running, yes. He is going to provide a little layer of protection, like you said, with that ranged defense that he adds to it. The problem now is Myriad feels like he's under pressure here in terms of he has to do damage, but the problem is just it feels like he's a bit outnumbered and his reinforcements are just not coming as quickly as Alyona's numbers are increasing, with the spies being right on top of them.
That is not the fight that you want to have as Lancaster now. No more spears, and you need the spears against the Sipahi. I would say more than you need the spears against the Knights, because Sipahi with the Fortitude ability, they can just eat through the ranks of the ranged units, because they will do a lot of damage on them, and very, very fast. Plus, they have the range on them, so they're great against the ranged units. So Myriad needs his spearmen alive, because when you use Fortitude, if you guys don't know, when you use Fortitude on the Sipahi, you attack faster, but you take more damage from the melee units. As the outpost is shooting the villagers away, yeah, Alyona just had a good read on the game, I would say, because he's right now just punishing Myriad for not having that outpost on his gold earlier on, and Myriad is barely affording his +1 armor right now as we get into the 13th minute. And yeah, what's the follow-up for Alyona right now? As Myriad is leaving his base, I think he will gladly take this fight. He's trying to kill that Mehter. It's so tanky, it's still not dying. And just no more spears, like he cannot leave his base. Sipahi are just eating through the Whamen there. And he just backs off. The Mehter is on like 1 HP. I think it's like 5 HP. I would guess 5 HP. Yes! Yes! It's
10 points.
HP. Yes, 10 points for me.
Now,
yeah.
With the method, the question is just what does Lancaster have in their arsenal to actually deal with this army? Do you think there's a way that they could potentially overwhelm? Or do you think that Ottoman pump that they started to do, the little snowball that he started to pack, is that just too overwhelming at the moment?
Let's take a look at the income per minute, and let's think about it for now. So right now Myriad is ahead on food and wood income, as we can see, and Alyona has some stone and gold. He's gonna upgrade that outpost on Myriad's gold right now, but the army value is already 1,200 difference there. Plus, we don't see, with the income per minute, we don't see the military schools that Alyona has, and he's about to, I think he just had his okay, he's about to have another vizier point. So either he's going to get, yeah, he has the extra school, so maybe he will get imams, maybe he will get something else, but I don't think he's going to survive much longer just being on the map. That's only 4 spearmen. That is so scary for Myriad. I think he's just gonna get cleaned up here. There's not enough spearmen, like 3, 2, 1, 2 more are coming, but like they won't even, yeah, he will just get cleaned up here. Look at the spy here with the Fortitude and Mehter, and the archers just kiting forward, well, just chasing forward actually, and it's just Myriad just like that. The destroyed value is insane for Alyona. This was too optimistic for Myriad to get out on the map like that.
And this feels like the story of English in a lot of these cases, because a lot of times when people do this, they move out with the units because the numbers are large, but the problem is Ottomans with this very mobile army, and the Mehter in between just makes this army so much more powerful in that capacity. Myriad did, however, distract that attention away from the gold, because it did feel like Alyona was going topside, but he had to turn around pretty quickly. Now, with the villagers on berries, though, you can tell this is a very, very desperate Lancaster.
Yeah, this is a very desperate Lancaster, and as we were talking about, like, this is the military value that you have, right? Like, oftentimes I see players just wanting to outboom the Lancaster, right? But that's maybe just not the thing that you should be doing. Alyona has kept the pressure on and just punished Myriad all game for not having gold. He's going up to Castle Age, and he had more income also, like more raw resource income than Lancaster, because he was on the deer. He was on deer on the map. He controlled the map. He has been playing this as clean as possible, I would say, Alyona.
Alyona just keeping that pressure up and forcing the Lancaster to not just sit in their base and make manners, which I think speaks to exactly how people haven't been able to do the damage to Lancaster. How people have been giving them a little bit of an opening, but Alyona just didn't. He was just on him the whole time. And now Myriad does have a pretty sizable army here, but the problem is these are very soon to be veteran Sipahis, and once that veteran upgrade comes in, things will start to snowball out of control. With our ram now, Myriad is trying to get a little bit more control on the gold. If you look at the villages now, he definitely looks like he wants to do something with Castle, but the problem is just, I don't know if Castle can do anything for him, especially with the numbers that we're seeing now from Alyona. He is getting his first mangonel, and it does come passively, so it will take a while. But aside from that...
he doesn't have... yeah. Yeah, he's gonna have his own mangonel and he's going to push, but I doubt that he will need that, because Myriad, as you can see, he's trying to macro up to Castle Age. He's almost there, but Alyona spotted this area before, and this is going to be very tough for Myriad to hold right now.
Alyona is about to collapse right on top of him here, and it does feel like this is the beginning of the end. He does pull off, but the problem is now when you pull off those units, there is just a ticking time bomb, which is just you getting up to Castle and then being collapsed on. He does have the army in position here to try and snipe these down. The Zabah is taking a bit of damage, but then being of the veteran variety, they are not too unhappy to take a few shots. The White Tower has now been selected, and it's placed very close to the base, but not really protecting any resources.
Yeah, it's trying to... I mean, that's the safest spot that he could build his landmark there. But, like, longer term, it's not really protecting much, right? And, like, he's on 3 manors, and just White Tower is gonna give him 3 Earl's Guard, but his economy is just in shambles right now, as Alyona knows this is the time to go. His opponent is still in Feudal Age, and he just goes in. He doesn't care about the Spearmen, he doesn't care about the town center now. He has all his upgrades that he wants, and he's just going in, gets the ram out of the way. White Tower is up though. That will maybe buy Myriad some time, but Alyona just keeps going. He doesn't care about the White Tower. I think he just wants to get rid of all of the units that are outside the town center and outside the White Tower. Their villagers are desperately trying to seek shelter. And the White Tower is starting to do damage. Alyona has to back off from that area now, but he will keep on looking for more economy and more villagers around.
And this does feel like a ticking time bomb in terms of when is that big push coming. It does look like Myriad is able to push him off for now, but he's pushed off a part of the army. He's also trying to farm transition on a very, very open field. So this is going to be under siege in no time. And Alyona, on the other hand, he spotted those Earl's Guards, and he's getting crossbows to handle it. And I'm assuming this is just from the military school, so these are just going to be enough to deal with those passively. Now, just like the yeomen are out on the map now, you can see with that +2 range defense, these Sipahis are barely taking any damage. Look at that. That was a full set of them farm. Oh, they are just barely tickling.
They're barely tickling, plus the yeoman... Myriad was pushed off the gold. There was an outpost on his first gold, and as he went on the west corner of the map, Alyona just pushed them off, and the yeomen are being upgraded now. And he has some, I think, villagers in the south corner just trying to run away, but Alyona is just all over him. He's actually showing us how to play against House of Lancaster beautifully there. Myriad had the right idea. I think he just had a mistiming there, or misjudged the situation just a little bit, and Alyona just kept it calm, and yeah, he just had the right timings and the right moves. Even though the outpost was a bit crazy, in the end, at least for me, in the end it just proved him just how good that move was, because he just kept Myriad out of gold. He kept him in Feudal Age just because of that, because if you don't have gold, you're not getting Castle Age anytime soon, right?
Yeah, exactly. And with the limited gold he had, he really struggled to get the upgrades on these units as well. At least the yeomans, they are veterans, so they do a little bit more damage to those Sipahis. But unfortunately, the food just being idled out every few moments does make this so hard to come back from. And Alyona, he's just thinking about the next push. Now, the thing is, he, like you said, with the White Tower, it's probably in the best position it could be to protect these manors as well. But now with the bunch of villages on stone here too, Myriad probably is thinking about trying to get back into the manor game. The problem is just, if he does, it doesn't feel like it's going to get him anything. It feels like, again, doesn't matter what he builds from these, it is a little bit tough to push past this. Especially when this is the army heading towards you. Another mangonel in queue. And then we're going over to Springall. So even with those Earl's Guards, if he gets the numbers up, he's definitely going to struggle to push off anything once that Springall is in the army composition as well.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's not just the Springles, he's also adding crossbows slowly. Plus, now there are knights along with the spy, so Eliona is fielding massive and very strong army. Like, the army value is really big for Eliona, and this will be very hard for Myriad, especially on a map like Gorge, where you need to expand it to one of the sides to get gold or get extra resources, any resource that you might need. You will have to just leave your base and try to climb up the hill to get them. But Eliona is just everywhere, as you can see. He was on the left side, now he's on the right side with the main army. So he's just right now just, I think, enjoying being in the lead, and he's just going for the kill now. Eliona just pushing in as he's just waiting on the farms. Myriad has to save his villagers, plus he needs to micro here. He has to stand his ground. Earl's Guard are trying their best, and Whamen are trying to snipe all the archers, but there is just so many units. This is too many units. Spy here getting on top of the Whamen now. Eliona doesn't even care about the White Tower now. Villagers are running. Manuel is here. Everything is just getting collapsed for Myriad as there's more villagers enter the frame here, just trying to run away from the Sipahi, and the archers just sniping them down. There is no way coming back from this for Myriad, and Eliona is going to take his first game of the series here.
Oh.
Yeah, Mangonel is getting sniped by the White Tower, but there's like, Myriad knows there's like no way.
Myriad held on for dear life here for a while, trying to stay in the game, but Eliona, the Chad, was too damn strong. But it does feel like this set the tone for what Myriad wants to show us. Or not Myriad, Eliona wants to show us here. He wants to show us that aggression that he actually has been doing in a lot of these tournaments. A lot of people have been playing very passively, but he definitely does know how to keep that, how can we say, that pressure going constantly. Now, yeah. We do have the next game already ready as well, and it is going to be on Kawasan. Now, Sassy, we've been seeing a lot of people picking Aeobids and Abbasid on Kawasan. What do you think about the current meta on Kawasan? Does it feel like there's any other civilizations that are actually viable? It's outside those very key ones that we've been seeing: Zushi, Aeobids, Abbasid, and Knights Templar, right? Maybe Japan.
Yes, I think yeah, Japan and Mongols all as well. Maybe Mongols were banned. I think Eliona banned Mongols, right?
Yes.
Wait, do we have the Templar? Because the Templar is looking like it's banned for both. There's maybe a little something that we need to check. Yeah, with the draft there. So I'm not sure, but we have Templar. Templar is one of the best saves in hybrid maps. So just because you have 20% more income just because you're working on wood, plus you're not making any camps, I think it's a bit too much for hybrid maps. For land, it feels kind of balanced because you lose some villagers, right? And that's their eco bonus that they have. But when it comes to just spending the wood, which is making docks, making fishing boats each, when it comes to this, it just it's something else. The Templar on hybrids, if there is water, the Templar is just something else. So it's hard for me to say the meta on Kawasan, but I think Templar is just one of the best civs there. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and getting Knights Templar on a map like this does feel like Aeobids is going to need to perform a little bit of magic. They might not be as dominant as we have seen them in the last while. So guys, let's hop on in and see how the game goes.
let's go now. We have game number 2 in our hands. Eliona against Myriad. And Eliona is playing as A-Bits, and they both spawn on the same side of the map. Okay, this isn't this is a spawn that I haven't seen in a while. I have been always seeing the players just being like in the center of the map, like facing each other. But now they're going to share a pawn. Like when you spawn in the center, you can kind of pick which lake that you want to go. But here now you have one pawn that is close to you, so it will be contested, which I think can be a blessing or a curse if you're the one that is going for the dock first, because you can secure your lake as early as possible, or you can just get kicked off your lake and you have already fishing boats, you have already an investment that hasn't paid off yet. So we'll find out what happens here. As we see Myriad just going for the dock opening, and Eliona is not making a dock. I think he wants to just be the aggressor here. Maybe just like in the previous game. What would you say? Maybe he will just go for a fast stage up and then make military boats before making any fishing boats, and then maybe he will just try to keep Myriad out of the lakes.
Exactly. That is something we've seen from a lot of AU-bids as well. Most of them do not go for that early dock. But I want to point out here that Myriad was also a little surprised about that spawn, though, because you can see his scouting pattern was centered around, okay, I want to go see what the age-up timing looks like, but trying to get as much of the ground covered. But this could be quite a surprise, and this will probably tell him, like, hey, I need to be aware that things are about to go down.
Yeah, this is a little criticism, maybe, like, at least to my taste, like, maybe people in chat, maybe other players will disagree, but we just saw Myriad's scouting because he expected his opponent to be, like, on the other side, because you can face your opponent, you can be on the same side of your opponent, so it's, like, kind of very hard to know, especially when you're like playing so many maps, preparing for so many maps in a tournament, and there's already like the tournament pressure also. So it's a bit too confusing. I like more standardized spawns for, I would say, competitive play, because like I think he had no idea, because like you can't really practice against this, because like, okay, I have to practice the map, plus I have to practice for like different types of spawns. Well, it makes it interesting for us for watching, but as a player, I wanted to just mention, like, I can understand Myriad's surprise there. I can understand if it was a bit unexpected for him, and at least I, for myself, would like to see the players at their best when I watch them, because that's, I don't know, that's what I enjoy, more competitive, and the best players always just going for it. So yeah, enough of that, but now we have Myriad going up with Kingdom of France. He will age up in 1 minute. That is surprisingly fast, isn't it? Like, he already has 3 fishing boats. Eliona clicked up Industry Wing, and as we all know, A-Bids and Abbasids, they cannot age up faster unless A-Bids just goes for faster and cheaper age up option, which I forgot the name of. But Eliona is utilizing his advantage now as he's aging up with Industry Wing, which will give him some wood and building speed on his villagers, and he's just making cheap docks right now.
The problem is when he goes up, and I think I've seen this from a lot of AU-bid players, even though you have your double dock, you get all that wood. The problem is the food. So you can't instantly queue up that first military ship, and now he does. So it does give it that extra 2 seconds that Myriad has to respond to this. And I think every opening that he gets is something he could utilize, especially as Knights Templar. And I wanted to point out the reason he also went up so quickly is he rerouted all those villagers. Instead of going greedy on the fishing boats, he was like, okay, let's get everyone on sheep, let's get as much as possible, and then we'll see what happens. But now he's getting a boat of his own, so we'll see arrow versus arrow boats. Oh, actually, he's going for the Hulk first, which makes a lot of sense. Usually when you do go up with that a little bit slower, it does make sense to get the Hulk out, but Galley is here to fight, and we have an explosive Dhow to join the ranks as well. Now, Myriad on water, I have not seen that much, and I really want to see what this man can do, but he needs to do it quickly because this feels a little scary. The fishing ships are standing at the back here. They can repair the ship as long as they want. But the thing is, if that explosive dowel connects, this is going to be tragic. And it does, but the ship is still alive. Fishing boats instantly re-rallied onto the ship to try and get it repaired. But the fishing boats could go down as well. 2 of them going down in that engagement. And Alyona looking good on water right now.
Oh, those were some big connections right there. He was just ahead by 10 seconds, 15 seconds with his boats, and then he's just winning over that lake. But Eliona looks like he kind of slowed down a bit. Is he? Because he hasn't been making new boats. Myriad is still present there. We just saw him having the advantage of the fishing boats, just for that extra repair and extra HP and extra tankiness. But Myriad is just coming back on this lake. Now his own demolition ship just connects just enough to take it down. And Eliona is losing his grip on this lake. That barely makes a connection on that springled ship. And now Myriad is just ahead. Suddenly, he's winning the water fight there.
Now, it does feel like Alyona pulled back a little bit and stopped that aggression. And I was thinking to myself, okay, but what did he do with that timing he got? And we'll see now what the response is here. But it feels like Myriad got given some grace. And now Knights Templar is going to do what they do best. Just survive on water and expand even a bit more. Let's go see if any of those villagers decide to build another dock. But it looks like he is still focused on this lake. He needs to try and keep this well. Otherwise, this can be quite tragic. If Myriad loses this water, Alyona knows this is going to be a lot easier of a game for him. But with 13 on wood, I would really like to see what Alyona is doing. And he's doing his stable, ladies and gentlemen. He's like, the water ain't working out so well. Let's go see what the land holds.
Yeah, Eliona is just walking over to that other pond, but I think Myriad's on the way as well there. At least he would like to contest Eliona for it. Eliona has a scout on the spot that will let him know that Myriad is about to be here now. But Myriad just has a huge advantage right now because he secured his own pond. And he can just start fishing freely now with 2 docks. And he won't be getting interrupted anytime soon. So he will have this huge boost to his economy. Whereas he will just now contest Eliona for this lake. And Eliona cannot even claim this lake as his own. And he cannot start fish booming. So just being ahead on Kawasan is really really important. Just few seconds of being on one lake just gives you a lot of advantages. Now we see Eliona is going to prevent another dock from coming up just because he was there first.
And getting that second dock up for Myriad was probably so critical. This feels like, I'm on the ticking time bomb of giving him a lake too. And now with the stable, it does change the game a little bit. Because now Myriad, he spotted this horseman. And he needs to respect this horseman. Because with this horseman can be joined with a camel, you know. So once the camels join the party as well, you're also not going to just be able to sit back and let the game do its talking. But he does go for his own little stable to try and make magic. But now the question is just, is he going to have the time on this water? Some of the poor pilgrims get shut down as well.
Yeah, but I think Myriad still has the advantage over this game, as we see Eliona will reach Golden Age just only now. Myriad has been fishing already, right? And most of his villagers are on wood. Remember, he's Knights Templar, and he's starting to make his Chevalier Confrère, and he will just... It's a little disturbance with that horseman on his gold, but I think he's very much ahead of Eliona at this point, because Eliona still has to get rid of this dock on his supposedly his own lake, so he can start fishing. If we compare the fishing boat numbers, I think we will see how far Myriad is ahead. He's already fishing in peace, just getting... Oh, wait, how did he get the dock up?
And the second dock, he just snuck right in. Apparently the camels were not on the lookout. And that, ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't just have a wonderful British accent, he also has wonderful, fast, sneaky British villagers coming in. And that is going to be so valuable for him. Now, with the pilgrims getting shut down, it doesn't feel like Myriad is going to be let off for free, but like we said, these how do I say that, Sassy? You speak French.
I think it's, I believe it's Chevalier Confrère.
Confer. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful.
Yeah, you don't have to, you don't have to pronounce every letter in French.
Okay.
I'll just say that.
Yeah, now with those,
yeah.
it does feel like there's a lot more pressure on him, because this is a very powerful unit that doesn't get shut down with just a silly little horseman. Now he has 2 camels in the mix as well, but it does feel like Myriad now with that second dock, he's looking a little confident on the water here.
Yeah, he does look like it, but Eliona is still struggling to claim this lake as his own. He's still fighting for the rights to fish here. Whereas Myriad is just enjoying his fish, and it's just like, okay, I'll take any trade here, even if it's a bad trade for Myriad right now, like getting demo ships or anything. As long as just like making like, ooh, that's a big connection there. Oh, that feels so good if you're Myriad. Just getting 2 for 1 there is really, really good. And he's just, as you can see, he's just there and being annoying, and no fishing allowed for Eliona. This is...
And picking off little villagers like that, that is going to scar...
villagers.
Yeah.
Yeah, little villagers.
Tiny little villagers not going to be making it back to the base, because Myriad now with 10 fishing ships. I've been looking at them every now and again to try and see what the numbers are. He's investing more into them. So 26 still on wood. The reason I want to keep it here onto the villagers, because I want to show you guys how much they're still investing into this age. But at the same time, Myriad does look like he is floating some resources, because you've just won water. You're in a very comfortable spot. Of course you're going to feel confident going castle now. So even though the wood income does look freaking amazing, with these villagers, keep in mind, just as they're getting wood, they also get food. So now just turning all of that into production buildings.
Yeah, Myriad is having enough of this map, I believe, and he wants his point in series. He wants to equalize the series. I believe he's dropping a lot of production down, and he's making horsemen just because I think against desert raiders they counter each other, and horsemen are cheaper, yes, but you need to have a lot more than them. And I would say desert raider scales better, but Myriad is just so ahead. He can spam so many horsemen with Chevalier Confrère plus the archers that I think it just doesn't matter whatever he makes at this point. So he's just spamming units, slapping down production, and he just wants to win this game and go on to the next one. But Eliona is still not out of the game as he's making his way to the castle age advancement. Yeah, that's the advancement. That is the faster and cheaper age up. Okay, advancement. I remember now.
But this feels like one of those desperation advancement. Advancement is usually a very tactical decision, or it's a very much oopsie button. Like, I'm a little bit behind, let me try to find a way back in. Because with advancement, it is cheaper, but you don't get any other perks. So once you do click that button, it feels like it's just because you don't have any other choice. Now Myriad taking over the water here as well, and slowly but surely going to be getting that fishing eco here too. And we can see where Eliona is. This man is not in a comfortable position when it comes to getting food either.
Yes, and this is Kavasan, so a lot of berries are in the middle of the map. And yeah, as Airbids and as any berry civ, you would like to eat the berries at least to compensate for the lack of fish, but there is just no way of doing that for Eliona right now, because Myriad just knows that he's super far ahead in this game, and he's controlling both pawns on Kavasan. I think that is very rare that you can come back at the game even though you're like non-present on either lake in Kabasan. But Eliona still is banking up resources. I believe maybe he can do something with Camel Lancers, maybe Gulams even because he's H3 against H2 right now. But Myriad is making so many units and he's banking up to Castle H himself. He's almost there, he just needs the gold. And well, the thing is, as Knights Templar, you don't build a landmark, just like Ayyubids or Abbasids, but you just age up way faster. So transition from Feudal Age to Castle Age, if you're Templar and if you're fishing, is just light speed. It's just so fast, and then we find Myriad just finding every villager of Eliona, and Eliona just taps out, just right there. Every villager on food just being found, and Myriad just takes the game away.
It
And we have equalize set. Yep.
Yes, a best of 5 with equal score does feel a little scary already, even if it's just 1-1, because Alyona came in here quite aggressively. But when you see something like the Knights Templar, you expect this to be a lot harder to play against, right? So it doesn't feel like Alyona is going to take this loss as a, oof, this is bad. No, you got rid of Knights Templar. You lost Ayyubids though, so it does feel... He does want to give himself a chance going into this, but it does feel like it's not the biggest defeat he could have faced.
Yeah, yeah. I certainly agree with that because he also won the game one of any series. I believe is the most important one because it's the neutral ground, and I think he won with his 4th pick, Civ, which was Ottomans against Lancaster, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that was 2nd pick for Myriad. So I don't think he's too upset. He would be too upset. At least I wouldn't be too upset about losing against Templar with Ayyubids here. I would just try my best, accept the loss. Okay, Lancaster and Templar are gone. Now it's time for me to win. Now we're on equal ground again. On very equal map, I would say. Dry Arabia, Malin against Rus. So this is a very important. I mean, obviously every game is very important, but like the Kawasan game was kind of acceptable loss for Eliona, right? Because we just talked about it. But this one is very important right now because Rus against Malians, they're both very strong. They both can snowball the game, and the series is a critical game we're going to have here. What do you think?
Well, I think we've been seeing Rus take a lot of games because they are just still in such a good place in the current meta, right? A lot of the meta is not being able to punish your opponent that instantly. So it does feel like Alyona probably feels happy getting Rus on this map. You probably want Rus on a very open map, but we'll see what the spawns look like. Maybe it does feel open enough. Now guys, we are going to hop on in and let's go see what those spawns look like.
Let's see now. We have Myriad on the east side playing with color red again, playing as Malians, and quickly checking the deer spawns. Marika, we have a back deer for Myriad, which is very nice to have against Rus especially. And the other one is just a bit far out, which is normal, but Eliona has both deer packs on the same side. So this could be, again, I'll be repeating myself, but this can be a blessing or a curse if you're the one player that wants to do pro scouting. Would you like to explain us why, or have a wild guess why this could be like very good or very bad thing?
Well, I would assume it also has to do with deer pushing. So the good part, you can push them pretty quickly and you secure one side of the base and one side of the map and you're pretty fine. But the other side is if he gets control of one side, you are absolutely cooked. So
yes.
I don't think the push was initially part of your thought process there, but it does feel like it does optimize it quite a bit if you do, especially as Rus, because you do have those extra scouts early on in the game.
Yeah, 100% agree. Eliona already has 3 scouts on the map, and Myriad is just opting to play this with 1 scout. And I don't think he will find a lot of sheep And Eliona, I think with this third scout, he will already start pushing the deer in. So he will just minimize the effect of having both deer packs on the same side, even if he's getting harassed with on his pro scouts. So I think with the deer pushing and all, I would like to have a second scout as Malians, even though it's like putting you behind a bit because you're essentially delaying your own landmark, which gives you free resources, right? Assuming you make a Mansa quarry, obviously. But yeah, Myriad is gonna have a tough time. I think that he just found one sheep, right? That's all he has. Eliona, a little mistake. And the ball players are having some idle time under their town centers, which is understandable. They want to get as many sheep as they can, and sometimes you may get. Oh, Myriad found another sheep.
But you can see this feels. I mean, most of us have been here, right? Most of us have played the game where you found 2 sheep and your opponent got the rest of the map, and it does feel pretty tough. And I think a lot of people would say that in a situation like this, it feels like you're already just so far behind that it's so hard to come back from this, especially against a civilization like Rus, that we can just capitalize on getting all of the sheep and just, they're pretty much fine. They've got the double deer spawn on the same side. You're going to have trouble constantly producing. To be fair, you might have the opportunity to go for your deer here. But right now, it does look like Myriad wants to scout and see what's going on. Now, Drus usually pretty one-dimensional these days, but he does still need to check to ensure. Let's go see what that vision looks like. He has not spotted the deer at all yet. So this is going to be very important for him to have that type of information. But when he does see it, I have a feeling this man is going to feel a little bit discouraged.
Yes, it could be. The sheep thing is a bit discouraging itself, right? Like, I love sheep in AoE 4. Everyone loves sheep in AoE 4. They're very cute. Look at them go, like they're following the scout, like little puppies around. But the thing is, when you start playing the game and when you don't get sheep for like few games in a row, then it starts being a bit depressing situation, I would say. So maybe more sheep around town centers would be better, but right now Myriad is in. Yeah, he's trying to kill this deer to prevent getting pushed, but yeah, Eliona already has 1 deer pack just pushed in.
When you're playing against Rus, it does feel pretty standard that they use those scouts to push in that one singular deer pack.
Yep.
Now, Myriad, on the other hand, we've seen a lot of Malians go for pro scouts as well. And with the amount of gold he has in the bank, we'll see if that's going to be the play here. But getting a stable first as well, that might just be what they have on the menu. We need a little bit more wood, and see, that's exactly what he does. Now, there's already 1 less deer pack that Eliona has to worry about. So him going for pro scouts here makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
But now getting the spearman in that mix, he's probably not too worried about getting all the deer back, because he's got all the sheep on the map. He's got a whole deer pack next to his base as well. He's probably going to have this very safe deer pack as well. For him, it's already going to be a win if he can yoink just 2 of these.
Exactly, and he's already making his way towards Myriad's pit mine there, and he's starting to torch down the houses. Eliona is not adding extra scouts, but he's adding spearmen already. And the thing is, Malians have warrior scouts, right? And they're faster, and they're stronger, and they heal faster. And plus you can upgrade them more. But at this stage of the game, when you outnumber with your own scouts, because scouts just do bonus damage against each other, so Eliona can still be fine just defending his own scouts against the warrior scouts. So that's a little another annoying thing about this matchup here. Myriad will be able to get rid of the spearman quite fast. He just needs to micro. This reminds me of the days when everyone was playing Malians in pro scouting. Remember that the scouts had like insane healing rate?
Yes.
So you would just like fight anything. It just reminded me of that, and you can already see the health bars on those 2 scouts are already going higher. not as fast as they used to be, but Myriad will be bringing in some deer, and he's going for a second pit mine. And Eliona just streaming more spearmen across the map and adding his own scouts and bringing his second deer pack in.
This move from Myriad, though, feels a little bit risky. When you're this
Yes.
far out of your second goal being this far out, especially next to the deer pack, where you know Eliona is going to be poking his face, it feels like a very spicy move. And now, those scouts trade pretty well when there's only one spearman, but when two are here, those 5 scouts are going to struggle. And we see Eliona, more and more spearmen are coming directly here. The scouts being redirected to the rest of the food here, but the problem is, there's no other unit that can handle this in the next while. He's getting a few donzos, but Eliona is already ahead in the spear department. Now, if we look at that villager distribution here, both of them are banking on that passive gold that they've got. And we'll see what the move is pretty soon against these, but we do see an archer and Q from Myriad, so Myriad is going to try and contest this.
Yeah, he knew there were spearmen coming in that way, but he still went for it. And maybe it's taking some time to take this pit mine down. Maybe he will be able to defend it, as we see 2 donzos and an archer is on the way, going to defend this. As long as he keeps this up, I think it's fine for him. It looked a bit scary though, but now the archer should be just enough. Come here, archer.
Oh my gosh! He's just watching this battle.
Yeah. I think he thought it was on attack move there.
Yeah.
But this is so much disturbance for the Malian player. He's trying to yoink the deer as well, and has a spearman just following that scout. And Eliona behind all of this. Look at his base. He is having another landmark. He's going Castle Age.
And it feels like Myriad is heading a similar direction. I say as I'm looking at all those beautiful cattle ranches being set up. And the thing is, Malians, they do have a pretty good castle, but usually they struggle a little bit if they don't have, I was about to say, if they don't have their eco set up, and Rus is just so good at getting there themselves. Now, the problem is, cows were made. So we don't, and even wheelbarrow being gotten as the upgrade. This is going to mean that Castle Age is going to be even more delayed. Let's look at the gold. He does have a few of the villages on gold, so he should be able to still get the warning sign and then decide if he wants to go for more. But with the placement of the cattle ranches, I would not be surprised if he doesn't want to go Farimba. We've been seeing a lot of Farimbas these days, but I don't know. It feels quite risky at this point.
It's quite risky at this point because we already have 5 horse archers in queue with 2 men-at-arms. So Eliona is just spending every resource he has. And he's not even rushing to get relics, right? Because, like, maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to rush for the relics right now. Okay, he's making a monk. Okay, I lied. but I thought he was just going for a kill here, or like or big damage, because he's already like H3. So I thought maybe he doesn't need to like rush for the relics. But he's making man-at-arms made me think that he really wants to push into Myriad's base, because horse archers are great, right? They're great units, but they cannot just dive into Malian base with javelins inside, just like their direct counter, right? And they just cannot stand against the town center fire or maybe outpost fire. So him adding man-at-arms made me think that he wants to push into Myriad's base. And as we see, some blue dots on the map going towards Myriad's base, and okay, 1 man-at-arm is being escorted by 6 horse archers there. He really wants this pit mine gone because he knows this is a low HP from all that action earlier, and he's just torching it down with the scouts. Yeah, he will just start burning it.
The men-at-arms now going to start joining here too, and the problem is, I don't think Myriad is in a position to even replace the houses that he's about to lose here. So he does get his Grand Fulani Corral, and he will have 6 cows in the cattle ranches. He will probably be okay with food in a while, but that's only if Eliona gives him a while. And I don't think Eliona might be doing that. We saw how aggressively he was playing before. Look at these scouts. They're actually doing pretty good against the horse archers, though.
They are actually doing pretty good against those horse archers. And if I might be wrong, I'm not 100% sure. And if you have warrior scouts in H3, I believe they start getting bonus damage against ranged units as well. But the thing is, they lack the armor that the horsemen would have, so you don't really see warrior scouts against horse archers uh, every day. Plus, they're slower than horsemen, but they're cheaper,
They're
so
cheaper.
could be something someone wants to try, maybe. But the horse archer number, you can see it's already 14 for Rus, because they don't have a problem just spamming this unit that needs wood, which is very abundant for Rus, as they have 20% bonus with their outposts on it. So it's really tough to deal with as Malians here
Now,
without your economy properly set up. Yeah.
Malians, yes, with the economy situation, and I think Myriad is definitely in that situation right now. We do see the boys are on the gold here, but this gold is not going to last forever. And now he is trying to get back onto this pit mine, but again, the problem is just the raiding ability from Ilyona for now, and he is getting that second stable, right? So getting that second stable means more sofas, and that's going to be wild and great. But the problem is, I don't think Ilyona is giving him that time. Because right now, he does have the second pit mine, but he doesn't have the gold to consistently produce those sofas. So he does have another one in queue, but you can see every little bit he gets, he spends. And this is a pretty scary army coming your way, because those things can kite for days.
They can indeed, but right now, what is scary for Myriad is the horseman number is climbing up while he's just barely getting sofas out. Sofa will counter everything that Ilyona is making right now. As long as you have like imported armor and you have the cows, you will be able to spam so many sofas that you will be like starting to raid Ruse player. If they're like sleeping for like 30 seconds, you can just make your way across the map. Because the horse archers won't be doing much in your base, because he already has 14 javelin throwers, and he wants to get more. He wants to play javelin throwers and sofas, but the composition from Ilyona with the, let's call it triple composition, men at arms, horseman, and horse archer, is really scary. Because I would say Myriad would be lucky if he's leaving his base against all these horse archers and horsemen. He remade the pit mine, and Sofa raid gets spotted. He's still making cows. We have 17 cows for Myriad. Well, I would say longer this goes, you can see in the food income, Ilyona will run out of deer, right? I think we've seen this like last week. Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe it was the CSO Anatan game? I might be wrong, but longer this game goes, it would be better for Malians. On the food department.
Especially with the
Yeah.
landmark he chose. But this connection, it could be the end of it already. Just look at that. That is a very aggressive man. And there's no answer to the Gulams right now. The javelin throwers...
Beautiful micro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, he's doing an amazing job with this. He's splitting them up, just like you said. Beautiful. You guys can see when I'm individually clicking these. They are being split up so that the damage can be distributed and the overkilling does not happen. So even though you need something in the front lines, getting Gulams, getting sofas, anything. But Myriad right now, we can see he's floating so many resources. This is just because he is overwhelmed by this push, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get units out fast enough. Down to 14 now, and the horse archers are just tickling away at anything coming out.
Yeah, the horse archer base damage is really high, so they're doing quite a lot of damage even on the javelin throwers, which have a lot of ranged armor. And there's a traffic jam in the base of Myriad. He just knows, the timing was just so right for Ilyona there, because he was just busy building up his infrastructure and the cows there. He was just ready. 30 seconds more, this would be a different game, because he would be able to have a lot of sofas. If he had like 5 to 10 more sofas right in front of those javelin throwers, this would be a different game. As we see Eliona just not caring about the town center fire, he just goes after the villagers with all his horse archers. He's grabbing every sacred side. Well, he's also on 5 relics, so there's also that. It would be a tough game. I'm not saying Myriad would be able to win there if he had a bit more time, but it would be a bit more playable. I would say, like, especially after 2 sheep, right?
Exactly.
Like for everything that happened in this game, like comes back to this, like deer getting pushed, and then your pro scout being delayed by the spearman and all that stuff. Yeah, but Myriad is not dead yet. He's still kicking. It's just not the best position he's in. As we see, more horsemen are coming. Eliona wants to just last nail in the coffin, maybe. The knights are in queue now. Oof. With Boyar's Fortitude, he didn't have Boyar's Fortitude earlier. Now his mounted units will have extra HP. They will be even tankier and stronger.
It does feel like that fight is just the end of him. Because yes, he might not be in the best position, but this man, he's lost 17 villagers. He's picking off those horsemen. Oh,
well, that wasn't a great fight for Eliona, though. That wasn't a great fight. Now, it's giving Myriad some time. Like, it's giving Myriad a room to play. He wants to decap the sides as he's just rushing some units on the sides as soon as possible. I think maybe he spotted the boar as well. If he doesn't have an outpost there, fortified outpost there, Eliona, it could have some trouble. He's just rushing one. Yeah, he's just rushing one. And yeah, if you see the map right now, if Myriad has more sofas, he can raid Eliona. Like, he can raid Eliona everywhere, on every resource that he's on. Well, monks are defending the site. They're warrior monks after all.
The problem is...
Myriad just wants to get the decap. Yes.
The problem is he is letting those javelin throwers out on the map without the sofa front lines. So even though he can raid, those raiding parties are the front line that he needs to actually survive this. So now another fight connecting here. The javelin throwers trying to target fire the horse archers only, and they do get them. But the sofas, there's just not enough here. They're busy out on their raiding parties, now connecting. And they might clean up a bunch here, but this keeps being more and more expensive for Myriad.
Yeah, the destroyed value is pretty close, but the value that was generated up to this point was much higher for Eliona as he was on sites, pro scouts and relics now. Plus the Rus economy is just so good. And he just keeps streaming more and more units, and not just any unit, he's just sending Rus knights with Boyar's Fortitude. And Myriad, it looked like it could be okay for him there for a bit, but the javelin thrower is just getting picked off there. Wasn't I think that was the last thing he wanted to happen there.
Especially against so many horse archers still. You are up against so many knights as well. And you can't even make the Donzos, because the Donzos will just get picked off instantly. Keeps trying to make sofas, keeps trying to make this work, but the archer numbers just aren't enough to take these down. We see, these knights are barely taking any damage as well. He's trying to just target fire the horse archers, because he knows exactly where the horse archers are heading towards. And at the front side, we just see more and more. Collapsing from every single angle, the villagers have had their last stories told. That was disgusting, Sassy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Eliona is so aggressive. The man, he doesn't stop.
Well, yeah, he is quite aggressive. He's quite aggressive, but both the games that he won, he was aggressive at the right time. It wasn't just mindless aggression, I would say. He was just at the right spot at the right time, and he got the rewards for it. So he won. He's ahead 2-1 against Myriad, but this is a best of 5. Anything can happen still. Now we have Coastal Cliffs, Jeanne d'Arc for Myriad against Sushi's Legacy. Oof, from Eliona's side.
Now Zushi,
that's his first pick.
Yeah, Zushi was I was about to say it was a very high prio pick here for Eliona, and picking Zushi it's in a really good place right now. Where would you put Sushi compared to what we see from JD?
I would just put it slightly above, just because you can play it on hybrids as well. Like pro scout maps, it's good. Hybrids, it's good. Closed maps, like even if you wanted to boom or something, it's just more versatile. Civ, I would say, Sushi's Legacy. Plus the pro scout timing is just very fast, very 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 fast for Sushi's Legacy, as well as China. On the other side, we see Myriad still have it. Can still play China, but apparently he didn't want to play against Sushi's Legacy, the China against Sushi's Legacy there, because he has China, like he wants to play it, right? That's his first pick. So Eliona, this is because I think winning that first map just gives you so much advantage for the rest of the series, because right now Eliona is ahead and he gets to comfortably play his like first pick. Sushi's Legacy, I would say it's quite even, maybe a bit better for Sushi's Legacy against China, but Myriad just feels the opposite, I think. So he doesn't want to face against Sushi's Legacy here, because China could be played here as well. So yeah, but now we end up having Jeanne d'Arc against Sushi's Legacy, and let's see what the plan is for Myriad here now.
Let's go on in and see.
Yeah.
So it does look like we have the smallest of maps. So for those of you who don't know, because I see this in Twitch chat every time, these are not fish we can touch. They are merely something you can look at from above. So for these guys, they are not going to be fishing today. The only thing they get is a smaller map and a lot more aggression that stems from it. Now, Eliona being on Sushi, he probably loves a good short map where he can go raid, but at the same time, with someone like Myriad, when you're playing any French variant with a horse and a very, very big lance, you probably don't mind small maps either, because that means a lot of easy raiding. The thing is, though, this map does have easy-to-wall spots usually, and that's exactly what we see over here on Sushi's side. But I do have a question, Sassy, and that is, where would you put your meditation garden? And let me just switch the players around. So we do need to get those scores flipped as well. So where would you put your meditation garden?
I think you want to have food and gold prioritized on this map, but maybe just above that 2 woodlines if you can get the berries as well. Maybe just like in your base. Maybe just in your base with the berries and gold. I don't know, it's tough. There isn't a spot here, realistically, a spot here for Eliona to just go like, wow, this is what I want. This is the juiciest spot here in my base. So I think it depends on his plan, that maybe if he wants to go to Castle Age faster, like you can also consider having your gold at the back, so maybe you go for like wood and food instead, because the wood is kind of exposed for him, just for that feudal age, because like that's the most important part of the game, right? Like the opening, and that's going to determine how the rest of the game will go. So it's just kind of his own preference, I think, his own plan here.
Now we'll see what he decides to go for, but yeah, there are many benefits and cons to going out here, especially when you're against JD. So getting a landmark out here would prove pretty fruitful if you weren't against a civilization that will have units on the map instantly. It does feel like that's a slippery slope to get on top of, but it does look like these bad boys are moving out, and we do get the meditation garden on just outside the base. And I don't know if this is just because the village blocked the spot between these two, but this is still going to be a little bit vulnerable. The thing is, when you have high value units like knights, you most likely will be using those knights to get on top of villages. Now, I do want to look at the gold spawns here, though. Now, Myriad, he's got a forward gold, and yes, you could potentially wall it off, but Sushi is not known for its spearman-only compositions. So, if I was in this map, I would definitely want to be on Aliona's side here. Getting a back gold like this does feel a lot better when you can just make tiny walls and keep yourself pretty safe. Now, Eliona playing against French, he does need to find a way to shut this down. And I don't know if JD is the kind of girl who would let her civilization get shut down.
about to find it out. I don't think Jean is one of those girls that would let her civilization go down. Yeah, but yeah, she's quite powerful. She's quite powerful. It's still like it's not as strong as it used to be, especially after its launch. But I think still, Jeanne d'Arc is still pretty strong. It can be pretty strong in the right hands, as with every civilization. As I believe, that's like my personal opinion. But here, just looking at all that deer on the map, all that deer that can be contested, that can be stolen, that can be fought for. There's like no deer pack that you can just, you know, like unless you make Dark Age Spearman or something, that you can just like push towards your base and then just enjoy life. So now we have Eliona starting with scouts and a fast stable. He's queuing up his professional scout upgrade and it's on the way. Meanwhile, Myriad is making his first knight and his own professional scouts right after that. So different than the French, why I was saying JD is quite powerful. Right now, there will be some deer action. There will be some fights for the deer, right? And well, you have a knight. That's the same thing for French, right? You have a knight, but plus with French, you have something with Jeanne d'Arc that the French doesn't have, which is at this point in the game, at this exact point in the game, you will level up the JD as we just got the alert for it. Let's see if he will go for melee or... Okay, he has the woman at arms, Jeanne d'Arc. You just have one more extra unit that is a hero unit that will be on the map. So longer term, French will have like better economy, more knights, and all that stuff, right? But like in the right hands, with the right timings, with the spawns like this, I think JD can be quite strong as a pro scout and anti-pro scout here, right? Because it's good at just denying Eliona right now, because we see Spearman coming out from Eliona, but we have Woman at Arms already on that side, and beautiful charge micro from Myriad there. Takes away one Spearman and pulls the scouts back. The scouts actually even tanked for the knight there, so the knight is not hurt at all from that interaction. And here comes Jeanne with the big swinging sword. Yes,
she's looking aggressive. She is so feisty right now, getting against these spears. And you can see that knight does not mind charging in when those spears are nice and low, because easy to shut down, especially. Let's quickly see. She's going to be screaming again and blowing down onto the ground and getting her first set of experience. Now, she is surrounded by spears, and she's going to need to wait for that cooldown as well. But Eliona definitely getting a lot of spears here. I think Myriad definitely did not expect to see that early amount of spearmen coming out. And it does mean that some of these will go back. He will be able to bring some deer, but this is still a very contested area. And behind this, I would not be surprised to see if Myriad is already just bringing them in pretty slowly. It doesn't look like he cancelled it, but oh, never mind. He went for the yoink instead. Responsible yoinking.
Yeah, and Jean is quite aggressive there. I think earlier on, I couldn't hide my reaction there, but I think earlier on Eliona could chase Jean a bit further, because she was like half HP and he was doing quite a lot of damage on her, because the archers were just running on the map on this side. So I think he could maybe commit to killing JD, or at least getting the heal off from her to make things easier later on. Because like, if JD is healing only herself, I think that then you're happy, right? But if JD is like healing in the middle of the fight, herself plus all the army, like that's not something that you want to do. So, so Myriad had the good read there, just pulled back his units, and now he's all pro scouting himself. And this will be a tough hold for Myriad, because it's a lot of horsemen and a lot of spearmen. Jean could make the difference here. Horsemen just pass Jean, they don't care about her. They're just going after the archers one by one, and there's just not enough archers to one-shot the spearmen. Jean is doing its best. That's a beautiful cleave right there for for Myriad, and the knights are just chasing the horsemen away. This looks like it's okay for Eliona. I'm not sure, but it's a lot of XP for Jean, and she doesn't have the heal. He just used it, and Eliona was going after her, but now the knights are all healthy and no more horsemen and no more spearmen left. I think that was great for Myriad. You can see in the destroyed value there, plus all that XP for Jean. Num num num, she's halfway there for level 3. I think Myriad is in a really good spot right now.
It definitely feels that way, because Myriad, not only did he win that fight, he stole some deer, he's very happily scouting as well, but now the Shaolin Monastery coming through, and we know that Zushi Castle Age does feel quite strong. However, when you are going Yuzushi Castle Age and you're already a little bit behind, I don't know if those very spicy lances are going to be the ones that can bring you back. JD now just standing around and healing herself, like she does not have a care in the world. The horsemen running at her, but getting that Q out of her and ensuring that the next spearman load they get on top of her, they are not going to be in danger. But the lances get queued up instantly. And that's exactly what I was referring to, ladies and gentlemen. This man is hoping that the lancers in Castle can do something against the huge number of French knights that we're seeing on the field. 6 now, and it doesn't look like Myriad is slowing down.
Myriad is not slowing down anytime soon as he's making his way towards Meditation Gardens. Remember, if you have 10 units around the Meditation Gardens... Oh, he's actually going for around it for the gold. He's also reducing the income from the Meditation Garden as he's passing by from there. I thought he was just going to start burning the landmark, but there is no protection. This is a bit bold move from Myriad, but it pays off as Eliona is not defending it. He just killed 2 villagers there, taking some town center fire, but Eliona... Oh, Jean... That's a lot of HP down.
And that's a lot of experience as well for her. Sashi, this woman is very happy with these trades she's getting, and I want you guys to look at these. These are not just low HP villagers. These are villagers that are very susceptible to one little night charge. So it's not just about getting them low HP, it's about actually just getting them ready for the next fight as well. So very great, just an amazing fight by Myriad, just pulling in and out exactly when he needed to. And again, not slowing down. You can see with the amount of knights that he has in queue, this man is just going to keep the pressure up. He's not too scared of those lances.
He is absolutely not scared of them, as he has 10 and 2 more on the way, 10 Royal Knights with Jean. Like, you have healing, you have the cleave ability, and you just have like more knights even though they're feudal, and he knows it. Snipes one more villager, just sprays the charge and then just goes back because you have chivalry. They're already starting to heal up, as you can see, one knight there. Eliona feels like he has to commit, and archers were kind of tanking for the knights there. There's just one single spearman that's just getting sniped. Jean is on the wrong side of the fight, but makes its way to safety. All those knights from Eliona are very low HP, but it looks like it's an okay fight as we see Jean going down. Myriad is pulling back with a lot of low HP Royal Knights. I don't know how I feel about that fight. I actually don't know. Like, I don't know who was ahead there.
Well, you have to consider this. He just got a low HP Jean back at the cost of a level 2 Jean, and she's about to hit level 3. So now, oof, this is not a fight that Myriad wants to take without Jean, but he doesn't mind because that is still going to be a fight in his favor. We can see those archers being microed back as well. The knights trying to get the charges, and it does look like he got out ahead, or at least even in that last one. Because now Eliona needs to move out on the map. And Myriad is still very happily munching on the deer that he got at home. Now there is another 1 deer up for grabs, but Jean is here and she is ready to get that last bit of experience to age up. And guys, it looks like it's coming in hot.
Oh yeah, Myriad is not even thinking about going to Castle Age. He knows he can do a lot of damage to Eliona, as he knows he saw the villagers on the berries. Right, he knows he's short on food. He knows he will run out of gold too if he fights long enough, and he knows he has more knights, not better knights. I mean, arguably better. They're healing themselves, but he's in feudal age, So he knows he has more knights and he has enough archers to deal with anything that will counter his own knights. So he's going for that number Jean, another beautiful cleave. And it's almost level 3. Level 3 Jean could just take this game right here, right now. Oh, Jean's level 3. Okay, he's going for the champions. I think that was a really fast pick for him. And Eliona knows he doesn't have anything to kill level 3 Jean. And he doesn't have the army to take on Myriad's army there. 2-2. We're going to Decider game.
Yeah,
GG's,
no.
well played.
The problem is, and guys, this is a very big problem for me because I'm supposed to be on the production crew today. If Myriad takes this game, we do not have Myriad to cast in the next one. So Myriad, I'm a little bit biased here, sir, but you gotta step it down here. No, Myriad definitely doing quite amazing. We banked on him being a caster at the land, but if he qualifies through here, we're gonna have some shortages. So definitely hoping to see that Myriad just keeps doing an amazing job. But at the same time, I'm a little bit worried. Now, Sassy, this is the last matchup with China and Byzantines, and
Yeah.
I mean now we know that China is a civ that loves to pro scout. And on a map like this, you probably do want to do that. But Byzantines, on the other hand, they can just put down so much pressure. Who do you favor in this matchup?
I think on this map I would favor Chinese, but in like let's say Dry Arabia or something like that, I would maybe prefer Byzantines a bit. Byzantine is still strong. I think it's still very, very, very strong civ. It's just not that maybe annoying for players, like casual players and everything, because they're not going for like pro scouts, right? Like they're not going for yeah, something like that is like repetitive. They just have very strong economy, and you can play it in different ways. So people are not really, I think, aware of how strong Byzantines are, because like every Byzantine is a different Byzantine game, kind of. So, but I think they're very strong. Just here, I prefer Chinese just because they can pro scout a bit better here, because there's 4 deer packs, all of them on different spots. So it's kind of harder to deny the pro scouting here, and China is one of the fastest civs that can pro scout. So I would say 55 to 45 for Chinese for this specific game.
All right. And I wanted to take a moment there, now that we have our calls there, we can see the spawns as well. And I want to talk a little bit about the play style that we've been seeing out of these civilizations. We've been seeing some players actually do a little bit of that sneaky shenanigans on the berries pretty early on, going for the hippodrome. But when you see an opening like this, it's definitely not going to be a hippodrome. This is just your standard old Byzantines. The problem I think here for Alyona is that he's going to be very susceptible to a bit of raiding. Again, this map is very open. We have forward golds on both sides. But if China is given some space, they quickly overwhelm their opponents. Although Byzantines recently, it definitely strikes fear into the people's hearts as of sorts. Especially when you think of how insane that mass can just be when it runs towards you at this early stage. Byzantines used to need a lot of time, but a lot of people are just there holding back, and then all of a sudden there's a mass of units inside of your base. The thing is just now, he's got a berry patch here, he's got one here as well, and they're on opposite sides, so even if one gets denied, it does feel okay for him. While China, on the other hand, they're going to pro scout. You are given that time that Byzantines wants.
That is true, that's exactly. And on this map, you have one more extra berry patch as well around your base. So if you're not pro scouting, maybe you're a berry civ like Byzantines. Byzantines is a different type of a berry civ, but it still loves berries. I love the oil. And yeah, maybe Eliona can make a use of it against Chinese. I think this matchup is a bit interesting because like China has a better economy, I would say, but Byzantine can also have really strong economy. like almost better than Chinese or maybe equal. But the China, I feel like it just lacks the good units other than the SOBs to deal with whatever Byzantines can just put on the field. So I'm not sure how I would be approaching this matchup on Chinese side at least, because with Byzantines I think you want longbows like most of the time. Maybe javelins you could just could justify it. Maybe you could go for it. Plus you would get camels after that, like longer term. If you were thinking of Imperial Age as well with the camel support and everything. I just find that Chinese will have a problem against everything except the Keshiks in
Okay.
Feudal Age. So yeah, longer term, like or short term, I think Byzantine has to do something with their units that they will get from the oil. So I think it will be like critical next 10 minutes. The game can go very long, but the next 10 minutes will be very, very important. I mean, every game is, obviously, but like, just I want to emphasize the unit importance here for Byzantines. Oh, color.
I don't know what button I just pressed, but guys, we
That's
just switched
insert,
colors.
maybe?
No, it's the. It was not close to insert. That's why I was a little confused. I wanted to
Oh,
quickly
you
switch
have-
the vision.
Okay. Yeah. You have the team colors turned on, so when you switch the vision, it thinks, "Oh, I am blue. Oh, I am blue." Like, it
Okay,
just changes
okay.
it. Yeah.
Never mind, guys. Apparently, it's just like you put the woman behind the steering wheel, and apparently she's just gonna go right off the road. Thank you, Sassy. Now I know what not to do. Now, barracks opening here, very standard, I would say. Standard, but we have seen a little bit of stable openings as well coming out here. Now, the barracks opening does mean it's going to be a lot nicer to shut down these pro scouts. The problem is there are so many deer packs and they are in 4 very different positions. So it's not one of those instances where you put a spearman down and you can shut down the pro scouting on a pack. There's another pack they get to go to. So definitely doesn't feel as easy to shut down pro scouts on this map. Obviously, Aliona getting another spearman, and Myriad on his 4th scout already. Let's go see if those boys are going to bring back the loot.
Oh, the first Limitani on the map. It will be very annoying.
Yeah,
Where is the archer?
the
He must be
archers.
running on the map.
He's
Yeah.
coming, and he's ready.
Coming.
Sassy's
Yeah,
coming, be patient. He does get distracted
Come on,
by a wolf.
Dude, stop shooting the dog. Come on. Oh, can I mold about wolves for a second?
No,
Like,
no.
on the
We
map?
know.
No.
People
okay.
all agree, Sassy. Wolves are definitely
they?
just yes. I
Yeah.
think everyone agrees. We've
I
had
find it.
the
yeah.
mold a lot of times. People are just like, oh, wolves. I actually had a few YouTube comments as well, like, why? When are they removing these wolves? I think you guys went
Yeah.
on a tangent last week, and they were like, yeah, them wolves. Get these wolves out of my
wolves.
games.
The thing is, before, like, thinking of AoE4's history, right? Before it was like Roos just putting the wolves behind their scouts and like getting money for it. It was quite something, right? And then we have like these different phases in the game. That's why I call like the first 1 or 2 years of AoE4 as like dark ages of AoE4, because now like it was always there, but now we're like focusing more on like finer details now. Like, why do we have wolves? You know, like we always had them. We always had them being annoying and everything. And I was actually thinking of this. We used to have a lot of English longbow rushes and maps like that, right?
Yes.
And the game was getting like being explored, like Marine Order Beastie that day was playing a lot worse than today, I would say. Like, comfortably I can say that, like, without asking them. So we were like exploring the game, and like you were moving across the map with longbows. Like you didn't even realize that you were shooting a wolf. But now you have like 3 units, and then you want to rush to save the scout from the Limitani, and then your rush is just like busy trying to kill a wolf. So there's the game changes, plus like we're also advancing through the ages, I believe, and like we're going like the wolf is just like a lot of spearman action in Dark Age as well. It's like, why is this dog just like annoying me. Like, we like dogs.
Yeah,
Right?
no, yeah, but
So
not
we
these
don't wanna.
ones. They're spicy
Yeah,
dogs.
not decent. Yeah, like this is putting dogs in bad light. Okay, we need to put them in their wolf dens. So when we pet them, we get gold, right? So it would be like it would be more friendly, wolf
Mechanic.
friendly, dog friendly. Yeah, friendly mechanic.
Yes.
This is not this. Okay, so we have triple composition from Eliona with horsemen and spears, and Myriad wants to get rid of those longbows. Remember, longbows he cannot produce all the time. He's busy trying to snipe the Limitani. They're tanking quite a lot as the horseman is working on the archer numbers from Myriad. There's no more Limitani left. Myriad desperately trying to get rid of the longbows there. This is not a great fight for Myriad, I would say, because he's struggling to get rid of the horsemen on the field. Well, at least he has the upgrade. He has the ranged attack upgrade on his units. Eliona just got his attack and he will get the defense upgrade. So he's doing some damage on the horsemen, but he just doesn't have the counter. It's just only archers against horsemen and longbows. He wanted to snipe the longbows there because you just cannot keep producing them as you get 5 at a time, right? So if you kill the early longbows, early javelins from Byzantines is really good damage, because that's like a big part of their composition. But Myriad was just lacking the number of horsemen, or maybe lacking some spearmen there, but he just keeps going for horsemen and archers right now.
The archers getting that +1 definitely is going to make this a little easier to do damage against, but that +1 range defense coming in from Myriad or from Eliona is going to be quite damaging. But you see the horses just focusing down on the archers as they're still prioritizing those longbows. Like you said, they're limited edition, so it's not something he's just going to be able to pump out non-stop. They do need to deal with these horses though, and the +1 range defense is about to kick in. So now this becomes a lot better for Eliona in these trades, as long as the horseman number stays down. But I guess Myriad knew, and now those horseman numbers are significantly improving.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Eliona overextended there a little bit because he didn't have any more Limitani coming in. And he got punished for it. He's down to 6 longbows for now, but he has 5 cisterns, as you just pointed out, and 1 more longbow patch is about to come out. He will have 5 more longbows, and the thing about longbows, they have extra range and extra damage, right? They're like kind of slow, so that's why I'm like kind of calling it an overextension. He could keep all of them alive. And Myriad, what is this archer raid?
Archer raid onto the Limitane. That poor Limitane.
Okay. Okay, there is a Limitane is being annoying on the scouts. I think he wants to just clear the way for all these deer, for his professional scouts, and Eliona is going after these archers. They're kind of alone there. Myriad will have to pull some units to save them. That's a beautiful find for Eliona. Oh, he just pulls back. Just killed 2 archers really fast, and more on the way, and more archers are exposed. He's just one-tapping those archers and then keeps going. Eliona is beautiful control with his mounted units here. He's really having them at their best, these horsemen. He just killed a lot of archers from Myriad, and he's muckling up to Castle Age as we have Myriad aging up right now with Imperial Palace.
Now you can see those horses. He's now doing the thing we saw so much in his games, and it's just him being everywhere, getting the horsemen and trying not to give Myriad all the free time of day to just pick up the rest of these deer. Because we can see, even with the Limitane at the top, he is trying to deny. Now, we do see that the horsemen counter raid from Myriad coming in now, and the archers will be upgraded first. Horsemen are just being thrown to their deaths, but apparently the lancers will be making this a little bit better for him. Now, we do see more spearmen coming out from Eliona, and again, another patch of longbows, which is going to be so nice. The problem is just, he is starting to thin out these wood lines, and he is expanding, but the problem is, when you're up against a civilization with palace guards and lancers, you are definitely going to struggle against that constant harassment coming your way. But again, Eliona is doing exactly that. He is going to be the harasser.
Yeah, and this is a crucial moment in the game right now as Ilyona is aging up and he tries his best to distract Myriad right now because he's very vulnerable to all those Lancers and Palace with if he gets +2 upgrade. So he's very vulnerable to that, but he's taking his attention away back to Myriad's base on his professional scouts, just taking the attention away from his base. And the longbows, they will be upgraded instantly and they will do significant damage on all these units that Chinese a player could have. It would be Lancers or Palace Guards. Because the longbow extra damage and extra range will be very annoying, but let's see now if Ilyona going for his own cataphracts. Are we going to see cataphracts from him?
Now we've been seeing cataphracts rear their head a little bit more than we did before, because now they have their place. There's actually a very good argument to get them here, especially on these very exposed maps. But instead, just getting his upgrades, even getting the house upgrades, which I'm pretty surprised about. Now the problem is these lances, they are gonna be breaking horses in half.
Ooh, that Lancer needs to be a bit more careful as he has 2 Limitani on it. That's a bit of throw on the horseman, but we get the things heated up. And when things get heated up, you see more and more chaos on the map. As we see, both these players are almost dead even on military and economy count, and Ilyona is starting to make some cataphracts, and Myriad is starting to raid with the Lancers. This is Baldland. It's very, very, very open map, and you're very open for all these Lancer raids or heavy cavalry or light cavalry, all the raids. And Ilyona is playing with rather slower composition, slower and hitting harder like longbows compared to archers. And we see Myriad just picking off 2 villagers beautifully there, and will lose the Lancer there, but I think it's fine because it just keeps his opponent distracted. Not only the damage, he keeps his opponent distracted as he is eating the deer and just making more and more units out. And we see Myriad just pushing in. Outpost is not completed, he just goes for it. The longbows are trying to hold it, but that's a lot of archers with a lot of palace guards in front of them. The Mitani and cataphracts are doing their best to hold it, but that's a lot of palace guards on top of them, and the archers are just going after the longbows. They're one-shotting the longbows at this stage. It doesn't matter if you have extra range or extra damage. Myriad is just going for it. It's on top of the longbows, killing the Limitani. He will be pushing him away from the gold as well, not only the berries. He keeps having more income, and if he keeps doing this, Myriad will take the series. This is very close for Myriad right now.
It does feel like Myriad is very happy to go in on this. As we can see, those palace guards are just slicing through everything, and the longbows are just tickling them. Cataphracts coming out, once they get surrounded, it doesn't feel like they are doing enough to take this down. And even if Myriad loses all these units, there's another blob coming. And now Ilyona is starving. We can see that food per minute has completely plummeted, while Myriad, on the other hand, has 1,500 food per minute coming in. So even if Ilyona gets that farm transition going, it's going to take so long for him to actually get the food to handle these units. And now the archers are here. They're able to focus down the villagers. They have +2. This is feeling very, very tough for Ilyona right now. And you can see he's trying his best to clean this up, but even with the DC fire, he is struggling. That Lancer is just taking every hit like a champion. Now the villagers getting their pole arms out, Acrotoy on that poor man. But next up is going to be the next series, apparently.
Yep. Well played to both players here. And with this last game, we just had that idle time, and just being slightly ahead is just enough for you to just snowball the games at this stage, at this level. It's one tiny mistake or one slip up or one mistiming can just lead you to lose the game and the series. In this case, it was a best of 5 in the last game. Myriad came back from 2-1 down. Beautifully played. Congrats to Myriad, and well played for Ilyona as well. We had some really good entertaining games so far. Today has been very promising.
And we will be actually following the next series of Myriad as well, going into this, because we want to see the arc of this man, and he's going to be facing off against Kiljardi next. But guys, for that, I'm going to have to end the stream quickly and send you guys over to SteelSeries. So we're going to be raiding the channel, we're going to click BRB, and we'll be right live over there, so don't go anywhere. For those of you on YouTube, just stay where you are. It's going to look confusing, but it will be live on exactly the same place. But Twitch boys, you're moving over to SteelSeries pretty soon. So I'm just going to go on the BRB screen, and then we will be right back properly.
Hey, my name is Myriad and I'm an Age of Empires 4 pro player. I've been playing since release and my choice of mousepad is the SteelSeries Speed. The SteelSeries Speed allows me to get my mouse quickly across the surface and smoothly so, and stay at the top level. If you fancy a bit of help getting there yourself, get yourself one as well.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better.
We've all tried this. Ready to game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to get 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. And that's one part of 13,335, the weight of GTA 6. That's right, we did the math.
Hey guys, I'm Beastie. I've been playing Age of Empires 4 professionally for a couple of years now. My choice of mousepads is balance because I feel like it's a perfect combination between speed and control that I need in order to play RTS games, in this case Age of Empires 4. So if you guys are looking to improve your own gameplay, no matter which game you play, I suggest balance.
Hi, I'm Cole wearing an Arctis Nova 3 wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity. What'd you say? I can't hear him at all. And that's the power of a clearcast mic. Be heard.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
What's going on, everyone? Bear here from SteelSeries, and today we're going to be unboxing this headset. We're super excited for you to take this close look, so let's jump right in. First up, here's a closer look at the Nova 3X. Under that, you'll have this small box with your 2.4 wireless dongle, a USB-C to USB-A adapter, a double-sided USB-C charging cable, and your microphone with a removable pop filter. Now, just like the other headsets in our Nova lineup, the 3X utilizes our Comfort Max system, which has a lightweight and flexible build. We've brought back our soft airweave cushions for that ultimate comfortable fit around your ears, and the headset uses our custom designed neodymium magnetic drivers. Alongside that, you have an adjustable headband and a telescopic hinge to help fit every head type. Now, to attach your mic, insert the jack into the port on the headset with the flat side facing up.
Now this is going to be where you want your microphone positioned. You don't want to be eating it. You don't need it this close to pick up your voice, but you also don't want it so far away out of your face that it makes it harder to hear you.
You'll have some controls on the headset itself, including a mute button, a volume dial, a power and connection mode button, as well as your USB-C charging port. The Nova 3X has a 40-hour battery life and supports quick charging. 15 minutes of charging is going to get you around 9 hours of battery. To connect to your console, make sure that the dongle is switched over to Xbox. Then go ahead and plug it in and you're all set. For PC use, toggle the switch over to PC and plug it in. This also works on multiple other devices like your Nintendo Switch. Then you can use the Arctis companion app to access 100+ presets. And you'll still be able to have separate audio presets for both your Bluetooth and 2.4 connections. The Nova 3X comes in 4 different colors: black, lavender, aqua, and white. We hope you've enjoyed this first look into the Nova 3X wireless. Have a great day and for glory.
Hey, my name is Myriad and I'm an Age of Empires 4 pro player. I've been playing since release and my choice of mousepad is the SteelSeries Speed. The SteelSeries Speed allows me to get my mouse quickly across the surface and smoothly so, and stay at the top level. If you fancy a bit of help getting there yourself, get yourself one as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. I hope you're still here because now we're on the Steel Series main channel. I hope you enjoyed these amazing, amazing ads that we had prepared there. Myriad and Beastie, those were like some really professional looking ads. How are you guys feeling about those?
I love that. I love how it rhymes also with Myriad, as people in chat just really liked that one. And yeah, that was some quite impressive ads actually. I'm curious if it's like really that strong. Those headsets, they looked pretty strong. I want to try it myself, because I drop sometimes, and yeah, that happens.
It's always good when you can repair things. Like right to repair, that's awesome. And Steel Series supporting that, that's definitely a great thing to have. Now, we've got the draft ready for us. It's Kiljadi up against Myriad here. And man, okay, we're starting off strong. We got regions ahead of us. Looking at the draft, we got a little bit of a, I want to say, a good meta split overall between the two players. Both players got reasonably strong civilizations here for the draft. What would you say about that?
I think both players have very strong civilizations. I think banning or having to be forced to ban the Knights Templar is making the drafts and the games are a bit tougher than what we were used to in the past few months, because like it's not the top tier civ and on land. It's not a bad civ, but just because we have Kavasan and like hybrid maps, so people are kind of forced to ban Knights Templar because they're very strong. So that leaves more option to to see civilizations like HRE or more Rus or more Lancaster. Like we're seeing just the strong civs right now, because plus there was Mongols were also banned because it's just very flexible to have in your draft, right, Crackedy? Like I could play it on Kavasan, I could play it on Carmel, Baldland even, like it's a solid pick there as well, I believe. So yeah, it's just Mongol ban is also a bit unusual, but makes sense to me.
Yeah, and the current meta especially, I feel like Mongol always, they have this big power spike, right? Like with the Imperial Age, and even like in the current meta, I want to say, like once they get the step redoubt going, if they reach the Castle Age, which realistically they can always do because they can like feign a little bit of aggression early on with the double production, get a little bit of aggression going, just harass, keep your opponent on the other side of the map with either like Kashix or Mangadai, both typically work, and just be annoying, buy yourself the time that you need for that Castle Age. Step redoubt, I think a lot of people have kind of like forgotten just how strong of a landmark it is economically. 50% bonus gold income, that's pretty huge, and it's kind of the thing that enables these like fast Imperial Age plays, and makes sense to see them getting banned now, especially when we do have like some hybrid maps where getting that Imperial Age is even more realistic than on other maps.
Yeah, exactly, because you have that economic boost going for yourself from the Dark Ages, if not Dark Ages from feudal, and it's very good economic expansion for Mongols, because usually you don't really have that much like options to, like, it's not like Lancaster, it's not like HRE, right? Like you cannot go for farms or like manors or like Rus, like you don't get like bonus from like hunting or something. So if you have the fish, it's just like the best thing that you can get for your economy as Mongols. It's even better than, I would say, than the trade. So it's like safer, and it's food, that's the resources you will use to get Imperial Age. And yeah, if you have Imperial Age, you don't need much else these days with Mongols. But now we have Lancaster against Sushi's Legacy on regions, Crackedy.
That's gonna be very interesting as well. So Lancaster, they're kind of like the civilization that also plays very similarly, I want to say, to Mongols and like what their ultimate game plan goal is, which is getting to that Imperial Age. You either get like a ton of the spearmen masses out, or even some siege with the Culverin and the double Republican. Very strong options, and you're enabled to get there not necessarily by a step redoubt, but by those manors, which also act as a defensive building. So you just have a lot of ways to reach that fast Imperial Age while also being very defensive. I think a lot of players are currently like figuring out how good Lancaster are. But honestly, I think Zhuji's Legacy, they can put up a solid amount of aggression early on, even up against a civilization like the Lancasters.
Yes, I believe they can. Sushi's Legacy is no, it's one of the top civs. Hybrid, land, like booming, fast castle, pro scout. Like it's very flexible, and like they can do anything. I believe. And with the meditation gardens, they have some passive income from the start of feudal age. It's a bit like a manor, right? And here on regions, we have some berries or the gold. So technically, you will fight for every resource. Like if you need berries, you'll fight on the eastern side. If you want the deer, you'll fight on the west side of the map. And eventually, for stone and gold, you will fight in the center of the map. So you can just plan you can just adjust your game plan with Sushi's Legacy, and you can just get a really good meditation gardens on this map. So maybe Kiljardi will go for some Dark Age aggression even, because like it could get caught, because Lancaster can start with Dark Age Spearman as well, and because they have extra wood legacy from the English parent civilization. So yeah, we could see some Dark Age action for a good meditation gardens, because if he gets a good meditation gardens, he can get cast age very fast. And relics on a map like this is very important, because just gold is not that abundant, right? So
Yeah,
I
you
think
don't
we're
have
going
that
to
many
see.
ones.
We can have a game with a lot of action, or we can have a game with like a lot of camping, because it's Lancaster. So I'm curious what Kiljardi. It's up to Kiljardi, I think, because Lancaster is the game plan is like not going to really change too much. He will have to adjust to what Kiljardi is doing there. That's my guess of this game.
Yeah, Kiljardi definitely has like the options here, what he wants to do, right? Like maybe we could even see some. This is personally something that I would love to see in this particular matchup, is the good old return of the clown car. Good old return of the clown car with the Jugunu. It just makes so much sense, because in this situation you can't garrison inside the Lancaster castle, but it sounds like we might be just about able to jump into our game number 1 of the series here between Kiljardi and Myriad. Let's jump in. Right, and it is indeed the Dark Age barracks, as you prophesized here. So we will actually see Myriad going for a couple of Dark Age Spearmen here. Maybe lure some deer, maybe deny a good meditation garden spot.
Yeah, I believe it has like, if any map you want to make Dark Age Spears is Lancaster, this is one of them. And this is one of the civs that you want to make Dark Age Spears against, because Sushi's Legacy will start professional scouting very fast in the game. And you have one deer pack. Here on this map, you have only one deer pack that is not too far away from your base. So Myriad is just spotting that first deer pack from Kiljardi. So he can just be annoying. He can just focus down there on that one single deer camp. Plus, all the deer, if you look at the minimap, for our viewers as well, all the deer is on the west side. All the extra deer, all the neutral deer is on the west side. So there is a lot of value, I believe, for these spearmen. So he's actually going to cross the map different than what he did against Eliona. In that game, he was playing Lancaster and he pushed his own deer first. And I think this game, he just doesn't know where his deer are yet. I believe, because his scout just went across the map, right? Yeah.
Looking at the map overall here, like Kiljardi, he doesn't even really have to move out of his base for a good meditation garden spot, because he's got a really good one inside of his base. Getting the gold, the stone, and the berries in there right inside of his base with like a lot of safety as well means that he won't be able to really lose any momentum whatsoever due to that spearman rush, which is just about coming in now from Myriad. Looks like he is making his way over to the gold of Kiljardi. But realistically, because Juju's Legacy already spawned with an Imperial official, there isn't really that much that he can do with this.
Oh, that spearman almost caught a sheep. I was paying attention to that, and now it wants to be annoying on that gold. It's just 3 against 1 though. Kiljardi sees the second spear, decides to not contest it, not do anything, not rushing anything. He's actually still looking for his deer pack there.
He's just found them.
Yeah, just found it. I think he will be able to push. It's just annoying when you don't find it, but Kiljardi is going to age up now. What is that orange dot
he's moving
on
out.
the map on the east?
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
This is like
so unnecessary for his spawn, but it's still like it's not really necessary here in this one because this is like 36 times 3. So he's getting roughly like 100 food per minute. He would have just about gotten like 100 resources safely inside of his base there with a meditation garden there. It's food though, so it's like kind of understandable, right? Like it's a lot of resources that you get. This is like 3 villagers worth of food almost that he's getting there. So that's definitely very nice for him. I just think that if Myriad, like if only Myriad had 1 spearman there, this would be such a terrible play. But Myriad, he's just paying too much attention to the gold there. Now Kiljadi, he's rushing out, getting an outpost up there. The Chinese villagers, they're so fast in this one. Oh, there's also a really good spawn for Myriad though.
Oh yeah, that is a very, very good spot for Myriad there. I like the outpost play more, by the way, from Kiljadi instead of like 1 Chickanoo or something. Because, yeah, the outpost will just be enough to handle with all these spearmen. Oh, Myriad is not paying attention. I think the alerts kind of confused him. Yeah, the alerts can be confusing. Like, the Kiljadi, what he did there, obviously the... Okay, that's some nice pick off from Kiljadi, just killing some deer. This is what I don't like about deer pushing. Like, it's behind the wood line, so he's actually struggling more than usual to get the deer towards his base. So, and he's like getting kind of punished for that spawn, that it wasn't like his choice there, but he will be able to push 5 deer towards his base safely, I believe, in the end. Like, Kiljadi went with his scout first to the east, right? So he knew that there wasn't a spearman, but there could be a spearman on the way there as well. Like, he could just...
It was
like,
risky.
what do you do? You just, like, walk back? Like, he made sure that there isn't a spearman there, but, like, how can you... I would be so scared that, like, my opponent... I would think that my opponent would know that I'm going there, or, like, just send 1 spearman, because, like, where else on this map you're going to... Oh my god, that deer. That deer just doesn't want to be pushed. Yeah,
sometimes the deer can be a little bit possessed. I mean, honestly, like, we talk a lot about like how good like StarCraft players are, like in Age of Empires, for example. But I think this is like one of the aspects where, at least here, Age of Empires 2 players actually have a big advantage because they've been luring deer for decades.
Yeah, but isn't it a bit easier there? Because you would use like the follow command and just get behind the deer, and then you would just, like,
it's a lot easier.
Command. It's a lot easier, right?
Yeah, but did the follow command like always used to be a thing? Because I feel like the follow command was only used in like the last 3 years. I feel like before that nobody used follow command. I could be wrong though.
I think I always did. I'm not sure.
Maybe I just didn't know that was a thing for a good while.
Well, we have scouts coming out from Zuchi's Legacy. He's getting professional scouts really fast. So you're a very good Sushi's Legacy player, right, Crackedy? So what would you do right now? Like, would you go for that landmark there if you're pro scouting? Do you think pro scouting is worth here for Kiljadi if he gets maybe 6 deer from the left side? Because like Myriad could just very well, I don't know where the spearmen are, but he could be just very annoying for this. Like, you would have to do some units to get this. Maybe a palace guard or 2. Okay, they're on the way. After pushing the deer, they're on the way. Again, poor dog is getting punished for being on the way there. And Kiljadi is just bringing in his another one. Okay, happens. Kiljadi is just wow.
Oh, that's actually
now
a
you
lot
just
of
see
food.
the whole value. 100 food. It's like more than
honestly
a relic,
in this situation
but on food.
Yeah, honestly in this situation, as Sushi's Legacy, like you've got such a great momentum here with your meditation garden there, and also because Myriad delayed himself, right? Like he went for the Stargate Spearman, which realistically didn't achieve anything so far for him. Yeah. Honestly, Kiljadi, he could have just like foregone the entire idea of making scouts and going for pro scouts in the first place, because now he's aging up with the Mount Lu Academy. There is a timing that could have been achieved here, where you just go for Mount Lu Academy, you immediately research the supervision upgrade, and you just pump out palace guards and you dive. You just dive non-stop because the the Castle of Lancaster is actually not that strong of a defensive landmark at all.
Yeah, it's very useful to deal with like first phase units, right? But you cannot garrison inside it, so you're going to need an outpost for your gold. Like, it's just good enough, I would say, to get your manners up, right? So after that, I think like the real value of it comes from the levies. So, but we don't see any coming out. So Myriad is opting for some hobblers here, but the problem is
big investment.
Kiljardi. Yeah, it's a big investment. Plus, Kiljardi is already in Castle Age, so yeah, it's this. Well, we're going up to 6 manners though. Myriad has the stone and the wood is 2 more coming up. Maybe after that, with the Demi Lancers, you could just have enough time to jump to Castle Age. But the Hobbler investment is like, he already had the Spearmen, they already did their job. He forced into like 2 canoes, right? An archer range and 2 canoes.
They're so bad. They're so bad.
They're not bad. I love those units. I hate the
Their
unit
situation,
because they're
though,
too
let's
good.
say it like that.
Yeah. This is just not the situation, right? Like, this is not a horseman. Like, 2 of these guys aren't going to do much there. Like, you already forced two Chicanos out. I think you should be just happy with those 2 spearmen and like not go for hobblers here. And as he's like, 2 hobblers was just, kind of wasted there, but it happens. It was he tried his best with the units that he had. It's still kind of putting the Lancers away from his base as he's macroing up to Castle Age now. Only 6 spearmen. Does he have an outpost on his gold? Because if he doesn't, Kiljardi with a ranged armor, he can just dive there like all day. Look at his food
He
income.
does have 6 spears. Oh, there's gonna be such a tight timing though here. We do have the knights there. This is all about like Myriad is gonna really have to focus on hitting the Jugunu with the Manors and the Lancaster Castle.
Yeah, as we see, Lancers. Oh, they just one of them
didn't
got
get a
picked
kill
off
yet.
From the spearman. Didn't get a kill yet.
One kill.
First villager kill, and I think this is too optimistic from Kiljardi because it's an English TC after all. It's shooting double arrows, but 1 Lancer on that gold is just raking havoc there.
Oh my God, so
Villager
many
kills
villagers.
are going up to 7 now. This is a lot of villagers just going down.
Oh, that's so greedy. He's going King's College as well. That is so greedy in the situation, I want to say. Because now what do you have? You don't really have anything.
Oh, like, I would understand that more, like Demi Lancers plus 6 damage, Collar of SS with the King's College. Yeah, now he's getting it. I think the timing was just right for Kiljardi there. That just like pushed Myriad's Demi Lancers away 1 or 2 minutes. Oh, he could almost kill all these scouts, but he doesn't want to overextend. Because as you just pointed out earlier, right, like he just dived. There is no outpost, the Lancaster Castle. He's not able to garrison villagers, so good play by Kiljardi there.
Yeah. Definitely good play there. And now Myriad has gotten out his own Demi Lancers. We got 8 of them now. Call of S is not researched yet, not being clicked yet. So he still has to be really, really careful there. These Demi Lancers aren't that strong yet.
Yeah, that's just a bit of wake-up call. I'm still around. You don't want to be just walking around on the map. So, well, lost 8 villagers, but Kiljardi, I think, is just starting to pick up relics now. It's still, like, he has the lead, but it's not the biggest lead, I would say. It would be devastating if it was any other civ than House of Lancaster, I would say. His Myriad now has 10 spearmen, Collar of SS is coming in, and he starts making Lancers. Sorry, the Knights of himself from House of Lancaster. Kiljardi has a lot of Knights though, so he has the lead for now, maybe for the next few minutes. So Myriad, I believe, has to do his best to avoid these Knights and find some damage, find some monks on the map maybe. But Kiljardi is is one of the best like players when it comes to this, right? Like playing this position against Kiljardi would be really tough. As we see Myriad just directly going into his base because he knows where Kiljardi's army is, at least the majority of it. That's a nice charge on the villagers. One of them goes down as they hide in the village. And now we see Myriad also going for some relics himself as he has a monastery up. And he has 6 manners. He's down in villagers, but he has six manners. So I think the game is still pretty even.
Yeah, it could definitely be a lot worse. Kiljardi, he still has that great meditation garden spot, though, just helping out a lot when it comes to the economy. And we are also seeing a big investment to more and more Jugnus. Honestly, I'm a little bit perplexed by the Jugnus. I feel like just crossbows could have done so much more at this point in time. We do see a monk trying to bring a relic back. Kiljardi, with the mental awareness, after getting hit there by a couple of units, able to deny that for the time being. Definitely great pickup there. 150 gold, that is not cheap, and it's definitely like resources that Myriad would have much rather invested into more knights there if it came to like losing a monk or not, so has to reinvest there.
Ooh. If you notice the picture-in-picture there, Demon Lancers just cleaned up some of the knights from Kiljardi. As you can see, the destroyed value, even though he lost 8 villagers earlier, is quite even for Myriad because he had a really good pick-off there on that wood line. And now he's just going after some Chukunus. I think he didn't need to do that, but I think he already did enough damage, so he's just spamming more knights. He's not stopping. He's actually... It looks like it's not aiming to get Imperial Age as fast as possible. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is... I mean, at the moment, it's definitely in his favor, right? Because Kiljardi, he's just heavily investing into more knights. We're only just now seeing the first crossbows coming in for him. And Myriad, he's got all the counters at the moment. His knights are a lot stronger than Kiljardi's currently. And that's just where all of the strength is coming from right now. Kiljardi now also going for some relics, but Myriad, he's already capturing like 2 of them.
Yeah. I think 2 relics after what happened as he was aging up is really good for Myriad. I would be happy if I got 2 relics as Lancaster is actually getting the 3rd one. Wait, Kiljardi's...
That's great.
I could swear that I saw Kiljardi making monks earlier. I might be... Wow.
Maybe he cancelled it, but we do have a key at least like position for Kiljardi in the middle. There's a lot of Jugunus, so these spearmen don't really achieve too much here. Don't have that many crossbows yet, but Kiljardi is actually going to commit to this, and if he gets a keep up in the middle, that's a dangerous spot for Myriad to be in. We talked about this earlier, just how important gold is on this map, and all the gold being in the middle here. That is where you want to have access to, especially if both players are just massing knights, and Myriad is already on the last gold mine inside of his base.
Yeah, and it's like right in the center of the map, and 30 Chukunus now is getting dangerous. He's adding crossbows now on top of it. It's not just controlling the gold. Kiljardi, if he decides that, he could keep being aggressive as he wants to make a massive wall on the western side and just secure more of the map. He loves having map control, Kiljardi. This is getting to his more and more like comfort zone, I believe. I would say, like playing against him and watching him play, I think this is getting more like his realm. He could even just go for those knights, they need to kind of wake up. Ooh, that could be a big trouble. He's distracted in the base.
He just lost so many.
He just lost like 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it was 5 or 6.
In the blink of an eye, 5 in the blink of an eye. And he's still just massing more Jugunu. We still don't see like this massive switch into crossbows here. Honestly, at this point in time, like, you need crossbows. Myriad is still just adding in more and more of these knights, which will absolutely decimate Kiljardi's knights, especially since he now just has so much fewer of them. But still, the army count from Kiljardi, it's very, very impressive. And Myriad, she just doesn't have the tools at the moment to deal with that. Fight is coming in, as we do see in the picture-in-picture mode. There we go. The knights do find their way to engage onto the Jugunu. They're doing a great job there, following them with every single interval between the attacks, just taking so many down. This is the consequence of not having that many crossbows here in the army mix. These knights just able to survive so many volleys here due to all of their armor here, and they're taking down the majority of the army here now from Kiljadi. He was at over 35 Jugunus, and there they go, now down to 14.
Yeah, and that all happened under a Chinese keep, right? Like, you wouldn't see this happening every day. Not every player will just dive under there, as Myriad did, and Kiljardi has to go inside the town center for now, and he keeps kiting away, but the knights just, like, they don't care. They have +2 armor with some spearmen. They're still serving as some body block there for all these, oh, a little Wololo. Maybe we'll get a spearman. Oh, okay, one spearman.
That's actually useful here.
That's very useful against the knights. Not anymore.
And the crossbow's coming in now.
Yeah, like the blink of an eye. One little raid from Myriad just, and Kiljardi was not on attack move or anything. He was just walking. Like, then, like, he lost a lot of them without fighting, right? Like, if he charged into spears even, like, he could just take down something, or he could be, like, aware of it earlier. So it's just, like, very kind of unfortunate, but that's how the game is. Like, people used to say, well, AoE 4 is not that fast or anything, but, like, in the blink of an eye, Kiljardi just lost a massive leading position, I think.
Yeah, I would say it's just a very much momentum-based game, like decision-making.
Yeah.
That is probably one of, if not the most important aspects of Age of Empires 4, and we do have it here. Now, positive points for Kiljardi. He still has access over the entire middle gold. Myriad lost a lot of his knights. It is very hard for him to keep remassing those, I say, as he still has a big pile of gold, but if he spends that, he will not be able to find his way up to Imperial Age. In Kiljardi, he now has the population space that he needs for a switch from the Shuganu play that he did earlier to Crosshorse.
Yeah, and Kiljardi is getting Song Dynasty. Now, how do you feel about that? I think he wants to make like a farm transition with
he needs to. He's running out of food. Yeah, I don't think he needs a TC. He has the resource for it. I don't think he necessarily needs it right now at the moment, as he still has access over the middle gold. And it might actually be a little bit too greedy for him to go for that TC, because Myriad, he tasted blood. Myriad is now going to go for the all-in, absolutely 100%. Kiljardi going for a second TC here might just use a little bit, like, might just spread himself a little bit too thinly. That's very, very dangerous still, I want to say. But there is a chance that he could pull it off. I'm just going to say, against a civilization that just randomly got like an additional 12 yeomen from from the Master Noble's ability there, from the levying. It's very dangerous situation right now to be Kiljardi and to try and add a second TC.
It's something. Myriad has actually, people kind of sleep on it because we don't see it every day, but Lancaster Trebs, if he got the upgrade, I'm not sure, he will have extra HP and extra, it's visuals there, extra HP and extra range on those Trebs with the Yeoman, like with extra like range with the ability and everything. Like Myriad is in such a comfortable spot. Like he's not going like Imperial Age, spam Spearman like all day and like try to win like that. He's going for it because he knows kind of he needs to take that middle if he wants to play an Imperial Age also. So he doesn't stop, and it's actually better for him right now that he's not going for like some earlier Imperial Age Vanguard timing, like accessing that Vanguard units and everything. And he was keeping 2 sacrifices, so that's like a lot of gold for a few minutes already. Like we can see Secretary approaching 730, so he already got like 400 gold and more coming. It's like almost 500 gold now for Myriad just from the sacred side. So, and he has 3 relics.
He's even researching the upgrade to be able to create hand cannoneers in the Castle Age.
Wow.
So maybe a little bit of overconfidence there. Oh my god, that's a beautiful synchronized shot there, immediately killing 2 or 3 villagers there. And Myriad, he's got a very, very large standing army. Kiljardi his income until just a moment ago was at a measly 400 food per minute. He is getting a lot more food right now, and just because he switched over to the berries, but that's a very, very temporary food source at this point in the game. And we can see, like, Myriad, he's prepared. He's got the army advantage, and now he will send everything in order to get his own keep up in the middle, and Kiljardi's keeps falling. Not enough units here now for him in order to really take this fight. Is trying to get an SFBs in, but realistically, this is not a clock tower and SFBs, and there is enough anti-siege from Myriad. He's diving in. The mess of bees, not a clock tower, goes down immediately, and without the army, Myriad is just completely just running over Kiljardi's army and into the base, and Kiljardi knows he cannot survive any longer in this game. GG comes in game number 1, and Kiljardi, he's gonna have to go back to the drawing board in order to look at how he can do in game number 2.
Yeah, beautifully played by Myriad there. It looked very scary as he was aging up to Castle Age, and definitely Kiljardi had the lead. He had that all that time to get the relics, to do more damage, and as he wanted to just go and keep the map control in his hands, just in the blink of an eye, just lost some knights and then get pushed back, and Myriad just had the good read on the game and just didn't let the keep in the center just keep him away from the victory. So well played to both players, and now we have Myriad just 1-0 ahead.
Indeed. So now, yeah, we still have a good couple of games ahead of us here. Next up, we're going to be looking at our next game in this set. Players currently are drafting. They're deciding what map they want to see next. It is going to be Kiljardi that gets to decide the next map here, and it's just going to be plain old dry Arabia in the next one.
Okay, dry Arabia. Which civs do we expect here? I think HRE for Myriad. Like, if I was Myriad, I would play HRE here, looking at the other maps as well. And I expect HRE against Rus. Maybe.
Yeah, Rus definitely an option. Rus is just one of those civs that you can play everywhere, but we do also, I believe, have the Sacred Grove in there as well. If that is the correct map icon there for Sacred Grove.
I think it's Bolland. Oh, Japanese against HRE. Okay, one of them.
Okay.
I was saying, yeah. Okay.
Ooh, this is a tough one though. I want to say for Japan actually.
It is a very tough one for Japan. Myriad must be, I think, happy with the matchup he got here on this map. Well, Japan is still dangerous, right? Like, if you just let them push some deer in and then like get to Mounted Samurai or Onamushas against like against your own like men-at-arms or knights even, it can be very dangerous because they have very strong units, but they just don't have that economy that HRE has. They don't have that capacity to spam units and also be able to tech up as HRE. It's one of the number one civ for a reason, right? I would say it's a number one civ for a reason. It's banned all the time, so we will see if Myriad is going to just play it, just save, just maybe open barracks in Dark Age, or will he do something different with like maybe mine work and play in Feudal Age? I think that would be fine.
Yeah, I think Myriad is a very, I want to say, like, straightforward player in what his strategies usually are. So I do believe that he will just put all, like, the cards on the table and go for that Dark Age barracks opening and just try to do as much damage with as many units as early on as possible, while still, like, keeping a way open for him, like, depending on how much damage he does, to go up to Castle Age. That's typically what I see from Myriad here in those games. Just make use of units. Like, don't just age up while being like naked, like not making units. Myriad always makes units, and that's definitely a good thing to do, especially as the HRE, as they just have this big abundance of resource that they can use in order to pump out not just units but also prepare for attack advantage aging up.
Yeah, that's right. And Kiljardi is he has his own way of playing the game, right? He also likes to stay in Feudal Age, right? And he likes some Feudal Age action, so maybe he has some something in his mind to play against like HRE here. So
I think there's a good way for Kiljadi to still do well in this matchup. I think if we see something like, you have to be very careful in this particular matchup, especially when you make on a Begeisha, because HRE archers, they're a lot faster than normal archers. Now, you do have your own Yumi archers, which have equal movement speed, but they're a bit weaker, cheaper as well, though. But I think the ideal army composition is like something in between with Honor Begeisha and Mounted Samurai. But I do believe that we are ready to jump into our game number 2 now between these giants on Dry Arabia. So let's just dive in, everybody. We're jumping into Kiljadi versus Myriad, Japan versus HRE on Dry Arabia. And there we are. And we do also have Kiljadi opening up with a Dark Age Barracks, and Myriad doesn't have any more wood, so indeed we do have the double Dark Age opening here from both players.
Yep, not really surprising. I would say I would expect, or if I was either one of these players, I would start Dark Age Barracks. This is a bit of that RNG, maybe, with like the deer spawn. Maybe it could be behind your base, it could be like in front of your base, like, so you do want to get the deer pushed in, or you do want to just deny from the other guy from pushing all the deer into their base. So there's a lot of good uses. Like HRE, it doesn't hurt you, your spearmen are fast, you will use the barracks later on, very likely, and your economy is just strong anyway. Like from the first second of the game, it's like very, very, very strong. And as Japanese, it's very cheap, so like why not just do it, right? So both these
SAS,
civilizations...
I want to get your opinion on something here, because something that I just noticed. Do you think that Myriad... I'm sorry if I interrupted you there, but do you think that Myriad is going for a mine work here in this one? Because look at the way he placed his barracks inside of his base. He just ruined the perfect Archon Chapel spot.
Yeah, I think so, because I think he will do it, because maybe he's thinking that, okay, Japan wants to push in deer, like the way he just started, he's not going for his own deer, he knows where his deer are, right, in front of his base. That's an easy push if you're HRE, right, you can just easily push them in, but he's going aggressive. He doesn't want Kiljadi to have the safe food. He's actually fighting this, which is also, I think, fine, because he can just pull the low HP ones back, but he needs to pay attention. Oh, that one spearman getting hurt so much. And even if it's HRE spearman, that is like running fast, he's like going on the enemy territory there. So he needs to be a bit more careful with that. He can heal his spearman. He's not killing the deer yet. So I think he just doesn't want Kiljadi to have resources that will be much more useful later on in the castle age. So I would say yes. That is what he thinks with the mine work, but he needs to... Okay, one spearman goes down. He's just killing the deer. I think overkilling the deer right now from Kiljadi. Okay, another spear will go down if it gets charged, but very low HP. Barely makes it. Now, he will
put a lot of effort into that.
Turn back. Yeah, he put a lot of effort into that. I think he kind of caught off guard with that spearman just walking in. Because it's easy to mess up the Dark Age with HRE. HRE is one of the best civs in Dark Age, but I believe, Crackedy, it's one of the easiest civs to mess it up, like in the Dark Age from the get-go. Because you start 0 gold, different than other civilizations. So you start 100 resources less, but you have better villagers, you know, like better everything. But so, like, maybe he felt that pressure, because it's easy to mess it up. As I said, like, you misplace 2 villagers somewhere, it's like hurting you a lot more, hurting your age up timing a lot more. As we see, he has 6 villagers on gold now. Like, you're not going to keep 6 villagers on gold. He will have to move them away sometime later. So yeah, after all, no one is pushing their deer in, and Myriad is healing his spears up, and they're both making their way to feudal age. And okay, more spearman action. Kiljadi was busy killing that deer from Myriad. But it's not a fight that you want to take as Kiljadi, just because we just saw Myriad healing, as you see, like that low HP one. It will run faster than you. It will just run away. Be healed. Not if you pull back into the fight. 1-for-1. Still taking those trades. Myriad, I think, is busy aging up with Whamenqt Palace. He does indeed go
so
for
we
Whamenqt
do
Palace.
have that age up. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the other side, Kiljadi is aging up with the Curse Stars, and honestly, I think Japan, while they do get a lot of value, obviously, out of pushing those deer early on, I don't think it's like the be-all, end-all at the end of the day. And Kura Stars is just one of the perfect examples for that, because in the end, you will be getting up to 12 free farms from the Kura Stars, which is a great way of just like artificially, well, not really artificially, but like naturally boosting your food transition very early on. Means that you just have this way more gradual curve of getting your farms up online, because as soon as all of those farms are up, then you passively generate a little bit of wood. Basically 1 villager's worth of wood every minute. And it just helps you a lot with just going for that farm transition. And oh, Myriad, he's trying to go for a weak villager there. Is he going to find it? He is going to find it. While the spearmen do go down, or at least most of them do go down. 1 villager kill here very early on. That is 5% of Kiljadi's economy that he just lost. And that is quite a big hit.
5% of economy lost for the rest of the game, not just now. So it's really tough to have these early villager losses, and we see Myriad is going Whamenqt, and he will. I just expect him to. He's going pro scouts with Whamenqt. Okay, that's not something I expected, because I thought if I was HRE, I would be just spamming spears and archers most likely right now and just go for that gold. I know I killed the villagers, so I could have like much better timing before Japan hits Castle Age, right? So like Yumi cannot be a problem if you have a Whamenqt, right, Crackedy? Because like they already have low damage, and if you just get like +1 armor really fast, like you can just be free and aggressive. And okay, that spearman. Oh, okay, I thought that was
he got himself trapped.
Yeah, he got himself trapped. Is he going to lose a villager there?
He is not. Was close, but that villager is going to be able to tell the tale here at the end of the day. And I mean, Myriad, I kind of still actually like the idea of going for pro scouts here, because he wants to make a lot of horsemen here as well, as he will be getting like the upgrade from the Whamenqt in the end. And yeah, he's just going for mass military. Like we talked about this earlier, Myriad, he's a very honest player with like what his game plan is. The thing is, he sticks and he commits to it, and that's where it can get really scary, because sometimes you're like, oh, surely he's not going to commit. Myriad commits to the act of just like rushing up a lot of military and trying to harass you, cause idle time, and he just tries to create as much idle time as possible to the point where you just cannot recover and cannot hold up against the massive amount of military force that he puts up on the map.
It does indeed, and we see Yumi archers coming out from Kiljadi. So, but Whamenqt, but no blacksmith upgrades for Myriad. And yeah, Kiljadi is going spears and Yumi right now against archers from HRE. Well, you do neutralize one of the advantages of the HRE archers, right? With the extra speed that you have with Yumi.
Yeah.
So that's something that's like I can see that being a thing for you, but looks like Kiljadi is more worried about Myriad getting to Castle Age or something like that, more than Myriad's worried about double stables. Okay, that's interesting. That's something I did not expect, and I'm up all for it. Like I cannot wait to see how this game will unfold. As we see Kiljadi getting pushed back and rushing a tower up on his gold.
Looks like he has enough Yumi archers though.
Yeah, he has enough Yumi archers, but Myriad, he's on 4 scouts already, pro scouting. So yeah, just no other eco or blacksmith upgrades yet, as he's getting his first ones right now.
Getting in double broadaxe as well as the pierce damage upgrade for his own archers. Behind that, Kiljadi, as you mentioned, like double stables play now, and he is going to make horsemen. There's something to be said about like the intricate the ability of just researching owl pikes here for the Holy Roman Empire compared to Kiljadi's ability as the Japanese to just add a Yuma Bannerman there. because the Uma Beneman is gonna pretty much be the same thing here. You get the aura, your horsemen are actually gonna do +4 because you also get an additional blacksmith upgrade in the feudal age.
Yeah.
Meaning that your horsemen are actually still gonna be better. They're still gonna be outperforming even the HRE horsemen. You just need to be able to mass enough of them, which is difficult up against the economy from the HRE. But that's where Kiljadi's doing something really smart at the moment. He is very early on going out to the berries, and he did double upgrade his wheelbarrow replacement upgrade. So he's actually getting a ton of food in from those berries. Essentially, he's getting like 50% quicker food there. He's like a deli plus at the moment.
Yeah, he's like a deli plus at the moment, exactly. And now we see Myriad is being quite aggressive on Kiljadi's economy there. Tried to snipe a villager, wasn't able to. Well, one advantage that the normal archers have over Yumi is the HP difference, but now Kiljadi just has just a bit more, just enough to push Myriad back. He's actually shooting the horsemen down, not focusing on the archers right now. Oh, the spearman pushes back all those horsemen, but now maybe this is a bit of an overextension. I can't really tell because they're both streaming units.
It's very close. Yeah.
It's very close. It's very close. Very close trade, but yeah, like pro scouts against all these like free farms and all these berries. Like, look at the food income. Like, Kiljadi has actually better food income than Myriad right now. That is quite surprising to me, because he has a prelate, deer,
he's got 2
and under his town center.
Yeah, he's got 2 prelates, but in the end, like, 2 prelates is not enough to buff up all of these villagers, right? Like, he can only, of the 37 villagers that Myriad has, he's currently only inspiring 18 at the same time, so actually not able to get full inspiration here. We do see Outpikes just came in. Kiljadi, I believe he just got the... Yeah, he is currently researching the upgrade on his TC, so he will just in a little bit be able to get an Uma Beneman up on the field, and once that one hits, the Outpikes is going to be completely negated from Myriad.
Do you go for Uma Bannerman or Yumi Bannerman now?
It's a tough call to make. It appears... Is that Uma? No,
That
that's
is
Yumi, right?
Bannerman. Yeah, that is Yumi
Yeah,
Bannerman.
that is the Yumi Bannerman. So it appears like he is going to go for the Yumi Bannerman. Instead of +3, he's going to have +2 on the horseman. And honestly, like, you're mostly going to be hitting the archers and do bonus damage there anyways. So that still makes a good bit of sense to me overall.
Yeah, and Myriad is not looking to stop anytime soon, but we see Kiljadi is still making some horsemen, but it's also getting ready to hit Castle Age, as we see it's just garrisoning up into that outpost and upgrading it. A little horseman raid on Myriad's gold. I think he wants to make sure that Myriad is not getting Castle Age anytime soon, but he has to defend that outpost as there's a lot of HRE units on it, a lot of archers. If it goes down, he will lose 5 villagers instantly, but just doesn't have enough to defend this right now. And the upgrade is coming in for the outpost, but it's just arrow slits. It's not gonna give it HP. It's a lot of idle time.
Oh, that's a lot of idle time. That's a big amount of idle time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Mira realized it, but I think he's overstaying here under this outpost now that is upgraded with the arrow slits, taking some town center fire, and the Yumi, it's just they don't care about the horsemen because they were protected by their own town center. And now Kiljadi, beautiful maneuver, horsemen are back there, and the Minotaur and that horseman is just holding them back just enough to stay away from the archers. These are really close fights, but Yumi, he doesn't stop. Where's the Yumi Bannerman? Oh, he's coming. The units
just arrived.
Yeah, just arrived now. Now, this will be a wild chase, I feel, but look at the resources, Crackedy.
Yeah, he's going up to Castle Age soon. Kiljadi behind us, and he did manage to stabilize Myriad. He lost most of his front line, meaning that it's going to be a lot tougher for him now to try and dive that outpost that Kiljadi has, especially with the emplacement. Managed to repair the outpost as well. And now, Kiljadi going up with the floating gate, he's going to be able to get a good amount of mounted samurai in. And the villagers that were on the berries at the bottom side that just ran out, they're now going to go onto the gold. So even if Kiljadi loses access over the gold in front of his base, he will still have a great amount of gold coming in from the bottom side, where he still has that one gold vein. Double outpost, and is that double outpost actually, or just one outpost on the berries at the front side, where he is currently still trying to gather up food at the moment, which he will need a lot of once the Age-Up comes in as well.
Yeah,
there it
he's
is.
already upgrading it with the arrow slit. I would love to see a Springle Tower up on this spot here, but yeah, Myriad has a huge army now and a good food income. He wouldn't be very far away from Castle Age himself. If he decides to do so, he would be able to upgrade all these archers, and another good thing about my work, like you could get the +2 attack instantly when you hit the Castle Age, and Myriad just pushing Kiljardi away. Yumi upgrade is coming in, as well as Mounted Samurai will come out. I feel like Kiljardi will have some, like 1 or 2 minutes before Myriad decides to go for Castle Age there, but Myriad is actually queuing up more units. That is, as you mentioned before,
yeah.
he really wants to go for it. He really wants to deny the gold now, but let's see if he will be able to stop Kiljardi on its tracks. He's focusing down the Yumi. Kiljardi not kiting back. The town center is already firing on those archers. 3 mounted samurai there will be, I think, enough to counter everything on the field that Myriad has, as he's just queuing up spears right now. Spears mean that he will be maybe staying alive, but he will be staying alive in Feudal Age.
Yeah, no real easy way for him to transition into that Castle Age at the moment.
Yeah.
And Kiljardi, he's just continuing to push forward. Did get the upgrade in on the Yumi Archers as well, so now he has the option of pumping out Yumi Archers behind this, and is now also making his own farm transition. In theory, he does have the map control to once again move out onto the berries there, but actually, Myriad's doing a great job of just keeping on the pressure here and making sure that Kiljardi does not feel confident enough in order to really move out onto the map, move back onto those deer. He's actually doing a really good job here of just making sure that, yeah, Kiljardi does not feel strong enough to push out. We do have the first relic being secured, though, at the moment behind this. So Kiljardi, like, his economy scaling is looking pretty decent at the moment. Myriad also went for the first couple of farms. Does still only have 2 prelates in at the moment. And we're seeing even more production coming up. Yeah, Myriad, he's just flooding units while trying to look for like a slow and steady age-up. And if he's able to get the age-up, he's going to have a lot of arguably trash units. But even trash units, like in mass, we've always seen it, can be really, really strong together.
Yeah, they can be very strong together, but Kiljardi right now, he just queued +2 attack with Uma Bannerman and the Yumi Archers. The number is getting really, really dangerous. Maybe if Myriad was able to, Regulus Caterial is going up. Maybe if he spams enough crossbows or maybe his own knights, maybe he could stop it. But the mounted samurai is just going to be very, very scary for Myriad right now. Kiljardi already has +2 armor, and Myriad doesn't even have the Castle Age yet. So if he dives in right now with these units, and if he avoids the Spearman, he will cause a lot of idle time. And as he goes into the gold of Myriad, there is no outpost for the villagers. A bit slow there. Prelate also goes down, and as well as some villagers. Oh, that's a beautiful raid by Kiljardi there. Myriad was busy, I think, trying to deny the relics from Kiljardi. I think he was just overstretching himself, like trying to do a lot of things at once. Yeah.
Stretching himself in there with the APM. In the end, will have to pay the price there, as a couple of villagers do ultimately go down. Age-Up has come in now. He is going to be upgrading his archers to veterancy behind this. Control of the relics is a tough one at the moment. He is keeping archers in the middle to at least secure one of the relics there. Try and make sure his opponent isn't just sneaking that one in, but there's a big mass of units, and Myriad, he cannot stay here. He's got to run, but he's going to use a lot of units on the retreat just before he's getting the veterancy upgrade in.
Oh, indeed, those spearmen, as they're dying, they're trying to buy some more time for the archers, but more samurai coming in, and the spearmen are trying their best to give way for the archers, but oh, he's going in the wrong direction, the archers. They're still waiting for their upgrades. The spearmen, though, won't be upgraded anytime soon, so I think that's a fight those mounted samurai can take right now quite comfortably, but Kiljardi still wants to be more cautious as he's diving in slower and slower. He's not taking a head-on fight, he's just killing more spearmen and going after the villagers now. There is only 5 spearmen left, and I see 12 mounted samurai. I don't see Myriad killing this army anytime soon. Kiljardi is in the right place at the right time right now, and he's just... Oh, so many villagers will go down here.
Yeah, and I think that's probably going to be the end of the game here, as Myriad just does not have the resources to get Kiljardi out of his base, as villager after villager is going down. The entire food economy is starting to shut down. Prelate on the way back gets sniped as well, so no relic for Myriad. All the villagers underneath the TC just now idled out. We see some villagers actually moving forward, shouting, take me instead, I'm ready, I'm next. But yeah, it's just at this point in time, it is too little, too late. Myriad, he's just analyzing at this point, okay, where did I go wrong? But this game is thoroughly over, and GG is coming in. Kiljardi able to equalize the set. It is 1-1 on the scoreboard now, and we're gonna be taking a look at what is coming up next, right after we take a look at these statistics here that we got, because I want to see just how did this happen? How did the HRE not manage to completely out-eco the Japanese in this one? We're going to be taking a look at the overall economy, and we do see Kiljardi actually out-ecoing the HRE here. And I mean, that's just kind of like one of the follow-ups that happens if you do go for the mine work over the Aachen and don't invest into enough prelates there in order to keep your economy fully inspired.
Yeah, that was impressive play by Kiljardi already, and well, HRE, one of the best saves, right? But still, if you just play it correctly, you can just take down any save in the game. And as Japan, we were like in the beginning, well, this is going to be tough for Japan, for Kiljardi, but one or two mistakes that just leads to defeat or to a victory. And yeah, it was beautifully played. Now we're waiting to see what will be our next map. We have Kawasan left, Carmel left, and Boltland, right? Yeah, we have all these 3 maps. All pretty active, I would say. None of them is really campy maps, right? Like, yeah, the Kawasan, even if it's like a hybrid map, it has a lot of action, so I think a lot of action is waiting for us. Carmel as well, it's a famous night and very open map and a lot of food on the map, so you get a lot of units. And Boldan as well is in the same way. So with these 2 players that we have Crackedy right now, Kiljardi and Myriad, I think we're going to have a lot more villagers dying in this series.
Yeah, potentially. Wait. Can they hear it?
Mind, guys, they were listening to a voice and I forgot to press the button. So guys, this didn't awkwardly just look at the camera. That was actually just me yapping. So guys, there's the Glorange giveaway is happening right now. We will be running it throughout the series and not giving it away at the end of this one, but at the end of next one. So you can now enter by saying !Glorange to enter into the giveaway. So guys, for those of you who don't know, Glorange is just the most amazing little earbuds that SteelSeries released, and they're orange, gloriously orange, as we will see. We'll take a look at them a little bit later, but back to the casters and back to me going all quiet.
Thank you, Whamen. Yeah, definitely something amazing to look forward to. Honestly, I think that not just think that, but I'm really excited for like just getting like more in-ear, like gamer-ish type peripherals in the scene. Because let's not forget, like SteelSeries, they're actually owned by Jabra, and Jabra, they're very, very famous for their headsets and their in-ears. So definitely something to look forward to. I'm very excited for those.
I'm very excited for those, and I'm excited for our next game will be on Boldland, and we will find out what the civilizations will be for the players. Okay, now that we know the map, I think, okay, this time, I think Rus, we will see Rus, because, well, Rus is one of the best civs on this map, I believe. Maybe Rus Malian or, okay, I'm wrong on Kiljardi's pick again. He picked French.
But that's not good for him.
Yeah, like I was expecting Malian or Chinese, right? Like, and Myriad, I think he believes that Chinese will not perform good against Rus, like the threat of Rus there. So he picks Malians, and then Kiljardi is kinda, I feel like he's just baiting himself into this like unfavorable matchup, I would say, French against Malians, especially on this map, on this very open map. So yeah, we're about to find out. We will see how these players will handle this matchup on Boldland. Yeah.
It's definitely a tough one. Like if you're in Kiljardi's shoes, obviously you have to be. Oh, there we go. We got the gamer buds coming in here. Look at that. Look at the little inscription there. Good luck, have fun there at the top of the case. And I gotta say, like they look very, very stylish, man.
Yeah, they look good. I would be very excited to try them out.
I like the adapter there as well. Just like it tucks in nicely into the case. So even if you're like on the go, if you're like on your way to a nice little LAN event, for example, you do have that adapter. You're able to take it with you. And if you get there, you're able to just plug it into one of the PCs and you are able to enjoy that high frequency 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi level of very fast audio coming your way. With Bluetooth, there's obviously like a little trade-off. You get way more battery life, but you do lose a little bit up on the latency. But having that adapter with you, that's like one of the things that makes these gamer earbuds, because you're always ready to game with them.
Yeah.
All right, time to take a look at the bracket. Yeah.
Okay, we have right now we're looking at Kiljardi against Myriad. Just needs a little update there as we casted it was the first series that we casted Myriad against Eliona. Now winner of this series is going to play against the winner of CSO and Waldemar. I do not know the score yet on that one, but we have a lot of good games coming up on our way. Not just Kiljardi against Myriad, we have CSO against Waldemar, and winner of Cat and Muhuda match will play against Numudan. And remember, we have only one spot left to make it to the LAN event in July.
Yeah, and there are definitely a lot of very high-profile players here at the moment that are on their way, like, to compete for this last spot remaining. Obviously, like, probably the most high-profile player that we do have here remaining has to be Lucifron. So definitely a player to look out for. Other than that, though, CSO, I mean, that guy up and coming, but he's been making a great performance here so far. So definitely looking forward to that one. As he did actually manage to beat Waldemar out 3-0 previously. And yeah, currently still ongoing. Kiljardi vs Myriad, that's going to be the one where we will be looking at next. And definitely a very competitive bracket that we've got here ahead of us. Not just today, but also tomorrow.
Yeah, also tomorrow. And we're about to jump into our game number 3 against game number 3? Am I right?
Should be game number 3. Yeah, it should be game number 3.
Yeah, it should be game number 3.
Kiljardi and Myriad.
Yeah, I was supposed to, game number 3.
There we go, yeah.
Kiljardi against Myriad, French against Malians on Boldland. Kiljardi with color pink on the south side of the map with the French, and Myriad with the color yellow on the north side of the map, playing as the Malians. And he just starts with a pit mine, as you do with Malians. Now, Boldland is one of the famous like pro scouting map, because you look at all the deer on the map. They're all contested, they're all there up for grabs, and with French and Malians, I think we're about to see a lot of action on the map, starting right after we reach Feudal Age.
What's very nice on this map, especially for civilizations that do want to pro scout, is that just how segmented the deer are. Sure, you got like the 2 spots in the middle, but they are also segmented from 2 additional spots, which are like separated by these large wood lines there as well. So even if you're not able to have access to one particular spot of deer, you have plenty of opportunities or plenty of deer spots to switch up to if you can't really secure the first one here. So that's most likely something that we will see, or something that I'm interested in. If Myriad with Marlians is gonna like try to immediately contest the Pro Scout play, because obviously Kiljadi with the French, he's got the ability to just pump out 1 to 2 knights, so he will be very much able to deny Myriad even with the Warrior Scouts from Pro Scouting. I wonder if Myriad's just gonna add in a barracks early on. The thing with barracks is that the Donzos, they cost actually quite a lot of resource, especially wood-wise, and with the recent change-up to Pro Scouts costing 150 wood for normal civilizations, let's not forget French, they do get a very nice discount to Ecotex, that could delay Myriad by quite a bit when it comes to that Pro Scout timing, should he opt for the barracks play as well.
Yeah, sometimes I like that idea, sometimes I'm like, oh, I wish I didn't do this. So I'm not 100% sure, like, I have my own opinions about that. Myriad is running low on sheep. Is that his scout not finding any sheep?
Oh no,
Or
he
did
already
just
sent
drop
them
off?
back.
Oh,
He
okay,
dropped them
I
off
was-
there on their way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, where are the sheep? Okay, he has good number of sheep, as it looks like. I couldn't count, but it looked like 10 sheep on his side. And we see Skull of Cavalry coming up from Kiljardi. Do you just go for maybe just scouts instantly? That's French and very, very early Pro Scout.
I think you should still start with at least a single knight just to like be annoying, like get some vision in, and like if your opponent's like very greedy with where they go for wood first, especially on a map like this, because typically your wood lines aren't actually that close to your TC on this map, you might be able to fish for a villager kill early on. So that's something that I think you should definitely do, especially like we talked about earlier, like Pro Scouts is much more expensive for normal civilizations wood-wise, meaning Myriad will have to gather up a lot of wood. So that's actually like a spot where he is vulnerable, where he needs a resource in order to make anything happen at all. And Kiljadi, I'm not sure, because at the moment he only has 3 villagers on gold, so maybe it is actually just a naked Pro Scout play from him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I looked at the villager numbers on gold, and I was like, well, it doesn't really look like going for like a knight and Pro Scout, or like a wheelbarrow and a knight, right? Like you usually have more on gold. And let's see what Kiljardi will queue up from that School of Cavalry of his. Oh, he queued up a knight. Okay.
So he's gonna actually delay his Pro Scout a bit. Doesn't have that many vills on gold. Actually, it's not that bad. It is a little bit bad though. Like 130 gold at the moment. He's gonna need like 190. That's a good delay of like 20 seconds until he's able to get the upgrade in.
Yeah, and I think especially like against Malians, it's like a bit too optimistic. Like not too optimistic. It's like a bit unlikely that you're going to like get a villager kill or something, because like he will see a Skull of Cavalry and a knight, and he will start just making donzos right away. Oh, fast archer range. Did you notice that from Kiljardi? Horsemen now coming after the knight. Okay, that was the plan then.
And double broad axe. Yeah, he's not going for the Pro Scout play. It's a bait. Kiljadi, we were thinking that he might not have a plan, but in fact, he does have a plan in this one, and yeah, he's playing around that one now.
well, okay. Now that he revealed his plan to us, not to Myriad yet, what do you think of this plan? Right now, you're Myriad. You're going Pro Scouts. You see the first knight, and then next second, he's going to look, and he will see horsemen, and he will see an archer. Right, and he knows that Kiljardi is not going for Pro Scouts right away. So what do you do from there on? I think, I like the plan. I like the uniqueness of it, and I would like to see it work. But I think it's a bit unlikely. Remember, Malians, they do have heavy cavalry of their own in feudal age. It's not a French knight. It's not a royal knight. It's not like a Rus knight. Oh, that warrior scout is about to kill.
He's gonna get a kill.
He's gonna get a kill. That is huge, huge blow. And Myriad is just fighting with warrior scouts. He's not Pro Scouting yet. He will complete the technology now, but he's just pushing away these archers, being very annoying. He's playing this one really good so far. He has to back off a bit. As long as he doesn't lose these scouts, I think this has been really good opening for him so far. So the sofas are a thing, I believe.
They're so expensive.
Well, he's about to pro scout and he's Malians. Look at his gold. 0
The issue
gold.
that I see is that in Feudal Age, sofas still only have like 2 ranged armor, right? So they don't particularly perform that well against the army composition, but we do actually maybe
Double stable. Yes. Yes.
Myriad,
do it.
I think he might be getting Myriad might actually be getting influenced by Demu here.
No,
I think we might just see
want
mass
him to
warrior
do it.
scouts. I don't think we see so far. I think we see mass warrior
not that.
scouts.
No, mass warrior scouts. No, no. Sorry, I'm
Double
I
barracks?
was a bit too excited there. Like, he is already spamming archers. Like, he just brought in deer. Like, I would love this if he made just sofas. 2 stables.
Alright, so we got
only sofas. Come on.
We criticized Kiljardi a little bit earlier for his gameplay. Oh, we do see sofas. Maybe it's time for us to ask ourselves if maybe Myriad has got something planned here. Because, yeah, the sofa play is coming in. Kiljardi behind this going for his own pro scout play. This is, I want to say, this is a very unorthodox meta game here that we are seeing from both of these two in this matchup. And I guess maybe you have to play it in such a weird way, because if you don't, like, typically this matchup would be very, very Malian's favor, just courtesy of having probably the best units to deal with the Knight and Archer composition, which is probably by far the favorite that the French have access to in the Feudal Age, ahead of anyone else.
That is 100% correct. I agree with you on that. But right now, okay, like Myriad is having some trouble bringing in the deer, at least having the control over the map. He has to be careful against the archers. He has donzos, they can just throw some spears from afar. And some sofas, one more sofa coming out now. But like, this is the problem, I think. Like, sofa, you should be like, if you make one, you have to make another one. You know what I mean? Like, you should make more sofas.
They perform well in groups.
Sofas. Yeah, they perform, like, that's the strength of the sofa, right? Like, if you just look at the raw stats of a sofa, it's like, whatever, right? But we have so much room right now in the game for a lot of sofas. And I would really love to see that second stable going up and only sofas being played. But okay, another stable, 2 barracks and 2 stables from Myriad. He really wants to bring the deer in and have contesting the map. But like, longer term right now, Kiljardi is not pro scouting, right? He has 3 scouts though. Is he pro scouting?
He is pro scouting. He did get pro scouts, and he is actually actively pro scouting behind this at the moment. So he is getting a good amount of food, and he's got a good amount of wood in the bank as well, but he switched off of wood. Maybe this is the point in time now. Yeah, he is actually switching just into mass knights now, added in a second stable as well. Chivalry coming in order to heal those weak knights up as well. So this is more of the typical French that we see now. But on the other hand side, we're not seeing the typical Malian play. No javelin throwers have yet hit the field.
Yeah. Now that he's pro scouting, I like this more for Kiljardi. I like this more for him now, because before, if it was without any pro scouts, like, okay, like, it's a good opening, all right, like, he's not pro scouting, but longer term it wasn't really sustainable, in my opinion. But now that he's pro scouting, now he's spamming knights. And Myriad has, like, sofas now against the knights, right? Like, that's not something that you want to do. So that second barracks kind of pushed Myriad back a bit, I feel like. So now, right now, he has to play in Feudal Age a bit more, and he has to make javelins now. So it's a bit weird spot for him, I believe. But he has 2 pit mines and more deer coming in. But the thing is, will he be able to bring in more and more deer? He has 0 cows. He has no cows at all. And yeah, he's making more warrior scouts. I think he just realized that that Kiljardi was also pro scouting. Maybe he just realized it, so he wants to rush on that, bringing deer more in. And Kiljardi has more knights and more archers in queue and is looking to cross the map on Myriad's side. Yeah, knights.
He's also doing a great job of walling half of the space there, because like that's like one of the key strengths of the Malians, just having that mobile army, and especially with the Sophos, which they do actually have more movement speed than the Knights from the French here. So being able to outmaneuver your opponent, being able to just shrink the amount of mobility that your enemy has by getting walls up at least on one side of your base already helps you a ton, because then you're able, like, if you're getting hit, your villagers can just move through a gate, past the wall, and your opponent's gonna have a tough time to follow them.
Yeah. Myriad only has sofas that can actually like really hurt your villagers. Oh, nice pick off there from Kiljardi, killing one warrior scout. Maybe it will be two if Myriad doesn't pay attention. He killed 2 scouts and running away with the low HP knight, and we were seeing Myriad was trying to raid on his gold and getting pushed back by the knights. Kiljardi is maintaining his composure, let's say, a bit better, because he's not taking damage but dealing damage right now. Killing the scouts is actually like equal to an eco damage right now, at least like in my mind. And Kiljardi, oh, a bit indecisive there. Myriad is on point, but he will have to pull away from that wood line, and that is big idle time. This is a lot of damage right now in Myriad's base, and we see first javelin throwers getting queued up, but there's already 14 archers on the field. He needs to rush those javelin numbers up as soon as possible, because javelin throwers are made in 22 seconds, unlike the archers, which are created in 15 seconds.
Yeah, definitely something where you really, like, you need to be wary in this situation. Like, how many ranges does Myriad have? Is it 2 or just 1 at the moment from which he queued up the javelin throwers? Because that's like the main point where you want to have more production buildings in. Okay, he does have 2, and he is adding in cattle into the cattle ranches, but it's also so difficult, just as you mentioned earlier, like he got pushed away from the wood a couple of times there, and that's just the main factor right now that is slowing you back. Like that's the needle in the haystack, where Myriad just needs to find a way of just delaying the push in from Kiljardi until he has enough javelin throws out.
Exactly, and Kiljardi is getting +1 armor now. He really wants to fight sometime soon. I think if he deals with all these like units running around from Myriad on the map, he will just group up and he will look to do some damage, maybe on the wood line, maybe on the gold of Myriad, because I think he knows that he has a better army. He's getting ram upgrade, yeah. He's not thinking of castle age. It's as we expected, right, from these players. It's going to be a lot of aggression, a lot of houses, a lot of infrastructure in front of Myriad's town center there that can go down. And Myriad, if he tries to get to castle age now, he's risking a lot of things here, and he's floating some resources. He wants to get to castle age, but he doesn't know that Kiljardi has such a big mass. I think it's a surprise to him. It's 16 knights right now, and with the ram upgrade, the siege works coming up. Oh, that's a traffic jam between those buildings. Some donzos are going down, knights are going in. They do not care of the town center fire, and he keeps going in. The military numbers look great for Kiljardi here, but he decides to back off. He just got the ram upgrade, right? He wants to get the rams because there's some javelins there. Yeah,
and behind us as well, like Kiljardi could very well like reach castle age in just a matter of moments. And once again, the javelin throws, Kiljardi just forcing Myriad out of position here. And now so many javelin throws going down. We see a lot more javelin throws in the queue now, as Myriad just lost a bunch, but Royal Institute is coming in. Kiljardi, he knows his position. He knows what he can do once that landmark comes up. And that's what he's playing for now. Once you get that royal bloodlines in, these knights are gonna be able to even fight up against the Donzos very comfortably, even underneath the TC.
Yeah, that is 100% correct. But I think even like just getting a veteran royal knight would be enough to just win the game now. Like you don't even royal bloodlines, great upgrade, as you said. It makes your knights like super knights for castle age, especially. Oop, those sofas will be taken care of really fast there. Like I think you just wait, veteran upgrade, maybe the charge upgrade, candle saddles, and then you just go in. If you're Kiljardi, like it will be just enough. Like it would be perfect because it takes only 30 seconds for Kiljardi. Look how fast that knight upgrade is coming in compared to the archer upgrade that he has. Myriad rushing it up, 27 villagers. Also, he will be upgrading his units quite fast because that's a Malian bonus that's usually getting slept on, I feel like.
Oh, it's such a big bonus being able to get the veterancy upgrades in at half the time needed and half the cost as well.
Yeah.
But it's still like such a tight timing here. Myriad, he doesn't actually have the gold for it. Even with that reduced cost, he's going to have to go for a drop-off and wait for the passive gold to come in. But this is such an awkward timing now, as Kiljadi's army is just now hitting veterancy already in on those knights, and he is not giving Myriad the time that he needs to get those upgrades in. Nard's trying to charge in. We do have a little bit of a choke point here. Myriad trying to just force the fight to happen inside the choke point. He has got so many cattle in, but yeah, Kiljadi, he's just being relentless here right now. No focus fire on the archers at the moment from the TC. Archers now also upgrade with the veterancy. So many villagers here now going down, and the javelin throw is kind of frontlining as well. Myriad doing his best to focus down the archers, but the Donzo number, they're just falling so quickly. Couple of reinforcement Donzos, but we're down to 4 at the moment, and the archers, they found them. That's it.
That's it. Kiljadi, as I kind of expected, he just got the veteran upgrade. He heard the HF from Myriad. He just went in, charged, and like didn't even wait for +2, right? Like a lot of players, a lot of even high-level players would like waste time there, I believe. Like I could be one of them as well. Like I could just waste time and then just like lose the game maybe later, like make it harder for myself. But Kiljadi was just so on point. He knew that it was his time to just take the game away. He just went in, veteran Royal Knights, Cannon Saddle, just went in, took the game away, and now he's leading 2-1 in this best of 5 against Myriad. Match point. He must be feeling more comfortable after this game, because this one was more... It had a lot of action on the map, right? Like, you must be feeling good after you're winning this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was one of the games where we were definitely, I want to say, like, I'm not sure about you, but I was definitely like favoring Myriad just from a matchup kind of point of view, just because Malians, they're so good up against the French. They just have all the tools that they need in order to deal with the French army. But Kiljadi, he did such a great play here, I want to say. Like, I think he really knew how to handle this just by going for the very early aggression. And he caught Myriad off guard. And Myriad, he struggled with finding the correct army composition to respond as effectively as he wanted to. We saw him add like a couple of sofas, even more warrior scouts, because that was like kind of the thing that happened at the beginning. Like the warrior scouts worked for Myriad at the beginning until they didn't. And Kiljadi just managed to build up on that little bit of an advantage where Myriad kind of trapped himself in the wrong army composition. And that's like one of those things that can just kind of happen to you when you take like one good trade and you're like, oh, this is good, I should do this more often. And then it doesn't scale. And this is kind of what happened here. It didn't scale, and Myriad, once he found the right army composition, it was just a little bit too late. He could not get the right army mess up. Maybe also overboomed a little bit in the cow boom. Couldn't quite find the timing. And in the end, Kiljadi able to win this one, 2-1 now. But we're still in the best of 5. So there are still more games ahead of us. And next up is going to be Sunken Lands, Sassy.
Oh, it's Sunken Lands. Oh, I thought it was Is it Sunken Lands?
Oh, is it?
I thought it was Carmel.
It might be Carmel. I might be a little bit blind. You know, sometimes my eyes, they play tricks. This is why I have the glasses on, but clearly they don't compensate enough in this point.
No, I mean, they're new maps, so like both of them are, it's easy to be confused by it, because they just...
I feel like they look similar. Like
they're
they have
similar
these kind of
also,
cliffs
yeah.
that...
Yeah, they have the little cliffs and like these very open-ish map. They're both very open. So yeah, we will find out the civilizations. I'm still waiting for that ruse from Kiljadi. Be it Sunken Lands or Carmel, I think ruse would be a very good pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carmel. Like you can't even just skip pro scouting because there's a lot of sheep, and then you just go for like fast castle with ruse and like
get it's so good there.
A certain number faster. You
Got
can
a
even
massive
pro scout
as well.
later. Like there's so much deer on the map. You can even like pro scout later. Ruse coming up from Kiljadi. Ruse against China. I think this matchup is like China is one of the best civs in the game, one of the top civs in the game. But against Rus, they just don't have that. They just don't have that thing that like French could fight against Rus, right? Like even Ottomans, HRE, Lancaster, they just don't have the tools to fight against Rus or compete against Rus. They have the economy, but I feel like they just don't have the units or the, I don't know, timing maybe, if someone could say, to fight against Rus. Well, we will find out what Myriad has in mind, but we had seen Myriad earlier today coming back from 2-1 in a best of 5 against Heliona, so let's see if he will be able to do it again. What do you think of China against Rus? What do you think about this matchup?
I think overall it's a pretty decent matchup for, I want to say, like, both civilizations. I don't think there is a civilization that's like inherently immediately favored. Something that I want to say is, I feel like if the Rus get like their fast castle age up going, there's like a little like hidden timer of like 15, let's say like 15 to 18 minutes, where if Rus doesn't win or like do significant damage within the first like 15 to 18 minutes of the game, China starts pulling ahead. I think like the first 15 to 18 minutes are very much Rus favored when it comes to the tempo of the civilizations. And after that, it starts switching over to China depending on when they get their Song Dynasty timing in, or whether they go for like their own fast castle age, because you always do have the taxes, and especially in a map like Carmel, you can get a lot of use out of the deer, like out of map control, or even if you pro scout, just out of a lot of food. And with the like supervision that you get as well, like it's just so much bonus food as well. You can actually get like a critical mass going to compete up against even like the higher quality Rus Knights. And the longer the game goes, like China just pulls ahead due to taxes and supervision.
Yeah, taxes are something for China here. It's like one of the main strengths that they could have against Rus. But the Rus, as I said, especially if he does that like no pro scout into Castle Age, like I don't know, I would like to be Rus on this matchup at least, but still, it's just like we're just talking about like as if it's me playing against myself, right? But like players just have like different preferences. Like even the top players, right? Like they have, well, I think this is the best one. I think this civilization wins in this matchup. Like there is no one correct answer. So players have their own differences and their own play styles also will be something into that. So that's why we're about to find out now. Kiljardi against Myriad soon. And we're ready. Let's go into game number 4.
Indeed. Game number 4. We're jumping right into this one. This is going to be match point now for Kiljardi. He is leading 2-1 at the moment up against Myriad, and we do see him playing as the Rus here in the color orange on Carmel, putting up those double hunting cabins here, as we typically see with Rus, just able to secure a lot of passive gold there. Thank you, BC, coming in with the raid here. Very much appreciated. Welcome, Raiders. As you are now seeing our game number 4 between Myriad and Kiljardi. Myriad here with the Chinese, and you know, China, their scouting is definitely on a little bit of another level, because you just take a look at their line of sight, and China, they just have this massive line of sight bonus on their scouts, meaning that they can just see the sheep from very far away. There we go, Myriad sees it, spots it in time, gets that sheep in. And especially like a map on Carmel, there's already plenty of deer out on the map, but there are also just so many sheep that you can secure as well at the same time.
Yeah, this map has a lot of food on it. Not just the deer, not just the sheep, but also the berries. Like obviously China and Rus, they're not the berry sieves, but they have like their own advantages of having like some extra food on the map. Like even the berry sieves here, like a Basset, Eubid. I really like to play Eubid here, like personally. Like those civilizations also do have their own options there. Like you don't have to be hunting. Like as long as you're like a good berry sieve, you can still like do a lot of things here. So maybe it's a bit too much food to my taste, but it's a new map, so it's a very open map, so we still have to, I think, figure it out a bit more. And yeah, but yeah, right now let's compare the scouts from Kiljardi. 2 scouts from Kiljardi.
We do have the picture-in-picture, so we can't see the sheep at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, we can.
There we go.
Okay.
So
we do
Myriad with
have-
11 sheep.
Not great, not terrible. Okay, okay, okay.
30, 14.
It's
Yeah,
about,
that's
it's about,
reasonable.
it's normal against 2 scouts from Rus,
Yeah.
right? It's like pretty normal.
Yeah.
And you're China with the extra vision and all. But the thing is, Kiljardi did not go for a 3rd scout, which usually kind of indicates that you're going for pro scouts, right? Plus, one thing to point out, this map has those 3 deer just right next to your town center that you can just push in there, just a little bit pushing under your town center. So that's a lot of food. That 3 deer may look like it's not a lot, but it's a lot of food, right? 350 each. So it's just enough to like get to Castle Age and start rolling from there. Plus with the extra sheep that you have. So maybe okay, Kiljardi made his 3rd scout. Forget what I was saying.
I mean, at this point, it makes sense to a lot of sense to go for the 3rd scout in the transition, like on your way to feudal age, because you mentioned earlier there are only 3 deer nearby your base, so you don't really benefit from the 3rd scout like helping you lure at the beginning. It would just like delay your feudal age timing a little bit. So going for the scout in the transition just makes a lot of sense. Something else to take note of here on this map, we mentioned earlier, there's a clear abundance of food on this map. Something that there isn't an abundance of, though, is gold. Players around their base and in their base only have small gold veins with 1600 gold inside of them. This is why China and Rus are just such prevalent civilizations on this map, because they do have those tools of expanding their gold income without leaving their base, just thanks to taxes and also the bounty from the Rus there with the hunting cabins.
Yep, and we see Kiljardi. Okay, going for the pro scouts now. He just clicked it up now. He wanted to get the lumber camp first, and he's queuing up more scouts. And Myriad, I believe he's doing the same as he's banking up his gold. Well, Rus and China here, it's not just pro scouting, as you just mentioned about the gold. They both have their own very nice ways of generating gold without actually gathering it, right? Like the China taxes and Rus with the hunting cabins plus the bounty. Like they're just like really good. They're both really good on this map, right? Like you are able to just bring in a lot of deer. You're able to produce gold from outside gathering it. So as to say, so yeah, Myriad is going for his own pro scouts right now. Kiljardi is not stopping and keeping the scout production going right now. What is the follow-up from here as China? Like, well, this is all pretty standard for now. Right?
Yeah.
IOs, scouts, pro scouts. He's even going to try to steal one. I think, okay.
It's not
He's
gonna
like,
happen.
right, that's not gonna happen, and that's like, there's a lot of deer, man. Just stop stealing from him. Just go get your own deer.
Go get your own, man.
Yeah, go get your own. There's like a lot. Like, just share. Like, like, do you even try to stop the other guy, like, from like pro scouting right now? Like,
I
it's a
think,
lot of
honestly,
deer
like, you-
everywhere.
I think you don't even go for like a barracks or something like that. I think honestly,
Yeah.
like in this matchup, you just make more scouts. Like you got the supervision, right? So just make like 10, make like 11, 12 scouts and just overpower with scouts, because yeah, you can add a horseman or two as well. In the end, like your opponent's Rus, they're more than likely not even gonna make a production building until they hit Castle Age. So you should be able to just spam out more scouts and win the battle that way. Myriad, he did actually, I want to say, overgather like a lot of wood at this point as well. He's got 500 wood in the bank that he can't really spend right now. Maybe he want to add more production buildings, or at least keep the option open of adding more production buildings. But this is putting him in a rough spot when it comes to time, because looking at Kiljardi's income, his resources, he is very close right now to being able to click up to the next stage.
Yeah, indeed he does. And Myriad just, I think, believed stopped gathering wood totally. Yeah, he did stop gathering wood. Kiljardi is about to get to cat. I like this 3 horsemen though. I like these 3 horsemen. Like it's still going to, okay, not if you just follow it all the map. Well, still gonna kill one scout, but yeah. Barbican coming in.
Ooh, in the middle of the map as
Okay.
well, securing gold and map control.
Oh, okay.
It's a delay though.
Ooh, it's a big delay though. Like,
yeah, 600 resources there.
I mean, do you really want this as Chinese? I'm not really sold on this, Barbican.
Yeah, it doesn't really achieve a lot, but then again,
Look,
you are starting the passive like scaling of your own villager economy a little bit earlier. And at the same time, like looking at your income, you're not that far off of just hitting Castle Age. Like by the time that Kiljadi arrives in Myriad's base, he's gonna like have an answer to 1 or 2 early knights, but also just be able to go for the age up himself.
Yeah, he's not too far away from reaching Castle Age himself, and well, the thing is, Kiljadi is not making horse archers. He's actually going for the knights because there's already horsemen out. So he will open with some knights. Myriad needs to be careful, taking a TC fire there, plus the knight charge. Oh, those horsemen.
You could actually say he costs idle time on the villagers there, so that's worthwhile.
Yeah. That was, I mean, Rus villagers hunting, right? Idle time was good for him there. And Myriad wants to play only knights? He does know now Kiljadi is on stables and the knights. Well, okay.
Well, that's a far out Imperial Palace.
Okay, Imperial Palace. I mean, he wants that extra vision, right? Like, he doesn't want to get raided, maybe. But only 5 villagers on it right now. He will be behind in knight numbers at the start, and he will be behind in
he's pulling too many vills. Look at that. He's pulling 10 vills. He only has 2 villagers on food at the moment. Oh, this could be very devastating.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's a lot of gold. Like, as we were mentioning this, like, he just aging up, and 1 IO with only like 5 villagers on gold is just bringing in so much gold for him. It's just a lot of gold.
This is where like a big aspect actually comes in here, and it's like civilization knowledge, like how prevalent your skills are with many different civilizations. And I think here we see maybe like Myriad typically not necessarily favoring the Chinese. They came in very late into the set anyways for him. And right now it's just the macro being a little bit off. We do see him retasking a lot more villagers over to food now, and he is going to need a ton of it. We see the first couple of crossbows coming in. But behind this, like Kiljadi already 2 warrior monks out, and they are so quick, so quick at bringing in those relics for the Rus. And we see 2 of them are pretty much already on the way now for Kiljadi.
Indeed. Like this horseman and crossbow composition, like it can start fighting against like the Rus army at some point, but if that is only if the Rus wants to fight against you, right? Because horse archers plus knights
can't move out.
You cannot move out ever, and you will not be able to get relics, I feel like. So Myriad has to come up with something sometime soonish, because you may just get like bullied around on the map. Like you may get like just outmaneuvered, I would say. Yeah, outmaneuvered, like not just relics, like the units themselves. Like he wants to compete against some of these relics, I think, maybe. Because it's just only 2 knights, right? Okay, Kiljadi is switching back to horsemen now. He wants horsemen and horse archers against horsemen and crossbows. And Myriad is actually doing yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So Myriad, if he makes a barracks and some spearmen on top of this, it may sound a bit weird. Maybe for now, just for the relics, it could be okay. But Kiljadi is bringing in 4th relic right now.
Yeah, Myriad, he has gotten 2 monks out now. Like, even if he doesn't get, like, more than 1 relic, he still has the way of scaling if he gets sacred sites, but getting that sacred site control is actually gonna be quite rough for him, just because Kiljadi, he's got the way more mobile army at the moment, with horsemen, with the cav archers, and they're gonna do quite well, even up against the crossbows, mainly because he can also, like, the crossbows don't do any bonus damage up against the cav archers, And Kiljardi can further improve them with Boyar's Fortitude, at which point those crossbows will... Like, you're gonna need a lot of crossbows in order to one-shot the Cav Archers. And the Cav Archers, they do, like, equal damage, don't cost gold, and have more health. And there it is, Boyar's Fortitude now also coming in. That's gonna add so much value to the army.
Yeah, this is going to have so much value. Like, every unit you see at the top bar there is mounted. Even the monks, even the scouts, everything is just mounted on a horse. So it's a big value for Rus' army now. And we don't see a lot of eco upgrades from both sides so far. And Kiljardi knows where the Imperial Palace is. And he's going around to not be seen. But I think Myriad spotted it. Okay. The scout was there. He spotted it. He was like turning around. Otherwise, it could be very devastating because he has the slower army. Or maybe he doesn't know about that big part.
You should see them in just a little bit. Can we get some? Can we see what Myriad sees at the moment? Oh, he's gonna see that. Now he sees them.
He sees them now, and he's going to make a village there. Village can help him. That one already built there to garrison to minimize the damage.
If you do. Oh, he didn't garrison. Oh, 3 villagers down. 4 villagers.
Kiljardi is just like doesn't care. He's just going for the villagers now. He's staying and wanting to kill villagers. Another IO goes down. 7 economy units.
Oh, the gold as well
goes down. But was it worth it? That was a lot of horse archers that was lost there.
It is a lot, yeah. And let's not forget, like, Myriad is in Song Dynasty, so he is going to be able to scale up the village production behind this. 2 Imperial officials, he can just remake those very easily.
I don't feel like it was worth it. Like, right now, the military numbers, like, the horse archer's strength comes from their numbers as well, right? Like, if you have a lot of horse archers, they just, like, deter your opponent from, like, being active and in very large area on the map. And now he's just, like, losing all those horse archers. Maybe he felt like that he needs to do some damage. Maybe he felt like he cannot, like, come back. But if he just kept moving as he went in, I think he would just, like, be able to save them. Now
resources for Myriad.
Yeah, look at the resources for Myriad. Like, I think it's looking good for him. Like, the numbers, resources, everything. Like, right now, what is stopping him from adding knights right now? Like, he has the stables.
Yeah.
He has the upgrades.
Just 10 knights immediately.
Yes, just supervise 10 knights and then just go for it. Like, Myriad is that type of a guy that would do this, right? Like, we know him. And yes, he's killing the knights. There it is. Yes. There we go.
He can't hear us, by the way. It's not like we're giving him like player tips right now.
No, he cannot hear us, but like that's you know where you are in the game, right? Like he knows he killed a bunch of horse archers and he sees the army. He's against horses. He's against horsemen and horse archers. But now Kiljardi is also expecting that, I think, or just intimidated by the sheer number of horsemen on the field. He's adding his spearmen.
And we're getting to that point in the game that I mentioned earlier, where you are now in that situation as China where you just scale better. Kiljardi, he kind of threw away like his army there. We talked about it. And now he doesn't have that going for himself anymore. At this point, like, because Myriad also added the Barbican that early on, he lost 11 economy units, and he's still ahead in economy numbers just because he gets those villagers in every 15 instead of every 20 seconds. It just adds up so much.
Yeah, plus the IOs, right? Like, he just lost an IO, but he just, like, remakes it, like, from the landmark, not from the town center. So that's, like, also a huge buff. 20% on everything that he's getting right now. Now he's adding Nest of Bees, Knights, and even Chukanus getting mixed in. I think, like, at this point, I don't know, it's a bit surprising that we're seeing Chukanus, but they already have crossbows, so, like, adding some Chukanus there for extra DPS. As you're adding the knights, like, you're just... Is it bad? Like, he's just enriching his army, like...
It's a nice, like, just meat shield or just, like, mass unit to, like, have overall. But can we quickly check Myriad's production buildings and economy buildings inside of his base, just see how many taxes he's got in there? Because I do notice that he's got every single Imperial official supervising. And we do actually see, like, there's a fair amount of gold inside of these production buildings. 110 inside the barracks there. We got, like, 80 here, 135 there. and there's nothing going on in the blacksmith at the moment. He doesn't need to supervise that. There's like 1,000 gold inside of Myriad's base right now, just waiting to get picked up.
Yeah. Would it be it's too much. It's too much tax, and he's like, he can't go Imperial Age if he decides to. If he just stops like doing anything right now and just gets back on gold, gets the taxes, all of those taxes in, he can go Imperial Age. And here he already has the Barbican, and the central area, as you mentioned in the beginning of the game, is very, very important. That is the only big gold that's on the map, and there's 2 more tiny golds around it. Oh, Kiljardi is starting to trap it down. He doesn't want to give him more time.
That's gonna take a while to trap down, since like Myriad, he can just repair that with wood. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a landmark. Springles now, after he spotted the spearman. So I think Myriad is just like getting a doomsday army. The knights are going back, the lancers from Chinese are going back to deal with all these horsemen.
We just did Myriad a favor by pushing that Imperial official away from the blacksmith. Myriad might now actually start collecting taxes.
Oh yeah. Sometimes, yeah, like even on the highest level, you know, like some unexpected things just changes, like
look at the gold going up. He went from 700 gold to 1,000.
That can we take a look at that guy that's in the base, just like gathering tax for a bit. Like, look how much
here, 70 there,
70 there. Let me get more from. Oh,
loses his life. Unfortunate.
Well, he will.
We just get another Imperial official. Yeah,
it's almost.
And
free.
Another.
Okay, he needs to get 2 more, but it's fine. It's fine for him
if he realizes.
Yeah, I think he will. Okay,
we gotta keep up now in the middle as well.
Myriad wants to go in without his own trebs or knights on here. That's a lot of Mr. Bees though, but you have to protect them.
Not clock tower.
Oh, not clock tower, and too low HP. They're too low HP. Just snipe it.
He's not sniping it.
Oh,
he's refusing to snipe it. And the spear numbers are going down quickly. They did a good amount of damage. They cleared up all the horsemen from Myriad. And a lot of the knights as well.
Oh, look at the destroyed value. Oh my god, that's so much.
It's still in favor of Myriad, but it's not like that much in favor, considering just how much in favor it already was earlier. Like, this fight actually went rather evenly. And Myriad, he's just about run out of food inside of his base. Like, he's gonna have to move out to berries next, or to farm transition.
And Kiljardi,
there are still a lot of berries.
There are still a lot of... This map has a lot of berries.
That's so much deer here. Dude, the trade house.
Yeah, but this map has a lot of boars, as Kiljardi has 2 boars as Roos inside his walls right now. Or supposedly will be walls. I don't know if he completed all those yet. Okay, he will try to complete them. It's a bit weird that a map this open, to me. I wouldn't expect this like to happen this game. Like, a map this open is just so much focused in the center right now because of the Barbican and that gold there. Oh, Barbican is under fire.
It's a very Regions-like experience.
Yeah, this is like Regions at home. Or maybe Regions is Carmel at home. Okay, that's half of that HP of the keep went down. Springles and crossbows are doing some hard work there. And
Lights are going down.
Bees.
And now more horsemen.
More horse archers coming in. Oh, but the nest of bees. Oh, they're just like heat-seeking missiles. They're just like, it doesn't care. Oh, no.
He lost all the units.
No. And the keep is about to go down. And then there is nothing stopping Myriad's Chickanews, crossbows, and the nest of bees from just absolutely rolling this base like a carpet. Now, yeah.
We didn't have any mangonels here. That could have helped him quite a bit. Never forget, like, these on Clock Tower, you can actually make mangonels up against them. They trade out fine, actually, up against non-Clock Tower nest of bees when you, like, shoot against each other. Because Castle Age nest of bees, they've been nerfed as well. At this point in time, like, mangonels are fine against them. But yeah, not having them here now means that the range mass from Myriad just isn't really something that Kiljardi can compete up against. He needs so many horsemen, and Myriad's just still pumping up out these knights at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking back a bit. Where did it go wrong for Kiljardi? Maybe he didn't need to keep. Like, if I was him, I think I would just keep making like mobile units like all the time. Maybe like no spearmen. Just keep the Chinese player just running around and yeah, I don't know, but like the Myriad had a really strong economy, like thanks to that Barbican, and had a really good macro, it felt like, because suddenly I just looked at his resources and suddenly he had like 1000 food and 1000 gold and just like more units than the Rus player. So something went wrong there, but I'm not sure exactly why. And we see Myriad just taking his sweet time, just rolling in. Oh, that's a nice attempt from Kiljardi. Good pickoffs, but this is like, how do you stop this? Like, he's doing his best, delaying this, killing villagers. That's also a very nice pickoff, like killing more IOs everywhere. But there's 3 trebs, 6 SOPs, a lot of crossbows and springles. Like, what do you do against that? How do you clean that up inside your base?
He's trying to get mangonels out now against us. Yeah, he's got 2 of them out, but there's 6 nests of bees, so he's gonna need like 6 mangonels up against that.
Yeah, and not only that, like, he needs to protect those mangonels because like Myriad has a real like outside siege, like real units, individual units. He has 13 knights. He still has to protect those mangonels against the 13 knights.
The relics!
Oh no. Oh no.
It's starting. The relic heist is commencing now. And behind us, the trebuchets are just getting in so much value here, taking down all the infrastructure. Knights cannot quite dive onto the mangonels there, unless...
Oh, no, one of the mangonels will go down and the other one is on a half HP, and the Nestopes are just shooting down on the horsemen. When you have enough Nestopes, you don't care whatever you're shooting at, as you just see the Nestope shot, and all of those horsemen are just melting down. So many horses dead on the ground. Kiljardi is trying his best, really getting good raids, but Nestopes, there's no stopping this. This is just snowballing. Myriad is about to take the game number 4, and maybe he will be able to come back in this best of 5 against Kiljardi too. 2 more mangonels are coming up. Like, Myriad is not running out of food. This is not stopping, right? Like,
yeah, he's
way
just
you clean
using
this
all
up.
the berries on the map and the boar. Yeah, and these raids from Kiljardi, they're nice, but they're just not enough. Like, Song Dynasty, gets... Wait, actually, Nest of Bees have been half now in numbers, but there's still just so many knights. No crossbows anymore. All the production buildings have been taken out. Not enough archer ranges.
Yeah, the knights are doing it for Myriad. Like, Kiljardi did his best, killed 32 economy, villagers and imperial officials, sniped Nestopes, cut off reinforcements, but like this death ball thinned it down, the crossbow and the Nestope numbers, but he just, like, in the end, he doesn't have enough to stop the Lancers from Myriad, and we have another 5-game series in our hands.
Yeah, indeed. We are gonna go all the way to game number 5. So we do have a match point now, a proper match point between these 2 players, and it is going to be on Kawasan. So next up, we will be seeing a hybrid map when it comes to options for Kiljardi. He's got the Ottomans, he's got English, he gets Order of the Dragon. Myriad, one of the more popular civilizations, I want to say, on Kawasan. He's got access to the Abbasid, Jeanne d'Arc, and the Delhi. Abbasid, they just look really, really good on Kawasan. Just, you know, getting those cheaper docks in, especially like you have these pawns that you really want to contest. Being able to go double or even triple dock very early on just means that it is so much harder for your opponent to get you off that pond.
Yeah. Abbasid, like, is one of the civilizations that I would really like to not play against on maps like Kawasan. But Kiljardi has really good 3 civilizations, not just 1 or 2. All of these civilizations that are left for Kiljardi, I think, will be able to deal with Abbasid if Myriad goes for it. But he could go for Jeanne d'Arc as well. I can see Myriad being that type of a player that would go for Jeanne d'Arc on Kawasan. Maybe. I'm really curious about the picks here. I can't actually wait what Kiljardi is about to pick. It could be any one of these 3 civs. Ottoman, English, OTD. I think all 3 are good here. Are not bad, at least. Let's say not
English?
bad here. Yeah, of course.
Okay. I'm honestly like
It's
not a
Kawasan.
big fan. It is Kawasan, but it.
He picked
I
English.
don't see it.
Okay,
He did,
Okay,
he
right
did.
now, just because you doubted me, I'm sorry. Myriad is a really good friend of mine. Kiljardi as well. I really like him. I want English to win, just because you doubted. Okay, I will pick sides now. Just kidding.
Aye.
I want the best guy to win. But like, yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It can deal with the military wing. You have the king, plus it's a tiny lake in the middle. Even longbows will be very useful. Like English here, white tower in the center, or like the town center landmark. It's good. It's good here. We watched a lot of English games here. Come on.
Yeah, it's just like they don't really get that great of an early economic boost, right? At most they get a discount on their ships, but it doesn't feel like that good overall when you can consider, okay, Abbasid, they get a 15% economic bonus, and you can't really like get a big return on the ranged upgrade, on the Admiralty upgrade, on such small ponds if you're playing as the English. So not the best like map there to take advantage of that upgrade. I don't think he can realistically go for that. And it's just a tough one. I'm gonna say, like, I think English is the underdog here. But maybe. You say you like English a lot here. Maybe Kiljardi can prove me wrong here in this one, prove you right instead.
Okay, to be clear, I don't like English a lot here. I think like they're both good
Okay, I see the
here.
backpedaling already.
No. It's not backpedaling. It's not backpedaling. Like, it's like there are better civs. Cherry, I think China, Sushi, like Japan. There are way better civs. But right now, with these drafts, I see the reason behind English, especially against the Abbasid. Let's see. Let's find out what will happen in this game. And let's go into game number 5 on Kawasan.
All right. Gamers, here we are. It is time. Match point. Game number 5. It's Kawasan. We got Kiljardi in the color orange, already moving out with the villager in order to dock one of the pawns. And Myriad in the best color in the game, playing in teal as the Abbasid dynasty, also moving out with a villager in order to get a dock up on one of those points. And yeah, we got ourselves a little bit of a dock off here early on in this game. Not like feudal age rush that I want to say, like, we see quite often, like a feudal age rush from Abbasid with the military wing. Myriad not choosing to opt for that this time around.
Oh, yeah. And what do you think, which side has the advantage when it is contested, like when they dock in the same pawn? Yeah. So it's already looking good for English. let's go English. We want an English win.
That's a big benefit. That's a big benefit that Kiljardi is not in the same pond at the moment.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
It's also tough to like dock the same pond. Like if Kiljardi sees it, he's just gonna pull a villager and short bow rush potentially. Like
Also
you could do that. Like that's something we've seen in the past, right? Like English just pulling like 2 villagers instead of just 1. And if your opponent tries to dock, they just short bow rush your villagers.
Yeah, you can actually do that, I believe, but yeah, like maybe not the first one, maybe for like the second pawns, second docks, or like going for like to defend your pawn against like an aggressive dock. Maybe it could be like you could just go with English and like make the dock with 2 villagers, right? Like that would that put you behind, like a lot behind? I don't know. I have to try it.
I mean, you have the benefit of gathering from shoreline fish afterwards, right? So it's a little bit of a trade-off. I want to say, like, after 2 minutes, you should be pulling ahead because you're getting like 0.2 more food per second. We can do a lot of math there at the moment, but I think roughly after like 2 minutes, it should be worth it. So, yeah, I think then it's just about fine. Like 1 food compared to like 1.6 and a half or like 0.7 compared to sheep. It is quite a significant gather rate boost there when you go for like 2 villagers early on. It's just players don't do it because it's also very risky. Because then your villager is out and it's a target, and if you have to move back, then it's suddenly not worth it anymore.
Yeah, that is true. And as we see, players just happily fishing and fish booming slowly, and Dark Age and Myriad. Well, would we? I don't expect it, but I have to ask: would we see something crazy like Culture Wing?
Culture Wing. That would actually, that would be very much something crazy in this situation. I think you can just put on a lot more pressure with that military wing because you're gonna hit your opponent on both sides at the same time, both on land and on water. And because you get 2 spearmen, Kiljadi with the king. Actually, the king, like, just being able to heal and being able to heal up even more. Yeah, maybe military wing isn't the best option. The more I think about it, the more I actually like the idea of just going for culture wing here instead.
Yeah, actually,
and it is.
It is Culture Wing. Today I'm like very. I don't know. These games are live. I haven't seen these games before. I swear. Well, yeah. More I thought about it, like more you talked about it, and more I thought about it. Like I was on that side because like it's not contested. Like the RAM will like. You can make the RAM play, but I don't know like how good that would be. Like instead, what I would like from Myriad right now is pull 1 villager, make a dock on Kiljadi's pond, and then like do absolutely nothing about it. Maybe even 2. And something teal, your favorite color in the game, is walking up to that pond that Kiljadi has on the east. Is that a scout or a villager? Yeah. Now you just okay. Like now. You just make this dock here. Oh, villager be getting pulled. Man, if there was one more villager...
Can you commit?
I think he will finish it. No,
he's running
Keep
off.
finishing it. No.
He pulls another villager. I mean, you'd lose the villager. You potentially might still lose it. There's a wolf!
There's a wolf? No. Oh, he's pulling 2 villagers. Another villager is coming from Kiljadi.
And another wolf!
No! Another wolf! No! That's an angry wolf. Right there.
Nobody say that wolves don't add anything to the game. That was the wolf, 100%.
No, I would
Important aspect of the game.
Yeah. Very game deciding there. Potentially. Okay, there will be 1 more villager going down. Can we check the HP on that villager? Oh, it's so low.
Oh my god.
5 minutes.
He's dead.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Disaster.
So suddenly it's favored for English,
right?
Wolves!
Okay, the villagers are stopped. Villagers have stopped. Okay, I'll calm down.
Yeah.
Dude, English! Come on! English on Kawasan.
The wolves did this here, man. This wasn't an English win. This is a win for Gaia.
This is a win for Gaia, indeed, man. This is this was something. I'm even actually surprised that he made the archer ship on this pond.
He needs to like make a fishing ship in order to heal, right? But Kiljadi is actually hyper investing.
He's hyper investing. Actually, it's turning out to be all right, but not if he cancels that demo ship.
I mean, already like it's 2 ships already. At this point, like, what did Myriad invest? Myriad invested like 225, like 310 resources into that. He's already even just with the Springle ship.
He's making horsemen with the king, so he wants to. Oh, Myriad is adding his own stables now.
Oh, that's not good, because Kiljadi can always heal.
Yeah. Especially in like These
Does he
small
have
numbers.
Does he have an outpost on the gold? He does. Okay, so Myriad should be fine here. Outpost coming in clutch.
Oh,
King doesn't
just
care.
grabbed that low
Wait,
HP
he was already
villager.
weak.
Yes, he was
Yeah.
already weak. Like, oh man.
Oh, 3 villagers down.
Oh,
That
this
hurts
is-
a lot.
This is a tough game for Myriad, like from the start. I feel him. I do feel him. The wolves and the king just like finding that weak villager on the gold. It's like, what are the chances, right? And now the
Boston taking
horseman.
damage that he's not able to heal up.
Yeah.
We need spearmen. There needs to be some spearmen. Okay, we do have the barracks coming in. Villagers are gonna have to evacuate the wood line though, at least for the time being here. And this is such a difficult issue as well because it's not really even worth to garrison inside the TC because you already know that the second you do garrison, like Kiljadi's just gonna leave, heal up, and then run in again.
Yeah, and can
there
we
he is
check
again.
the fishing boat count? I think Myriad had to stop for a while.
He's
You
like
know,
idle on wood. He
Kiljardi-
has to, yeah.
Kiljardi is like English, man. Come on, making cheap fishing boats. But everyone is hyping when Japan does it. English also is able to do it. Just a bit more expensive. Come on.
Yeah, I mean it's a difference, right? Like it's 60. Wait, was it 67? I think it's like
67.
should it be 67 wood per fishing ship there for the English? And I mean, like if you consider like 67 and then it's like 54 or 56 for
56,
Japan at the
yeah.
moment. Yeah, it got nerfed a while back. It used to be like 45, which was kind of crazy, but yeah, it's 56 at the moment. It's still a much bigger lead. Difference is that English also save on the military ships that they do create, and that is going to be
one more.
another villager down.
Oh, Kiljardi is so on point this game, losing horsemen, but doesn't care when you're like fishing like this. It's so much idle time. Look at it. Look, 20 villagers are idle and more are just walking around. But now he has to run away. Maybe the king could be sniped by the town center, but
He lives.
well, look at Myriad's resources. He's almost going to Castle Age. Well, still, if Kiljardi is not careful...
Ooh, that hurt.
Okay, he needed that king still alive to be annoying. Well, wow, look at that. Look at that, an outpost. Well, military wing is coming up for Myriad if he gets one ranged armor and one more stable.
Knights and Ghulams.
Just knights and golams, and just go for it right now.
Yeah.
Like, he took a lot of damage. He can just create enough room for himself to grab relics, or maybe do a lot of damage on Kiljardi's economy and maybe clean all of this up. Because like longbows are fine. Like horsemen, well, what are horsemen are gonna do against? Like he will have 2 camels out. All he needs is just like few
debuff there.
lancers. Yeah. And they will just clap the horsemen down. Like their animation also just like attacking down on horsemen, literally. Okay, Kiljardi is going for the wood line one more time.
More villager
Spearman.
actually lives.
Oh, trying their best. This is the thing, right? Kiljardi knows there are no villagers under the town center, so he can be more daring, diving inside the base there. Another outpost is coming up. Kiljardi, is he looking to fight on the lake later on? Like he's making sure that Myriad does not get wood anytime soon.
He
Or
sees the
later.
Castle Age now.
Yeah.
Now he knows
I
that the
think-
Age of is coming in.
I think he
He's
had the
becoming even more
idea
daring
of-
now.
Even more daring, but now there are villagers inside. Well, I think he knows the horsemen will be like worthless. Brace. I mean, I say that, but he's queuing up
He's
more
queuing
horsemen.
up more.
They're
Yeah.
so low HP, he can heal them all. No, they died. I think at least 2 of them died. Oh, one of them.
Oh, we don't have any Ghulams in queue. Oh my god, they're
Oh.
so low HP, yeah. No Ghulams in queue yet. This is an issue. Myriad, he needs to make use of every single production building that he
Yeah.
has at the moment, just because, like, he doesn't have that many. So
Oh.
only making knights from a single stable at the moment, that has to hurt, and more villagers going down here now. Camel on E is definitely helping, prevents the villagers from going down a lot quicker than they could have potentially done, so at the moment. And there we go, first knight coming in. Camel Rider also doing a good job there, but they don't have armor, so longbows actually do a very decent job up against them. But now Kiljadi, he doesn't have anything to counter out the cavalry here from Myriad at this point in time.
Yeah,
Wish we would see some golems though.
Yeah, Myriad can get out of this situation quite fast. Now we see a little wall coming behind his base. I would love to see this wall like between his wood lines, so that he could just avoid all this unnecessary damage, and he could already have like a blacksmith. He's going for the monastery. He wants to get the relics. I think he can. But there's 10 horsemen on the field though. Like if Kiljadi spots it, spots the play right there, I don't think you're getting any relics anytime soon. Well, camel riders can help, but Kiljadi now adding some spearmen, also macroing up to castle late. So again, English, if he was like under heavy pressure, I think he could just go with White Tower. But I am expecting the King's Palace now. Oh, one more time. Myriad just had enough fighting with the villagers now this time. And we see one Lancer is coming out, helping the villagers there. No,
he didn't lose a villager. No, he lost one.
Yeah.
Never mind.
He lost one. Oh, okay. We lied.
There he lies. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the power of Abbasid at the moment. Just the thing is, you don't need any villagers to go for the age up, right? So you're not idling anything. You're just gathering up more resources during the age up. Meaning, as soon as you reach the age up, you can immediately just get a lot of units out. We do see the White Tower being rushed up by 21 villagers here from Kiljadi right now, and he's got the spearmen. He is able to defend. Myriad, he's trying to find some villager kills here. Is he even gonna find any?
No, I don't think he will find. Maybe one or two. He just grabbed one, just squeezed there. One villager goes down. Maybe another one. Yeah, but he's going to lose all these lancers, and now English can make their own lancers as well as crossbows. That lancer is busy with the Hulk there, 1v1ing, challenging Hulk for a 1v1 there. And
Lance is actually gonna win, I think.
It's actually gonna win, right? Oh, he just pulled it back, I think. We have to try it. I don't know actually who wins 1v1.
I think maybe the Hulk should win. Like it's a lot of damage on the Hulk as well.
Yeah. I actually don't know because it's doing like torch damage and stuff. So, like no idea.
And attack speed is also quicker.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Back to the game, and Myriad is going for an archer switch. Knights and archers. He wants to play this composition, getting rid of all these towers, and he has another gold, like his gold spawns. Actually, we haven't talked about it, but it's really beautiful, quite good. It's very safe, but he needs to be on the map eventually. There will be like large gold vein, just. I think he could go for the north one, actually. Large gold vein in the north one is actually safer because it's closer to his pawn. Plus there's like 2 more other golds. But now they will be fighting for the relics as I expect them. And Kiljadi already making a lot of crossbows and knights.
Oh, Kiljadi sees the archer play. More idle time being cost as well, and these knights, these lancers, they're very weak already. Trying to get more villager kills in, might be able to kill one more. Oh, yeah, just barely got another kill there. But it's gonna lose them as well. Kiljadi still has the villager lead here at the end of the day. Myriad has the potential with composite bows to get some really strong archers, like composite bows and bootcamp. Just makes for such a strong archer line here for Myriad. He just needs a lot of them because Kiljadi, he's got horsemen and knights as a front line. And then the crossbows from Kiljadi as well, they can take down the knights, while Myriad's archers, they're gonna take a lot longer to kill the knights.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, but I want to point out one thing. You know, a lot of players believe that men-at-arms counter archers. You know that, right? You know this, like, I think this is a misconception because archers are actually soft counter to men-at-arms. But a lot of players have this idea because English was one of the most played civs, I think, still to this day, and like the beginner civ, and English men-at-arms do not care if you're a composite bow archer from a Basset if they have the Ironclad. We do not have anyone yet. We have only crossbows and knights and spears. And Kiljardi is diving in. He knows the timing is quite right. Myriad doesn't have any mass. Crossbows are doing quick work on those lancers. He's diving under the town center. And it's half empty. Kiljardi is just going for it. He's just not stopping. Crossbows
coming
are
out, but the
sniping
crossbows
down.
is doing, yeah, such a
the
great
king
job.
goes down. Oh, the crossbows are doing the hard
It's
work
still
there.
so much mass.
Yeah, he has only the armor upgrade, but Myriad doesn't have +2 attack yet. And it's just so much idle time. Again, the relic is... Okay, Wololo coming up. It buys himself a bit more time. Kiljardi is just looking for the economy.
And
He
he's
should
just
know.
massing more and more units. Like, he's idling
Yeah.
out all the military production from Myriad at the moment. Every time a unit comes out, it's getting sniped immediately. So Myriad
Yeah.
just not able to get a unit mass out. And the food runs out at the worst point in time here for him now as well.
Oh, yeah, that is very rough for Myriad right now. You can see he's struggling to get the mass out. He has the units in queue, but he just cannot mass them. Like Kiljardi had was the great timing for him there. And now he's just camping all the production. He's just like spawn camping them. Every one of those units, and he's making every unit in the game. Spears, horsemen, knights, longbows, crossbows, everything. And just microing all of them. Crossbows on the knights and longbows on the villagers there. And yeah, you can see this is just chaos in Myriad's base. Can he get away? Get himself away from the situation? Maybe he will clean this up, but I don't know.
Big mess in the middle, though.
Yeah, there will be more and more waves. This is like a campaign game at this
That's some
point.
villagers.
Yeah, some villagers is taking more control of the map. Kiljardi, that is his playstyle. We talked about this before. Yeah, it's just everywhere in his economy. So much idle time. You can see in the well, Myriad just like this chaos.
There's no
Myriad,
food now.
yeah, he has no food, right? Like he has.
It's just
a
the
lot of
fishing ships
gold.
that he has remaining.
Yeah, like he has some deer above his base, but yeah, that's just not enough to survive or to win the game from now on. Like 15 villagers went down from all these attacks.
Yeah, now the issue is that he's got pretty much only gold at this point in time. What can you really do with mostly just gold? You could make more knights, but Kiljardi, the entire time he's been investing into crossbows, into spearmen. So the gold units aren't really the best play here for Myriad. He's trying to get crossbows up now, but Kiljardi, once again, like the entire time, he's been making horsemen and spearmen as well. So he's got all the right tools here. Myriad now also moving out to the deer just in time for Kiljardi to send 3 knights in. Myriad does have his force over here as well, but might still lose a villager or two. Is going to be able to actually keep them alive here. But now Kiljardi, he drags military away from Myriad, from his base. And now he can attack with this other force from the other side.
Yeah, and Kiljardi loves his English horsemen in this game. I mean, we can't blame him. His opponent is making archers and crossbows now. He doesn't even bother with English units. Oh, those knights are getting some more idle time on Myriad's economy there. And now he knows Myriad doesn't have food. He needs food. And more food. He needs those villagers more than the food. Because he's getting very low and they're very low HP. Can he hold this? I don't know.
I think there's, at this point in time, there's not even a question like, can he hold this? The question is like, even if he does hold this, is there anything left for him now in this game? Because just looking at the income, Kiljardi almost doubling the food income here from Myriad, doubling the military count, doubling the army value. And it's just a matter of time. Like, honestly, at this point in time, Kiljardi could pull a couple more villagers over to gold, give him 1 minute, go up to Imperial Age, just drop a Berkshire inside of Myriad's base, and there's nothing that he can do about it. Now with the aura as well, taking a fight outside there, outside of the base from Myriad. No choke points, and the horsemen, they just collapse on top of all the archers here. Great stutter stepping in as well from Kiljardi. Spearman behind, taking down, or rather punishing all of those knights. Crossbows following up as well. And now Myriad, there is no place for him to run to. The horsemen are in, the knights are in on the villages, and GG comes in. Kiljardi is going to be able to advance further in this set as he does take game number 5 here in this one.
Yeah, that was a bit of an overextension. Like Myriad, I think he could still play this up to the end because he had 4 relics. Because he was like first to Castle Age and he had 4 relics. Maybe he could play this out, but he just like didn't have the food. And yeah, like against all those horsemen, what do you do? Even as a Basset, like you cannot make all of spearmen because the opponent has longbows. It was a very tough spot from the start. It was a bit unfortunate, I would say, for Myriad, because of the what happened on the docks there, but played really well. Gave us really good 2 sets. Well played for Myriad, and congrats to Kiljardi. Beautiful set. Beautiful day of AoE4. I've already watched 10 games, 10 beautiful AoE4 games, and all have been entertaining. And Crackedy, English won. They did win. We're gonna say it was the Wolves there at the beginning, right? Like they won the game here in this one. English plus but the Wolves. English plus Wolves definitely proved to be superior here in this one. But fellas, this is not the end. We still have plenty of sets to go as we are gonna be moving into our kind of like semi-finals next up. And yeah, today that is still going to be coming up. We are now going to be taking a short break. We'll also be concluding one of our giveaways of today after that break. So don't go anywhere. You definitely want to be there for that. Exclamation mark Glorange in the chat if you do want to take part in that giveaway. So we'll be taking a short break and we'll be back right after with even more Age of Empires for goodness. See you in just a little bit.
My name is Myriad, and I'm an Age of Empires 4 pro player. I've been playing since release, and my choice of mousepad is the SteelSeries Speed. The SteelSeries Speed allows me to get my mouse quickly across the surface and smoothly so, and stay at the top level. If you fancy a bit of help getting there yourself, get yourself one as well.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear what...
We've all tried this. Ready the game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to get 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. And that's one part of 13,335, the weight of GTA 6. That's right, we did the math.
Hey guys, I'm Beastie. I've been playing Age of Empires 4 professionally for a couple of years now. My choice of mousepads is balanced because I feel like it's a perfect combination between speed and control that I need in order to play RTS games, in this case Age of Empires 4. So if you guys are looking to improve your own gameplay, no matter which game you play, I suggest balance.
Hi, I'm Cole wearing an Arctis Nova 3 wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity. What'd you say? I can't hear him at all. And that's the power of a clear cast mic. Be heard.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
What's going on, everyone? Bear here from SteelSeries, and today we're going to be unboxing this headset. We're super excited for you to take this close look, so let's jump right in. First up, here's a closer look at the Nova 3X. Under that, you'll have this small box with your 2.4 wireless dongle, a USB-C to USB-A adapter, a double-sided USB-C charging cable, and your microphone with a removable pop filter. Now, just like the other headsets in our Nova lineup, the 3X utilizes our Comfort Max system, which has a lightweight and flexible build. We've brought back our soft airweave cushions for that ultimate comfortable fit around your ears, and the headset uses our custom designed neodymium magnetic drivers. Alongside that, you have an adjustable headband and a telescopic hinge to help fit every head type. Now, to attach your mic, insert the jack into the port in the headset with the flat side.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, we got the giveaway happening right now. Exclamation mark Glorange in chat. You must enter now, or you can actually enter later as well. We do have multiple giveaways today. Exclamation mark Glorange for your chance to win these amazing Glorange. I'm just gonna call the color Glorange here. These amazing Glorange wireless in-ear buds, and I gotta say, like, they look absolutely fantastic. I talked about it earlier as well. Just the idea of like having the 2.4 gigahertz transmitter in there, in that box as well, is absolutely genius. This is the thing that really separates these in-ear buds from just, you know, ordinary like lifestyle in-ear buds to like really gamer earbuds, because you can just go to like a LAN or an event like that. You got that 2.4 gigahertz wireless transmitter for that very low latency and very long range as well transmission on your in-ear buds, and you're always ready. You're always ready to game at any point in time. Are we muted? Whamen, you're muted. Nobody heard that.
I'm such a dent. Oh my goodness,
Dave,
guys.
muted.
This is what happens if production comes in front of the camera. God damn it. Okay, so guys, if you're watching on YouTube, head over to Twitch and just come and enter, because it's not available on YouTube at the moment, just on the Twitch. So if you're over on YouTube, come over, quickly follow the SteelSeries channel. We're live on SteelSeries, so that you can ensure that you also enter and have your fair chance. For those of you asking in the chat, because I did see a few of you guys asking about the VOD being able to go back, SteelSeries is not able to do that right now, but you are able to do this on the YouTube VOD. I did link that in the chat, so if anyone wants to go and look at the previous games, you can go head over to that YouTube and see what's happening. So, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go take a look at the bracket while you have your last minute to go type in exclamation mark Glorange. So, bracket time, Crackedy. Who is going to make it? Let me just find the bracket right here. Oh, right in front of us, boys. So, Crackedy, who's the favorite to qualify?
So, we got two semifinals that we will be covering today. The winners semifinals. We got Lucifron up against Numedan, and I gotta say, like, Lucifron, he's been looking sharp. He's been looking great so far. Numedan, also just a very, very strong player. This is kind of like where the playstyles clash a lot, because Numedan, he's a very defensive player. Lucifron, the complete opposite. He's got a brother that that lives and breathes aggression with Vortex. So, you know, like it kind of like makes sense where his strengths lie in the game. So it's definitely going to be a very exciting one, seeing those two clashes. I want to say Lucifron is slightly favored there, but Numedan definitely a very, very strong player. And on the other side, we do have Kiljadi, who just won 3-2 up against Myriad, facing off against CSO, who beat Valdemar 3-0 clean. And I gotta say, like, looking at CSO's previous run as well, he beat Lash 3-0, and yeah, just very clean sets from him. He is just steamrolling through these sets at the moment. Gotta see, though, if he's able to keep that tempo going, because his next opponent, Kiljardi, obviously a very, very strong player. And, you know, after that, like, one of these players, they're gonna have to face off against the winner from the other set. There's only a single spot left to qualify for. So players, they're gonna have to really go cutthroat here, as this is their last chance to qualify for the Masters of Steel tournament in Denmark.
And I think for a lot of people, this is a very contentious qualifier, because Kiljardi, for example, was not able to participate for a while now. And I want you guys to also notice, we do have a 0-0 at the top, and I see a lot of people asking about that. Lucifron and Core forfeited. So Lucifron is going to face off against Numidan. Like you did mention...
It's the aura.
Yeah, 100%. Now with Numidan though, Numidan is a player that sometimes takes down a big name and then he just disappears into nothingness. But all of a sudden he comes back and he takes down Cat. Cat is a guy who does exactly the same. I feel the one moment he is just destroying people, and the next moment we're asking ourselves, where's Cat? Why is Cat not making it here to the top 16? But Cat, he made it far, but not far enough for this one. We'll try to see if the Mr. Cat also does well in the future. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to quickly do our giveaway. Now, I'm really hoping that the button that will get pressed is going to be done pretty soon, and I believe it should be shown on screen. So, ladies and gents, let's go get our first Glorange earbuds to give away. Do we have our man? Let me see.
A drum roll, and there we go. Got Particle.
I hope he has a cat. If with a name like that, we need the tax.
You gotta have a cat. Yeah. The cat tax needs to be paid. There we go. Got Particle. Congratulations. There he is in chat. Congratulations. Wow. You will be getting whispered by our staff. You will be receiving one pair of Glorange earbuds. Congratulations, man. Hope you'll enjoy them. They are exquisite.
Just write your Discord name in the chat. Oh, actually, don't write it in the chat. Just wait for a DM in your Twitch. Make sure your DMs are open so we can find you. I say this and I realize, oh, please don't do that. So we will get someone to reach out to you. You'll see the DM from Arcane Tommy, and he will be getting to you and getting those earbuds to you as well. So, guys, let's go look at the pregame and see what's up next. We have CSO versus Kiljardi. Now, there's a lot of question marks on this screen. And CSO has been known to be the one who would qualify. People were like, yeah, CSO makes it 100%. For the last LAN in Germany, he did not have a visa in time. But this time, he says he's getting it in time. Now, we'll see if he is going to need one of those, because this is the final spot, as we know. And yes, when I try to rank up these two, I feel like CSO is a good combination of what Louis can do and what a player like Kiljardi can do. CSO is the guy that can sit in his base, build walls, and be fine. Well, Kiljardi is the kind of guy who will go out, and that's exactly what CSO did as well. We saw him with his little groups of knights non-stop on every single opponent's face. Oh, never mind. We have an update. We're going into the Lucifer game instead. Seeing it live. Very nice. Okay, Lucifer and Numidan, guys. From the European continent instead. So, Numidan against Lucifron. You know, Lucifron was dominating for a very long time. Now that he's back, do you see him adjusting to the meta quickly, or where do you land on what Lucifron has been doing?
I think it's a little bit unfair to say he's back, because Lucifron, he's been back for a couple of months now, actually. Like he's firmly established himself back in the meta, I want to say. It's just because he's been gone for like 1 or 2 tournaments that he doesn't actually have the games in, or he didn't have the ATR, the rating and the positioning in from the recent tournaments in order to be auto qualified for this one. So he's got to go the normal route here. Last time around, I'm not sure did he even play in the last qualifier round, but he's playing in this one now, and you know, he's looking very sharp. Looking at the civilizations that he's already drafted, he knows his spot in the meta. We're seeing China, HRE, Byzantines, Ayyubids. These are all I want to say, outside of China, prime Spanish civilizations. But actually, in the Pro Scout meta, even China or Juji, they're civilizations that really fit the Spanish brothers in their playstyle. Numidan, on the other hand, he got Juji, Mongols, Rus, Ottomans, so very, very strong civilizations for him as well. Civilizations where you don't necessarily need to be too aggressive with, where you can play kind of like the scaling game as well. So definitely both players, like we could already see just how like their kind of play styles differ from each other just based on their civilization picks here.
And what I absolutely love to see are these bans. Lucifron also keeping that Japanese pick for last. He knows I can prioritize everything else, but Japanese is a pretty good last pick for him to have. He banned it over to the other side. He knew that would be in his pocket. But what I also like to see is that Numidan banned House of Lancaster. I don't think we've seen a lot of those bans coming through, but Mongols also coming through on Numidan's side. He got 2 civilizations that are very much imperial shenanigans civilizations, as I will now dub them, because we've been seeing the craziest imperial shenanigans from both of these civs. And Numidan, he looks like the tempo guy in this draft. And I guess that's exactly what he'll give us. Lots of tempo.
Ooh, I mean, I'm not sure about that. Like, if it's about the tempo, because Lucifron, like, he's got the tempo civs at the end of the day, right? Like HRE, French, Ayubids, Sean, they scream kind of like tempo at you as well. Numidan, he's got these civilizations that can just sit in their base with at like scale that way, like Mongols especially with the Khaganate Palace, what we see at the moment, or the Lancaster, House of Lancaster. And House of Lancaster, I gotta say, like, I see Numidan play House of Lancaster a lot on ladder, and if you play it a lot on ladder, chances are you probably practice this a good bit as well in custom games. So definitely one of his more well-versed civilizations, I want to say. Game number 1, it's going to be on Borderlands, so going to be interesting to see what we'll see here. I think probably Malians up against Byzantine. Yeah, there we go. Malians up against Byzantines. I'm just going to guess that it's Mali. There we go, yeah.
Crackedy, how did you do that? You just know everything?
It's meta.
I know.
You see the Civ picks, and you can, on some maps you can just kind of guess what's it going to be. In that one, yeah, Byzantines up against Mali makes a lot of sense. So that is what we'll be seeing here. Lots of cisterns, lots of oil. That's what we like to see.
And actually, we've been seeing Byzantines do pretty well against Malians as well. That type of aggression. I've been seeing people sit back and kind of give Malians the time because I'm Byzantines, I want my cistern, I need my eco. But the other side of the Byzantines that we've been seeing is a lot of very early game Limitiné right onto the gold mines. Because I think with Boldland, it's also so hard to be greedy with the Malians. But I think this could be a little bit tough for poor Mr. Numidan here. Because like you said, Lucifron is on the aggressive civs. He's going to be there in your face, and Numidan is going to try to stay in his base. So we'll see if that holds up for now, at least until Castle Age for most of these. But yeah, on Boldland, I think the openings for raiding also favors someone like Lucifron, because he's going to sniff them out, and he's going to find those villagers that try to take any chances.
Yeah, key point here is that on a map like Boldland, it's in the name, right? You got these like little patchy spots there with the wood lines, and you don't actually have that much wood around your base. For a civilization like the Malians, which require a lot of wood to set themselves up with their infrastructure, they want the pit mines, they need additional production buildings because their javelin throws, they take a while to produce. 22 seconds per javelin thrower. You ideally want to have a couple more production buildings there, and as well their Donzos, they cost 30 wood in order to produce them. Meanwhile, the Limitane for the Byzantines, they cost 10. They cost 1/3 of the wood. Granted, they do cost a little bit more food, but yeah, it's a lot harder for the Malians to sustain Donzo production here on this map compared to the Limitane production over on the side of the Byzantines.
And that can definitely be quite a limiting factor for him, because we know with Lucifron, he's, like, again, aggressive. The problem with that is Malians, they tend to get their buildings damaged, and then the repair, those costs that do stack up when you're trying to produce these very expensive units, they do make things a lot more difficult. And that's something we've been seeing a lot with this aggression against Malians. A lot of people just go for a little bit of damage because they know they're going to limit you with the wood. And especially on bald land where, you know, it's in the name. Pretty bald, there's not a lot of hair going on, not a lot of trees growing. So it does speak to itself. I do want to, however, guys, we're going to be looking at the qualified players in a bit, as both of these guys have not yet gone into game. I see them loading in now. I just wanted to touch on the fact that we did not get, not many games that let us have KT, but we don't have a lot of that in the upcoming tournaments. Next week, we have the EGC qualifiers starting as well. And do you think that from this tournament, what you've been seeing, that this is going to dictate a lot of the same bans?
It kind of depends on the Civ draft a little bit. I haven't actually taken a look yet at the EGC Civ draft. It depends on like how early you get your bans in. Like if you get like 2 bans before the first pick, or you just get 1 ban. I think I actually saw that you only get a single ban before the first pick comes in. So that makes it a lot more possible to get civilizations like the Ruse, like HRE, like KT, because your opponent's got to decide, like, 1 out of the 3, which one do they want to ban? And that makes it a lot more difficult to deny strong civilizations from your opponent. So some will definitely make their way into the drafts a lot more often than we've seen in this tournament.
I feel like the amount of civs that we have that are good right now also has increased excessively. It doesn't feel like you just have those 3 civilizations that they're going after. There's a whole list of them that people need to be careful of. So now going into this, Byzantines is out, Malians is out. They've chosen them. I feel like Lucifron's draft just favors him a lot more in this series, especially with the maps that we see here. He's an absolute god on water, so I do not expect him to be letting Numenang go with Mongols into Imperial Age as what we have been seeing. Now, we are about a minute and a half out, so I will be putting up the graphic for you guys in a second so everyone can see who qualified, because I did see quite a few questions there. So, give me 1 second, boys. I will put it up for you all right now. All right, let's block ourselves. So, boys, these are the brothers who have made it through all the way and will be going to Copenhagen. So, Crackedy, looking at this list of players, who do you think will take the crown? Are we just all going for Marine Lord?
I mean, we do definitely have like the fan favorite here with Marine Lord, right? Like he already won the last big tournament that we had, right? So it's kind of like his crown sort of to defend once again. Louis MT also, like he's been making a great impression, also winning the most recent LAN with the Garrison in Hamburg. So he's also one of the fan favorites for sure. It kind of feels like we're getting the boys back together in the LAN, like all the big names. We got Vortex, Papipaw, Wham, Beastie, Marine Lord. This kind of feels like similar to what we had at the first Red Bull again. So very hyped for that. Overall, I can't really decide like who I favor here in this one overall. Like there are a lot of very prominent names. I think it's pretty much just about anyone's game. We've also seen in a show match recently, like Papipaw versus Beastie, looking very competitive once again. So I think Papipaw and Wham, they probably practice a lot more together recently again. So they might also be able to like get a really good run in potentially. It's very tough to say, but I think I'm hearing the sound, so I guess we're about to jump into our first game between Lucifron and Numenang.
Oh, I forgot to activate this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, with that sudden jump, we are in. And it does look like our Byzantine player is not going to go for a barracks opening. Wow. Now in this matchup...
barracks opening here, yeah.
No, I know. This has been something we've been seeing a lot from Byzantines, or from a lot of Dark Age shenanigans from these different civilizations coming in. But with Malians and Byzantines, it's been pretty constant in this. We also have seen people like Anatan pulling out some pretty crazy things by going for the Hippodrome. But based on our position we see here, no crazy shenanigans as such will be taking place. At least, very unlikely, I guess.
I think at the moment, like something to take note of, Numenang, he's only gathering wood at the moment with 3 villagers. So he's kind of he's buying himself a little bit of time, scouting with his own scout over on Lucifron's side at the moment. Want to see if there is actually like a Dark Age barracks going on. He also went for a double scout opening there early on. So yeah, he's actually denying a lot of the sheep here from Lucifron. Very interesting play, going for that double scout opening. Definitely makes me believe that he will want to go for pro scouts at this one. It just synergizes so well with Marlian double scout opening.
Getting a Marlian double scout opening is also not something I think most people would expect. So him seeing a scout run by, he definitely knows that, hey, that was a pretty heavy load of sheep, but he's about to run into this bad boy as well and be quite upset at seeing such big numbers. Now, with Marlians, usually getting that macro up early game is probably pretty difficult, especially when you're going for this. And we see this now with the houses. So getting that extra scout in the early game does mean that you pay the price of not getting that extra wood for the extra houses that people usually get when they go for the professional scouting. But it definitely looks like he's going to be happy with the loot that he got from this. Numidan is going to be a very well-fed Marlians. And this is probably the one thing that has shown us Marlians has a weakness, and that's not getting enough sheep to be able to constantly pump out those units, especially early on.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Lucifron, he's still got a fair amount of sheep, and just courtesy of just how many sheep there are on this map, but Numidan definitely has gotten the lion's share in here. Behind this also delays the age-up timing a good little bit here from Numidan, so Lucifron, he's gonna actually be able to age up first in this one, which is very interesting considering that he had those two villagers working on the stone mines, getting in those cisterns, and still getting the age up first. That has to feel pretty good for him, and kind of also like telegraphs him what kind of game plan that Numidan has here. I believe he must know at this point in time that Numidan probably did go double scout.
Yeah, when your scout returns that Baron, or not Baron as Baron, but definitely gives off some hints with him being able to scout the one on the one side of the map and then the other. Now, does this give him the warning that, hey, he's going to go for pro scouts? We'll see if he's going to be able to deny that. But we have been seeing, like I said, Byzantines just being pretty great at denying this in the early game. Now, there are two options here. People usually go for either the Limitanei or they go for Horsemen. So what do you favor in this matchup?
Definitely the Limitanei at the beginning. It's not really like advised to go for Horsemen straight away, typically. Not only do they take a while to kill warrior scouts, if at all, but also you do have the shield wall ability on the Limitanei, so they're going to be a great meat shield up against something like a javelin throwers, which we will 100% see from Marlians. That's kind of like their key signature unit in Feudal Age and even in Castle Age. At the moment in the current meta, it's just a unit that scales significant, like really, really well with mass to the point where you can relatively quickly even start one-shotting horsemen. Meanwhile, if you have Limitanei, they're able to tank a lot more shots from javelin throwers than a horseman would even be able to tank.
That makes a lot of sense. And I mean, with that, he's just getting a reaffirmation exactly of what's going on here. And I'm wondering if seeing this initial archery range is going to be setting off any alarm bells. But getting double broadaxe for us as the god visioners, we will definitely say, hey, this is strange. Where are the pro scouts coming out of? Now, double broadaxe just means we're going to be getting a lot of archers pretty quickly. And we'll see. Oh, stable is the choice here.
Immediate reaction there.
He was keeping a close eye and he was ready for Numidan's shenanigans, because Numidan is actually a player who does pull out some pretty crazy stuff when he needs to, especially when he expects some things from his opponent. And from Lucifron, he definitely respects this man. He knows exactly what his type of playstyle is, and Lucifron just being on top of it and scouting. We see now the barracks being a nice follow-up, and that will probably take a while to kick in, but we already have 2 archers on the map and a lot of gold there on the side of Numidan. Now this could just mean he's going to go for a delayed pro scout and force the units out of Lucifron. We'll see that in a second.
So far, this just looks like Numidan's game plan at the moment is he wants to get a couple of units out and then transition into a later pro scout here behind this. Is getting the mill in for that now as well. He already... okay, never mind, wheelbarrow, so wants to delay that pro scout even further. doesn't have the stable yet, so it all makes sense. Archers also did go back, as Numadan did see what Lucifron was cooking up there, but something else that Lucifron's cooking up there. We're getting a second TC here from him. Byzantines on 2 TC. That's an interesting one. That's not something that you see every day up against the Malians.
Oh, for sure. And that's why initially when he pulled that third one on the stone, I looked at it and I was like, maybe it's just a build I'm not familiar with. But oh no, this man is actually pulling something I did not even imagine. A second TC for Byzantines usually just means that you're able to keep up with that heavy Malian economy once they go for the cows. But Numadan is not thinking about the cows just yet. He's thinking about getting upgrades and pushing. Now we'll see once he gets to that gold amount if he's going to be switching over to pro scouts. But again, he's spending them, and he's spending them on javelin throwers. So I'm a little bit scared here for Lucifron's chance at defending that second TC.
Yeah, he doesn't really have any military force whatsoever to speak of at the moment. First villager also just went down, so already kind of offsetting that second TC by a good 20 seconds now. And yeah, I mean, Numadan, he didn't go for the Pro Scout play, so he's got the tempo advantage at the moment. He's already got a good mass of units out. Lucifron only just now adding in that mercenary house for himself, and that means that it's gonna take a while for him to get units out, and by that point in time, Numadan's already gonna have more javelin throwers, and this is the thing. When you make javelin throwers up against javelin throwers, it's the mass that counts, and if you don't have that mass, well, your opponent's gonna have it, because he's also Malian, he also gets the javelin throws. And wait, that's not javelin throws.
Those are longbows.
That's longbows.
Now, this is something that's quite interesting. I asked Beastie about this before. If I'm going against Malians, and do I go for javelin throws or not? And one of the instances, he explained that if you do go for the javelins, like you said, it's all about the numbers. You're just going to get outmassed. But going for the longbows, you can still get a lot of functionality from them. So there are some cases where it definitely is worth it to go. And just like that, he gets out of position a little bit here, but he's very careful of these donzos, does get a little bit of damage and pulls back. But now those longbows, they're going to be very susceptible to this javelin thrower aggression, at least initially. We'll see if those numbers can get up, but as we know, he's pushed off of the berries, and this patch here at the back is not going to be lasting very long. Blacksmith, though, coming out now, and we'll see what he goes for first, but it must be a tricky one, because these javelins already have so much base damage. They are going to be tough to handle.
Oh, it's going to be able to kill one of those spearmen off. This is the very nice thing about just the amount of longbows that you do get as the Byzantines here from your mercenaries. You just need, like, the 5 longbows are enough to 2-shot villagers and spearmen. And once you get the second batch up, you're going to be able to start one-shotting them. So very, very nice having that amount in there. And yeah, Lucifron, he's getting very close to being able to afford a second batch. We do have a blacksmith behind this up for Numadan as well. So definitely telegraphs that he wants to put up aggression, but at the same time is floating a lot of resources, isn't pro-scouting, instead moved out to the tier on the map. I'm not sure, like, he's floating so many resources at the moment that it makes me think that he's not going for aggression. Maybe this is just like he invested a little bit and is now preparing himself for castle age timing.
And that's exactly why I'm looking at the numbers of the villagers, because that tells you where their head is at. And we did see a very low amount. We do see a little bit of an engagement there. The horses do go on the scouts because Numadan has slowed down just a little bit. And maybe Lucifron notices this. But you see now Lucifron getting a few more villagers on 2 gold. So this could spell either just full-on aggression, but I would say this is probably a fast castle. Fast. I call this responsible castle. He sees his opponent aiming towards castle, and he does the same. We'll see now if he does get any more upgrades. So this army from Numadan, consisting mostly of javelin throwers, definitely makes a really good case for Farimba.
Yeah. They also don't have any cattle being put into cattle ranches instead of being eaten from straight away. So definitely kind of screams like a Firma, and there it is from our garrison coming in. Also does have that double archer range play, so definitely going to be able to scale more into that Manza javelin thrower army composition, which is kind of like very popular at the moment with the Malians, just because you get so much more movement speed on your units. It is great for kiting there. But still, looking at the army mass at the moment, Numadan definitely outmassed by a lot. Lucifron, he's gonna need like a solid 2 minutes in order to be able to get the resources that he needs for age up. He's actually floating a good bit of gold, realizes that instead is putting that into production, into upgrades, siege engineering coming in. Maybe he's gonna wait with the castle age a little bit, because Kira Siphon's one of the strongest like feudal age siege units in the game. Little army engagement coming in now, as well as we do have javelin throwers and horsemen fighting off against each other. It's always about these donzos, like trying to get some hits in against the horsemen, and the longbows are going to try their best to focus them down. Looks like we already have the Mansa upgrade in on these javelin throwers.
But
Damage is coming in though from the horsemen.
The horsemen are right on top of them. They're doing absolutely everything. The longbows doing an amazing job at picking off these poor donzos. They tried their best, but the horses are taking a significant amount of damage here. So they do have to pull back, but it does feel like a good way to delay your opponent. The problem is just you delayed him, but what's the plan now? Because now with the wood running out here, is he going to go back onto the berries? And we do see a mass migration of sorts. And the thing is, there was already a mini migration happening here, but now the question is just, does Lucifron have the time to get to castle himself? We do see that food economy did take a very big nosedive. As we see now, the berries have been completely depleted, and we'll see if these berries can sustain him for a bit longer. But this is a pretty scary set of units coming your way. Yes, there are 8 horsemen, but are they going to be enough to actually stop something like this, especially when they're on the opposite side of the map?
Yeah, this is actually going to be quite tough now for Lucifron. He's going to have to really just keep his unit safe up against Mansa javelin throws. Like, these guys are really fast and they do a significant amount of damage, even up against like non-ranged units, which they are typically meant to counter out here. Being able to kite even a unit like the Horseman here just makes them so strong in this instance. And Lucifron, he's trying to still find some raids, trying to keep his opponent inside of his base, like forcing the Mansa javelin throwers back. But Numedan, I'm not sure if he's biting at the moment, like, or if he continues pushing forward with those Mansa javelin throwers, because in theory he can just get a couple of donzos out and defend the space with that. The issue at the moment is wood for him. He doesn't have that much wood to just continually pump out donzos, and that's kind of the thing that we mentioned earlier. Just these wood lines on this map can be really constricting for a player that has to spend 30 wood per donzo. We do have a little clash, a little raid coming in. Wollo potentially as well. Doesn't look like any of the villagers went down there, and now Numedan, he's going to be able to start picking off some villagers underneath the TC here from Lucifron. Lucifron just got enough resources for the Golden Horn Tower, and he's going to rush that up with almost 30 villagers. It's a lot. It's a lot of value that he could get out of that one. We're also seeing the double outpost inside of the base here from Lucifron. He knows that he just needs to hold out for a little bit, and then he can still be fine, as he does have a significant villager advantage. Oh no.
Oh no, Crackedy. I cannot believe it. The tower does get upgraded the moment he spots this as well. And now the javelins are going to be making a sneaky movement towards the top side.
Other builds.
They're about to find a lot more. And with this, he does get the age up, but the horses, a few of them do take a little bit of damage. But now there's going to be more people in danger, I say, as the wolf gets targeted down first. First villager does get picked off, and it does mean that Lucifron is running for his life. But it does feel like that villager lead is his saving grace, right?
Oh yeah, Lucifron, he's in big trouble now. Like, if he loses those villagers, the entire villager lead is going to be more than just gone. It's going to be completely destroyed at this point in time. More villagers going down. The Mansa javelin thrower is just such a great unit at picking off these villagers. 5 are enough to one-shot, and the poison arrow also helping him here in this instance. So many villagers just going down one after another. Lucifron still has a villager lead, even after losing all of those villagers now. But it is heavy damage here that Numedan managed to do to him.
Definitely. The problem is as well, those villagers were not... They were just running for their lives, but they were not fast enough, because with these guys, they have the extra speed, they have that damage. It was just too much for these vills, and all of a sudden, the villager count is kind of equalized. And when you're playing against Malians, that is never a good feeling to have. You need to find a way to get ahead somehow. And you can see Lucifron's food is really struggling here now. He just started his farm transition now at going to be hitting 400 food per minute any second now. But the problem is he doesn't have the resources to actually make units to deal with this. Now, we are going to be going up against, you know, those wonderful Mangonel towers. The Mangonel towers, they have been known to perform magic, but we'll see if there's going to be enough magic for this. A lot of these horses are doing a little bit of work, but look at those javelins. They know exactly where to go.
Yeah, now we do have archers and veterancy longbows. Oh, yeah, okay. We do see a big villager pull coming in. But these Manza javelin throwers, they're very fast. They can actually outrun the villagers quite easily. So this is all just idle time. Meanwhile, Lucifron is easily able to just pick off a whole bunch of villagers here, time and time again. This is not worth it at all for Lucifron. We can see now that the economy count is almost dead even between the two players. Some Wallalos coming in on the map as well. Monk does get picked off, but Nunadan behind us already has 2 relics in the bank and a third one coming in.
Now, these villagers, even though they were just fighting there, they probably did not have a lot of resources that they wanted to do, thinking that he could get some value out of them, pulling them as well. The problem is now Lucifron is just not able to produce any units here. We can see now the olive oil is being used to get more longbows, and he's trying and hoping that these can perform a miracle. But unfortunately, the income is pretty lacking right now, and you can see now he's desperately trying to get a little bit more wood, I'm assuming, for just a bit more of a farm transition to get those olive grows pumping, because once they do, it feels a lot better. The second TC, though, it's producing, and he might have a shot at getting those villager numbers back, but to the former glory that they were, this will be very, very difficult. With that horseman prowess he's had on the map, though, he is able to do a little bit of damage. He's running around. He just hasn't gotten, you know, enough villager kills, because when 29 villagers go down, it does feel pretty tough. And now the javelins are just going straight for them again. That second TC looks like it's not long for this world as well. Look at that poison absolutely ticking and doing so much damage. Even one of the villagers dying inside the tower. Now the longbows, they're gonna try their best.
Horsemen trying to find the engagement, but we have reached more than critical mass at this point in time. Horsemen, they're just getting picked apart very, very quickly here. If not one shot, then the poison does do the rest, and the second TC going down as well at the point in time where Lucifron is actually behind in the numbers overall. Horsemen doing a decent job here when it comes to damage overall, and the longbows in their mass actually able to really effectively deal up against the javelin throws, as well as they do have just quicker attack speed here at the end of the day. But once those masses are starting to thin out, the bonus damage and the bonus armor from these javelin throws does really start to come into effect. And wave number 2 is just something that Lucifron does not have the tools at the moment to really deal with. He's also floating a lot of wood, just not able to get the map control for more farms. And there it is, GG comes in. Lucifron knows with that second wave arriving that he does not have the tools in order to deal with those Manza javelin throwers anymore, and that means game number 1 actually going over to Numidan here with not a defensive, but rather a very aggressive Malian play here.
And honestly, when I said earlier that Byzantines has been doing pretty well against Malians, it's been doing well against Malians who play in a very specific way. Numidan did not play the meta that we usually see out of Malians, which just shows he knows how to handle the meta himself. So definitely some pretty good choices here from Numidan. We can just see through all of this, he destroyed. That KD was pretty damn good.
Yeah, to note that most of that was also just villagers going down. So yeah, this massive second TC villager advantage from Lucifron. In the end, the farm transition wasn't quite as smooth as it needed to be. Maybe also just need a couple of those mangonel emplacement outposts. And he did one of those mistakes that players can very easily fall into making. He thought he had map control. He thought that Numidan did not have villagers out on the map. And suddenly he sent 30 villagers out on the map in order to gather resources. And once they've been found out, he just didn't have the map control in order to save those villagers from going down. And just a massive, massive economy leak there in the end from him means that he is not able to win game number 1. But game number 2 coming in right now. And it is a very, very popular Civ pick at the moment here on this map in particular. 4 Lakes and Numidan getting the Mongols. And the Mongols with that fast Imperial Age meta at the moment, they just love to stick it out on hybrid maps that aren't connected where the lakes aren't connected, where they can just comfortably get a couple of fish in and just boost up that age up timing to Imperial Age.
Oh, this has been such a difficult game for anyone who plays against Mongols. But if I have to put myself in as a betting woman, I would say that French is probably the civilization I can imagine being able to stop this. Because with French, you do have that tempo, right? You are able to actually shut down someone trying to be greedy because of your mobility. The thing is just Mongols, they do have quite a few answers to this. And I think the water is going to play a very significant role here in what Lucifron allows Numidan to do. So Lucifron has been a guy that if you see him on a water map, you're like, oh yeah, that's fine. He's got this. But Numidan, I don't think he's going to be underestimating anything the man does. The thing is just now, we'll see if Lucifron is able to keep Numidan at bay and not give him that fast imp. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to roll right in.
All right, and here we go. Game number 2. Numidan in the color red playing as the Mongols up against Lucifron in the color green with the French. And what do we have here? Very, very good spawn to start off here for Numidan with the Mongols. Does have a TC right next to that gold vein. Means that he is gonna be absolutely set when it comes for a potential age up in the direction of Castle Age and maybe potentially even Imperial Age. Lucifron on his side. Did he? Yeah, he did go for the pond. He did go for the dock there. Also going for a mill, just making use of that big reduction there in the wood cost on these economic drop-off buildings for the French, only having to pay 25 wood for that. And very early wheelbarrow as well. Lucifron, he's kind of cooking here with this French build on the hybrid map.
We'll see if this French build is going to work out perfectly, because it's always so iffy at the start when you're starting out and you're trying to get enough food for your upgrade.
This is gonna work out.
That's Lucifron. He will calculate it and he'll do it perfectly. So, if there's
That's
one
the
man
thing,
I trust, it's Lucifron. Let's see, that TC idle. Barely 3 seconds. That is definitely worth it, especially when you're playing French and your villagers already build a little bit faster. Now, Numidan going for a dock just a little bit later, so he is going to be a little bit behind on the fishing, but by a few seconds, right? So, is this pretty standard in matchups, especially on this map, where you go for a delayed dock because of your uwu?
It is something that you can do because you also generate a lot of stone on the side, which means that by the time you hit feudal age, you will have enough stone for a dock emplacement, which can be very useful if your opponent does actually go for like an offensive dock drop. I'm honestly just very excited by this build here from Lucifron because he and Vortex, they just practice so much, and something that I really value with like something that Vortex does, he is a very theoretical player as well. Like, on top of just being very good with like micro, obviously, and very good with aggression, like he practices his builds. His builds are efficient to the core, and that's the thing that allows him to put up aggression at insane timings where other players typically don't really expect that level of aggression. And him practicing with Lucifron makes me think that this is something that they've really practiced, like got the timings down. And this just means that we're probably going to see, at some point in time, we're going to probably see like something that's going to make us say, okay, I did not expect him to hit the timing at this point in time.
Well, honestly, I can say that already. I did not expect him to hit that timing either, at all. So he's already just constantly producing fishing boats. He has been doing this miraculously well. I did actually DM Vortex a few days ago, and I was like, hey, is Lucifron qualifying in the next qualifier? And he was like, well, yeah, we're practicing. So I can imagine these specific builds are something that they have mastered. And I really want to see how Lucifron executes this, because like you said, the lineup that we have for this event is very similar to what we're seeing at what we saw at Red Bull Wallala, the first one for AoE. And it was just such an amazing event. To see all these names together, it would be an absolute honor to see all of them fighting it off yet again. But now, we'll see if Numidan does allow that, because we know the Mongols, they can also perform some pretty good miracles. And looking at these spawns, I mean, if you're playing French, you're gonna get knights, right? But there's not a lot of places to harass. Like you said pretty early on, the TC is in a very nice position. And Nubadan is going to have quite a little bit of an opportunity to harass if he wanted to.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is a thing on this map as well. This is where Mongols kind of shine with having that opportunity of going for a unit like the Mangada. He's about to be able to click that age up now. And that will allow... Oh, look at that. Lucifron, he spots out the villager that Nubadan has been sending out. Is going to send out his own villagers now in return. And we're seeing a little bit of a shiv-on-shiv pull action going on here at the moment. But the Khan actually did significant damage already to that villager. Means that he's going to have to fall back. He's going to get replaced now by an additional villager. Yeah, they're going to have to tag team this one.
And they are coming
Nubadan
with...
has to be so careful.
He is, and he's going to need to, you know, be able to call it if he needs to, but he does pull back the villager. Does leave the dock up for now. Villager does get pulled back. He knows his life is mostly in danger. We have 12 HP on this villager. Bets out, guys. Does the villager survive?
He's so dead. That villager is so dead, I want to say.
He's running.
Do we have another villager? Oh. Could be going. Yeah, there we go.
Rest in
Arrow in the
pieces.
back.
Now,
Numidan's villager is quite low now. He's not going to be able to finish that dock. Is Numidan going to send another villager? That's the real question here, because he hasn't deleted that dock yet. Which makes me think that he might want to commit potentially with an additional villager here.
maybe just not at this point in time. We'll probably see some shenanigans later. Oh, Ida just cancelled it.
The
I was gonna say.
wheelbarrow. Yeah, and I just noticed, like, the wheelbarrow actually makes such a big difference here because that villager is actually going to get chased down. Lucifron lost the villager, but he's also easily going to be able to catch up and kill this villager now as well.
He gets the kill. And now, dead even, he does build a wall and blocks the Khan out. Now we'll see if the fight is actually going to matter. It does get him to cancel this, but now the second dock coming down here for Numidan. He knows the villagers in the vicinity, but Lucifron at the same time. He's just sitting back and he's getting his water. He's like, man, have you seen me on water? You remember my water plays. And the dock is cancelled. Let's see what he does.
He wants to hide the villager. Wants to hide it, but the Khan finds it. Lucifron, he says, oh no, I can't get it. Instead, he's now going to choose to go for the dock on the other pond. He did initially place it there, then cancel it, and now that he knows, okay, he can't get it up on that side, he's going to get it up on his own pond.
That Khan has been very brave, though. And that's the one thing I'm really glad that we have in this game. Scouts can actually do significant damage against the Khans. And the wolf Crackedy. We have another wolf situation.
We've seen it earlier.
Out. Oh, no. Okay, he does realize, though. Now,
Lucifron, he still wants to go for the dock.
He wants to,
but there's an archer ship.
That ship is going to stop him and is dead in his tracks. We'll see if the ship actually fully realizes, but Lucifron is the first one that realizes that he needs to back right off now. Now we can see that the first knight is out, and this is going to cause some pressure because this means that Numidan probably has to respond by making some kind of unit, and he does have his production.
That's what you would think.
Yeah.
That's what you would think, but he has the TC right next to the gold, so instead of responding him directly to the knight, he's just gonna try and make some Mangudai to raid his opponent.
But look at this. Do you see that villager split? Crackedy?
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, he's gonna go fast castle while just distracting with Mangudai now. And this is something that works just really well with the Mongols, right? Just being able to distract your opponent with a couple of Mangudai and get a really, really good age-up timing behind this now.
And the Mangudai just forces such a massive reaction from any civilization because you feel like, hey, I need to get a tower. Hey, I need to get units that can actually catch them. Oh, my knights aren't going to be fast enough for this. And you end up making archers, you end up making a tower, you end up investing so much that it delays you significantly. But let's quickly look at that split again. We see that Lucifron's still prioritizing a lot on wood, so definitely still feeling like he's on this lake for the long haul. But it doesn't look like Numidan is contesting any of his waters, but he is moving the deer stones forward, and it shows.
I like that.
He's looking for that speed. Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
I mean, the Mangudai, they get such a significant speed increase with those deer stones nearby, and yeah, now up to 5 Mangudai, actually 6 Mangudai already. Yeah, this is a significant amount. Doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades, so they aren't like incredibly strong at this point in time. I'm not even sure if it's like worth upgrading them to veterancy once he gets the Castle Age in. At this point, it's literally just to distract, literally just to annoy his opponent and have a good time to kill when it comes to finding villagers.
And even if he picks off just a few archers, it does feel like Lucifer needs to react a lot more than Numidan does to be even in this. Now the question is just, I feel like with this gold vein, if he does get the step, he should be able to even reach Imperial with this. But we'll see, he'll probably be able to move out. Now the thing is just, the reason I say this, we need to consider that he's playing against French. And when you're playing against French, they can punish you for going out on the gold, even if it's this close to your base. So he probably will not be wasting a drop of gold if he can help it. Because you need to make sure that you get as much as possible to reach that and let that Shaganate Palace start doing the work.
Yeah, Shaganate Palace is an absolute menace here at this point in time, just because it immediately generates you so many units worth of resources. Lucifer from behind this, he just keeps producing more and more knights, up to 8 now. I'm not sure if he can really find a time, because this is truly a ludicrous timing for the Castle Age to be coming in now on this hybrid map, right? Like, having 10-minute Castle Age timer with the step redoubt now, Lucifer just can't really keep up there with the timing here now. Castle Age does hit, Lucifer is sending his knights around, tries to get a little bit of harass going, but we immediately have the double Springald emplacement coming in. At Numidan, he's already got 2 outposts inside of his base. He really knows so well just how to play around with these just static defensive buildings inside of his base, just how much greed he can get away with.
Now, the knights are very much looking forward to snacking on a few villages, but like you said, those towers are getting reinforced. The Khan Arrow doing amazing work at just ensuring that these vills are not left alone. They are going to need to pay the price for actually just producing. Now, we do see that Numidan he's edging towards Imperial so quickly. And with that split, you definitely know this man is feeling comfortable. It feels like Lucifer needs to invest a lot more to actually get there, and he does get Steeled Arrow, and now going for Siege Engineering, he says you're gonna have to pay for this. You're not getting this for free. He does get the Uwu, and that will mean that he's not gonna be able to get those double production, but I honestly don't think he needs to. Just look at him, he's going right into these wood lines and picking off so many villages. We already have 5 going down now, possibly 6, and this is such a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, indeed, Lucifron. He's getting delayed quite heavily here. The thing that Lucifron can do now, or rather one of the main reactions that I like to see from a civilization that is up against the Mongols now, is you just gotta go for a lot of rams. You gotta get like 3-4 rams out, and then the second your opponent gets that Imperial Age in, you gotta dive. You gotta dive and you gotta destroy the landmark. Once you destroy the landmark, there aren't gonna be any free units coming in. It is similar to just when you play up against like Ottomans, for example. You just gotta get this, you get this rage induction. Like, you just see those military skills and you're like, oh my god, those are the things that are producing all those units, and you just gotta take it down.
And it does look like that push will be swift. I know Numidan has been practicing a lot for this, so to see he has some kind of answer for this is quite refreshing. He did have to pull off of gold for a little while at least. We still do not see a tower here. He's investing everything into wood, not going to be getting distracted by these measly little things. Shaganate Palace now being put down on the opposite side, but the knights now have a target.
They do have a target, and we don't have any blacksmith upgrades at all from Numidan, so sure, these outposts have Springald emplacements, but they're not fortified at all. They can be taken down oh so easily. And the TC workers, the workers inside the TC, all these arrow shots that are coming out, they don't have any additional damage. These are just the base 6 damage arrows that are coming in, so the knights with 4 armor at this point in time will only take 2 damage from every single arrow tag. Now, the archers will take more damage, so they have to be really, really careful here, actually. But the rams, yeah, that's a lot of villagers going down now, and as soon as the Age of comes in, Lucifer knows, okay, there are some villagers out there on the map, something must be going on, they must be somewhere. Is he gonna send those rams out now in order to find the Shaganate Palace? Doesn't look like it, but yeah, Numidan, he's gonna be really feeling it now. He should be struggling at this point in time, and oh no, this is like Russian roulette at this point in time. He pulled the trigger, and it's a huge pow.
The worst scenario for this poor man, and he got it. He picked a cheesy civilization, and unfortunately, when the cheese got unveiled, it stank. So he is not going to be able to get anything useful out of that, initially at least.
The villagers are out!
They don't fit in the town center little cartwheel, so they do need to run, but the knight is right on top of them. Numedan is losing a lot here, but we have seen worse placements from Mongols and still make it back. The thing is just, it doesn't look like any of them. Yeah! It doesn't look like Lucifron was is going to be any of that. He definitely looks like he's happy.
Monks! Well, we got a Bouchon. Okay. Okay.
Yes, yes.
We're coping. We're coping.
We actually saw Mongols win games in way worse positions than this.
Okay, yeah, the Bouchon. The Bouchon changes things actually dramatically now. Can we get a second Bouchon? Dude, it actually changes everything. The Bouchon just makes such a big difference here.
The problem is just there's so few villages here, and he needs to keep all of those alive. The knights, they don't care. They're going right on top of him. Lucifer from behind this, he's going for castle himself. But you can see these knights, they are just looking for death. And the warrior monks coming out. Next up is something useful. But a little bit too late.
Oh, Institute coming in next. If only we could have another Bouchon, but Numedan, he is completely dry when it comes to the golden come at the moment. Warrior Monks managed to take down the last ram there. We are getting that Royal Institute in now, and at the end of the day, right? Like, once Castle Age hits, Lucifron, he's got the option of getting out his own trebuchets, and with that, he doesn't really need to respect water all that much anymore. He can just go for the landmark snipe, and right now he can just burn down the remaining production buildings here from Numedan, who is now moving out to the gold mine at the bottom there, because he desperately needs some more Bouchons to come out. Next up, we are going to be getting... Yeah, okay, looks like he just got a couple of actually useful military units, some elite Mangadai and Khan Hunters. And next up, also some Palace Guards, but...
A little bit too late.
I gotta say, this is not the most favorable position at the moment for Numedan to be in.
Yeah,
there might just be a little writing on the wall right next to the word gullible.
No, honestly, when I said that, I did not expect it to go this badly afterwards, but Lucifron, he knew how to handle it. He definitely pulled his knives out, pulled those lances out, and he just charged right in.
Relics.
He's getting
Numedan, he's actually using the warrior monks now to get the relics as well. You know, if life gives you... it's not lemons at this point in time. This is... What are like the real... I don't know the direct translation in English. The really prickly... Okay, I gotta actually look at this one.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the English word for it either. We might need Twitch chat here, guys. So it does look like he's going to be able to go out on the map and try to find some damage. The thing is just, if those Mangadai run into any boys over here, they're not going to be long for this world. And now he's getting more horse archers. So this is starting to look nice as far as units coming out goes, but not when you are, you know, half the eco supply. So it does feel a little bit tougher, but he does get to pick off a few villages. Unfortunately for him, he's got a truck full of units running right at him.
Yeah.
Now, he does have only one of these guys, and he hasn't invested into another one. So if he does get another Bouchon... What is the name, Crackedy?
I got the name, and I got the perfect analogy.
Okay,
if life gives you chestnuts, maybe don't try to juggle them.
Okay, guys, that will be it. Thank you for watching the stream. No, I honestly did not know chestnuts were prickly.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Oh.
They got a very, very prickly shell around them.
Okay, we might need to check this one. I feel like most of Twitch chat, they're also kind of sus about this right now. Oh, but it does look like...
Google it, chat.
Google it, chat. We need you guys for this. No, I see people are still spamming giveaway. Guys, the giveaway is not open yet. We will open it after this next series, and we will be giving away another set of earbuds later on today. If you are interested in watching the VOD backwards, we will be linking it in the chat pretty soon. So it's not available on Twitch right now, but you will be able to watch it over on YouTube. Now, Lucifron, he is he's ready to cook. And I feel like with these Royal Institute Knights, he is going to be cooking something a little bit spicier than the usual people handle in Sweden. Now, for those of you who don't know, Numidan, he's reigning all the way from Sweden. And Lucifron, you know, from Spain, he knows how to handle his spice. That's why he's ready to serve something up. But for now, just defending with the Knights. Doesn't want to lose too many vills. They do block him off, and this is a major pickup.
The quick wall! Amazing quick wall coming in here. Lucifron also actually getting really close to potentially going for the Imperial Age up.
That would be pretty disgusting. Especially at this point. Oh my gosh, Crackedy, did you see that?
A third one!
Just what
We're
he
getting
needed.
triple Hu Pow. Oh no. I've had a game where as soon as I aged up, I got 4 Hu Pows in a row with Mongols.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, I was up against Jigglypuff, so I still managed to win. But yeah, that's an experience that you don't want to have.
Now, I love the fact that Numidan, even though he's got all the Hui pals, he doesn't have much else going on right now, except for this tiny little wood line he's been on. Getting another archery range as well. He still has hopes, dreams, and a lot of memes. We can see him now going for hand cannoneers. And honestly, at least he's not juggling the prickly pear. Or not the prickly pear, the... what was it? Chestnuts. Thank
Chestnuts.
goodness. Nice. Thank you, Crackedy. Alright. Now, it does look like these guys are going to be a little bit delayy. They do cause a significant delay, but we do have a red palace coming up now.
Oh.
And inside the base. So no more of this allowed, he says.
Yeah, something interesting. Numidan only just now is getting military academy in. This is one of the most important... I thought Hu Pow!
Wow.
But military academy at least is gonna make them come out faster. That was needed the entire time, because you can just boost up the Kaganate's value so much by getting military academy in. It is such an insane boost to the resourcefulness of that building.
Now imagine with that, he's going to be able to get another Hui Pal at the speed of light.
Imagine that. Dude, that would be crazy. If he gets another Hu Pow, that would actually be crazy.
I wish someone would just
At least he can
forfeit.
take down a Red Palace with that.
Oh, that red palace is going to be looking like it's made of paper. Ladies and gents, put your bets in the chat. It's about to go right through. We have warrior monks. Second best. Oh no. I don't think Numidan banked on this, Crackedy. Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh no. Look at these knights. They're so scary. They're elite. Oh, these Hui pals are just going to be collapsed right upon. The hand cannoneers, though, they could provide a little bit of protection. The red palace won't be a bother. But now, you can see, even the archers are getting upgraded. So this is going to be a really tough spot to be in. But we've got Nest of Bees. Crackedy, there's hope again.
There is hope. Nest of Bees. I mean, that's definitely just one of the units that is just such a high value from the Kaganate Palace, because it immediately has the Imperial Age unique upgrade on it, where you're going to be firing 3 additional rockets from that one. Now, Lucifron, with the elite upgrade on his archers, he's going to actually have some really good units here, even up against the hand cannoneer, the mass hand cannoneers from Numidan. Numidan, is he going to try? Yeah, he's actually going to try and get some docks up on Lucifron's pond here. Wants to do some damage to the economy. Lucifron, though, he's got an archer ship. Is that going to be enough, though, against the Hu Powers here as well?
No. I think the range is a little bit shorter. Yeah. A little bit shorter than the Hui Pal. No, it does look like that dock was made of paper, but the thing is, there's a big fight happening, and it looks like those knights are just going to be too much.
Yeah, it's a very tanky unit here with the Royal Knights. They already do have Royal Bloodlines courtesy of the Royal Institute, and the hand cannoneers don't do any bonus damage to them. The front line has been completely eviscerated. The 4 Hu Pows, they don't really contribute too much here. Numidan knows it, and GG is going to come in. Lucifron able to equalize the set now in game number 2.
That felt dirty. A little bit dirty from Numidan, but Lucifron practiced against this. He knew what was coming, and he found a way to break right through. But to be fair, poor Numidan had a lot of bad RNG there. I felt kind of sad to see him just losing it as he went on. Poor guy. No, the villagers, guys, when those knights dove... Oh no.
There's a slight dip in the graph.
Slight. It's like a little mountain. It's like a pretty good ski slope. Wait. We need to look at that ski slope again. Crackedy, do you ski?
I did in the past, but I just have that image in my mind of tripping and breaking both my legs, so I don't ski. No,
Okay,
I don't
that's
actively ski.
So I would classify. I think I would classify this as a little bit of a black slope, and I feel like that's exactly what the man went through. Poor guy. And then this was just not. It was just smeared on top with a little bit of a hui pal, unfortunately. And he did try to make it back there at the end, but the thing is that army value was just so damn different. So that slope looks like broken bones. Oh, definitely. Now, guys, that was game 2. And this means that we have some pretty solid civilizations waiting for us, because Rus and China. We actually, or not we, you and Sassy casted a game with Rus and China. Tell me about the matchup. What do I need to know as a lowly little conqueror player?
So basically, in this matchup, both civilizations are very, very strong, but they have their kind of like individual timings at which points their strengths kind of shine more. So China is a better scaling civilization, typically. But Rus, they got a very good timing early on. I want to say like the first 15 to 18 minutes into the game, because they get a faster castle age, they just get more units out, they don't have to do farm transition as early, just courtesy of the high trade house, while China does scale better long term thanks to the imperial officials, and also if they get Song Dynasty, just faster villager production. If Rus is able to do significant damage in the first 15 to 18 minutes, they typically come out ahead. But if they're not able to really do meaningful damage in the first 15 to 18 minutes, if China doesn't mess up in like large-scale fights, they should be pulling ahead the longer the game moves on, just courtesy of the better economy scaling long-term.
Yeah, no, but with a map like Coastal Cliffs, the question just becomes, is this just a battle for the pro scouts at the start as well? Does this force Rus to actually make units to deny the pro scouting from China? Or does it just become a battle of the scouts? So in a matchup like that, would you be seeing a little bit of feudal age units coming out from your perspective?
I think it depends on like where the deer spawn. If they spawn on 2 different sides, and it's just like get your deer in as quickly as possible. If they all spawn on the same side, then you could go for a little bit of feudal age aggression. But I do believe that it is time for us to see for ourselves what exactly it's going to be, as we're going to be jumping in to game number 3 now between Lucifron and Nimadan.
Very nice. Guys, let us hop in.
I gotta say, I love that sheep. The stinger with the sheep and the headphones on, it's so great. It's
We actually sacrificed that headset, guys. That was that is a SteelSeries headset that we got. Tommy in chat put it on a sheep at his mom's house, and we got the recording done. But it was at the price of a beautiful.
It's not AI.
So it's real art, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man.
We do see this early game pretty standard, just scouting a little bit. We do not have any barrack shenanigans as to be expected from these 2 civs. Not any Dark Age shenanigans usually coming out of these bad boys. The double hunting cabin coming out as well.
Oh, it's a great spot for Nimadan. The double woodlines here, that's perfect for a high trade house in between.
I was going to say this is going to be the most fun Castle Age of any Rus player. Oof! I would want to be Numadan in this. Now, if I look at Lucifron's situation, though, I do feel like his position is not too bad either. It does feel like a very easy spot to wall off, easy spot to defend, but it does feel like there's a big gaping hole here for a bunch of horse archers, though, once the game gets there, right?
Yeah, once Cav archers are in there, like you want to have walls up ideally by that point in time, or at least a lot of outposts. Otherwise, you're just going to find yourself in that position where your army, as China, is a good bit less mobile. Rus, they typically make a lot of cavalry, which is why I emphasize that if the game goes longer, China, they get the ability to or rather they have the potential of walling up and take the mobility factor out of the matchup up against Rus. That's when they really start pulling ahead. But until that happens, like Rus with the mobile raiding units, with the early knights, with the tempo that they've got going on at the beginning, that's where they kind of shine in this matchup. Numedan now also investing into additional scouts here. Could potentially, well, there might have been a thought about, like, at least luring the first deer pack in, but Lucifron, he's making quick work of that. He's going to be taking down a lot of these deer here early on in front of Numedan's base.
Yeah, his brother is definitely someone who's very, very adept at deer pushing, and I think he would have had a lot of practice to know, I just don't want to mess with this. I'm going to go back. I know that this is going to be multiple scouts. I have enough sheep. Let me just go and do something with it while I can. So, denying this, and you can see the scouts were on their way to start pushing as well. Lucifron sniffed this out like that dirty cheese he sniffed out the previous game. Now, the Imperial Academy coming up here at the front, built with 4, pretty fast. At the same time, Golden Gate was 6, also pretty quickly here, but we'll see now. These boys going for the straggler trees, trying to get that wood coming in pretty quickly for the pro scouting. Now, we'll see if Lucifron does any early game shenanigans, especially with these guys, 3 on gold, if he goes for that instant pro scouting, or if he's going to go for a little bit of the land presence to deny what Roos loves to do.
Yeah, getting those pro scouts in definitely one of the priorities here for Roos. It's going to be interesting to see what exactly Lucifron's game plan is against that, as he hasn't actually moved that many villagers over to wood yet at this point in time. Just 2 villagers, and there we go. Age Up comes in immediately. We do see those 4 villagers that did build up that Imperial Academy are going to move over to wood now. He's going to need a good bit of wood if he wants to be able to research pro scouts, which I do believe is something that he is going to aspire here. First couple Imperial officials coming in now as well to start supervising all of these drop-off buildings and, you know, just get a lot of the gold in that has been bunkered inside of these buildings by now.
And that is a very healthy load of gold. You can see, timing it perfectly here to pick it up, drop it down. See that wood coming in hot as well, dropping it down so quickly, and with all the gold in this arsenal, he's probably feeling pretty happy. Now, on the Roos side, just aged up. Let's go see how quickly that pro scouting is going to be. But it feels like Lucifron might just be starting. Oh, I was going to say might just be starting before him. But no. Numedan knows his timings just as well.
Well, if he clicks it, there we go. Has been clicked now. But Lucifron, yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to start it earlier. He just needs to get it in first, because he does have that supervision at the end of the day. He is able to get that little bit of gold from the taxes now as well. And there we go. Supervision is coming in on that on that mill. We see Numedan actually opening up with an archery range here. That is questionable, to say the least, because if Lucifron... Did Lucifron make a barracks yet? I don't think he's made a production building yet.
So,
like, Lucifron, I think, is just going to make a stable. There we go. And now the archer range is just completely useless, because Lucifron, he can just spam scouts, and once he sees the archer, it's just 1 horseman.
And that singular horseman is going to be so cheap for him compared to what an extra barracks is going to cost you. So we see Numedan now going for that barracks as well. Double production building definitely ramps this up a little bit, but it does cost him quite a lot, I would say. This is also you constantly dealing with getting to castle age pretty fast, but in this case, it is quite a responsible castle to have. We do see the 3 scouts already in position, about to go pick up their first loot, and we'll see if he does get a yoink. He does get a full yoink off. Very nice. First yoink of the game.
Yeah. Lucifron behind this is now also adding in his own archer range, and with the supervision, just being able to pump out these archers incredibly quickly is such a big advantage here for Lucifron. And the thing is, he kind of knows that Roos isn't really incentivized in like the early stages of a pro scout battle to add in their own stable, because they get their scouts from the hunting cabin. So why add an additional stable? Unless, of course, your opponent's going for archers, which is going to be the case here. But Numedan, he already invested a lot into these different production buildings, into the archery range, into the barracks. So he might not really be too incentivized here to change up right now and just go into the stable instead. Might just want to consider, like, just continue pumping out these archers instead of adding in horsemen now as well.
Now with these archers, you can see this is just a little bit of pressure, but the deer will make it a little bit closer to the base, and it does get hard to spot these as the time goes on. But he does drop it, not going to be a greedy goose, and just join his army here at the back. 4 archers now against the 5 And plus a horseman. I know there are some spearmen in the mix here, but it just feels like with the micro from Lucifron, he's going to be able to make quick work of these spearmen coming his way. Now, they opt not to fight just yet, going a little bit backwards, just to ensure that everyone is joining the fight at the right time. But now, they just saw that deer carcass being picked up, and he knows that thing belongs to him. He does not want to hand that guy over too easily. Now, the archers instantly onto the spearmen, and we see the horsemen treading forward as well. Perfect microing backwards, as we see from Mr. Lucifron.
Yeah, just like that, Numedan, he's gonna have to retreat way back into space. Should at least be able to secure that last deer carcass. And with that, I mean, right now his sights are going to be firmly set on going for Castle Age, as I don't think he's going to try and really invest more into Feudal Age military now. He's just got to give up, lick his wounds, and at the end of the day, once he gets that high trade house up, he's still going to be able to continuously spawn in those deer from that landmark. So his food income is by no means going to be weak, but it does mean that Lucifron is going to overall secure a lot more deer here compared to him.
Now, getting that extra bit of deer as China does feel really, really good, and especially helps you to outlast that initial power spike that you get from the Rus. So the high trade house being in a pretty safe position as well. We see the second archery range being added now as well.
Yeah, so it looks like Numedan is going to go for that cavalry archer play we talked about earlier. It's just very good. You get a lot of mobility out on the map as well. And Imperial Palace, actually, like Lucifron, he is very, very close with his own age up. And, you know, China, they do like to build a little bit faster just because they got the tools for it. They know how to hit with the hammer a little bit quicker than other civilizations. And, yeah, that's why the Imperial Palace is going to be actually coming in at a very, very good point in time here for him. So not a big age up advantage at all when it comes to the timing here for Numedan. And Numedan actually like still denying some of the pro scouts here with just his own scouts.
And this is a very good position to be in. You want to deny China as long as possible. The problem is just the power spike is about to start. We see the veteran upgrade instantly with the supervision. It is going to be very, very quick. As you guys can see, 18 seconds left to go. And as I'm speaking, it's probably already finishing. Now with these archers, they are doing amazing work. But we'll see the horse archers and if they can actually do some work here. Because now with the monastery, I feel like this is where Lucifron is actually able to deny most of what's coming from Numedan.
Yeah, he does definitely have the tools for it. Now, Cav Archers, they do come with a lot of mobility, but Numedan, he hasn't actually been able to really get a great mass of them going right now. Instead, he's been investing into Monastery as well, as he does want to secure relics. The question is, can he really do that at the moment? Just because Lucifron, he's got such a prevalent mass of units going for himself, also added in his own Monastery now.
And you can see the yoinking now happening from the other side. Every bit of deer that he gets now is pretty massive. Although Numedan is probably pretty okay with the food for now. The problem is just, I feel like this army is just so much better at the moment. The Chinese economy really shining, and you can see how many resources are in the bank here. Now, he does pick off a few of these archers as well, and I just don't know how Numedan is going to try and mass this up. He does go for a stable, finally, and that will mean he will get some knights in there too. So Numedan definitely at a bit of a disadvantage here right now because of Lucifron's prowess, and he's just controlling every side of the map here. But the question is just, is he going to be able to do the damage or not take any damage when the horse archers go to his side of the base?
At the moment, Numedan can't really afford to leave his own base, because if he does, he's just gonna get swarmed in his base by these horsemen, and he doesn't really have that great of a mass to push out with as well. He's very far away at the moment, I want to say, from the critical mass in order to start one-shotting these horsemen, which is really where you want to be at. We do see the first couple of knights now coming. Can we take a quick look at that high trade house, see, with its great position here, how much it's actually generating?
I'm just going to ask
suggestions
Twitch
in the
chat. Twitch chat first, guys. We need your guesstimates. If you get it right, that's a perma ban. I am modding this channel, so be careful. We'll take a look in a second. That's going to be one. Ooh, that's a nice one. That is a very nice
181,
one.
yeah. It used to be like before like the tuning on the high trade house. that spot would have probably given around like 350, maybe even 400 gold per minute. Used to be really crazy. Now it's a lot more linear in the scaling.
It feels like it was necessary. I remember those Rus games where they would just sit back, relax, and just get a high trade ask. Now, I do see that someone here does get a permaban. Congratulations, guys, for guessing correctly. Now, Lucifron, though, he's on the wood line. And that one little tower is not going to be doing much against this push that he's got going. Now, the thing is with those horsemen, they're not your typical diving unit. Numidan does have a very heavy amount of horse archers behind this, but they don't do that well in a head-to-head fight.
We don't actually have any economy upgrades at the moment outside of Wheelbarrow for Lucifron. No blacksmith upgrades either. Those are only just now coming in. Is also starting to add in some crossbows now at this point in time. Not just a couple, he's queuing up quite a bunch of them now, as he does suspect, or rather did see, the first couple of knights coming in for Numidan. But yeah, Numidan at the moment, he's already got to add a couple of farms, as he is suffering right now from the withdrawal of the deer.
And running out of food this early on definitely feels quite tough to handle. He will get another deer or two popping out every now and again, but the problem is just he needs resources and he needs it now. He needs to constantly produce, and he's so struggling so much to stay on top of this. But with those horse archers, we just haven't seen them be horse archers, you know? We haven't seen them raid. They've been stuck in the base, and that's the power of Rus. You're supposed to be able to keep your opponent on his toes, even when they're in front of your base. Lucifron, knowing he doesn't need to commit here, pulls back. He knows he's still a little bit ahead, and we'll see if he is a little bit more conservative as those deer are starting to get less and less.
Pretty big issue here at the moment for Numidan as well is that his opponent got 4 of the 5 relics, which you don't want to see happen if you're Rus and you age up first. Especially since you have the warrior monks, right? Like, you have the faster religious unit, but in the end, not being able to secure the relics here means that long term, this is a game where China just scales so much better, and we are approaching that 15 to 18 minute mark that I talked about earlier, where I think at this point in time, the odds are shifting dramatically for China more and more as the game goes on. And look at that keep. Oh my god, this, okay, yeah.
Lucifron tease me.
He knows what's going on. He knows that Numidan didn't get quite as many units in. He knows that his army composition just straight up counters what Numidan has out on the field. He also already has textiles, so this keep, it's gonna go up. It's a classic get out of my game keep here right now. Checkmate move about to be made. Crossbows are in as well, so these knights don't really stand too much of a chance. Cav archers trying to kite back, horsemen trying to go for the connection, trying to catch up with them. Can't quite manage to keep up there, but now with the keep going up as well, Numidan, I don't think he can realistically stay here right now. Destruction value is looking good for the moment, but that's going to change dramatically once those trebuchets are going to come in and start taking down the infrastructure from a position where Numidan can't realistically take them down too easily.
This feels so dirty to watch, and Lucifron now, he's just pulling the villagers back. He's like, oh yeah, now you guys are done, thanks, I've got my siege workshop, now I just keep going. And more villagers.
The Boarvilles.
They're gonna die, Crackedy. Twitch chat, let's say, oh, never mind. Lucifron is a merciful god today. He decides to spare the boys, and they will be allowed to eat the boar for another day. Poor guys. They probably were very scared in there.
Definitely must have been. Oh, we got one lone villager a little bit out there, but Lucifron, once again, being merciful, does choose not to go for that one. But the army from Numidan might be a little bit out of position here, as we do have horsemen trying to jump onto that trebuchet. Archers going for it now as well. And there might be enough units here, enough range units even to get that trebuchet down. Villagers are being pulled. Mass repair is coming in. At the same time, archers now switching over to the cav archers are able to take down a good chunk of them. But in the end, are going to retreat for the time being. And we do have Numidan now with that one trebuchet firing away, but lots of villagers did go down. All the boar villagers. Numidan a little bit distracted there for the time being, did lose all of them, and now it's 41 to 57 economy units. Lucifron, he isn't preparing his own trebuchets, he's just going straight for the nest of bees.
And it makes a lot of sense, right? You want to pull the army the one way, nest of bees on top of them, because you know that they're their cavalry is not looking too good right now. Yes, there are horse archers, but they don't deal too well with those nest of bees. But we do see the lancers and the horsemen getting caught out a little bit here. It does feel like Lucifron is a little bit overconfident right now. And honestly, it would be comic justice if this turned around and bit him. But it doesn't look like he threw the game too much just yet. He does need to be careful though, because this is a very slippery slope. No farm transition, food is running out. So that is a little bit of a ticking time bomb, and this is where Roos has a shot at maybe making it back.
Yeah, Numadon managed to somewhat stabilize, or at least managed to deflect the damage from that keep. Lucifer from behind this, he is still in Tang Dynasty. No Song Dynasty for him at the moment. Without Song Dynasty, he doesn't actually have access to granaries, so he can't get the great food transition in that China is really known for. He's gonna, if he wants to do a food transition, it's gonna have to be like a budget food transition. We do have another fight going on right now. Double Nest of Bees. They are a little bit slow. They do take a while when it comes to moving forward. Numadon now also finally going for Horsemen. This is the unit that he really needed all along here, able to counter out both the archers, crossbows, and the enemy horsemen, as he does have Boyar's Fortitude in. And actually, Lucifron, he's struggling now. His food income is completely gone now. He didn't manage to get the transition in. He's floating a lot of resource behind this Nest of Beasts, get some good shots in. But the horsemen are able to jump onto the range backline now. No frontline available from Lucifron. He's trying to get some spearmen in now as well. But it's just not going to be enough. Lucifron, he's been caught with the hands in the cookie jar. This is escalating very quickly now. Numadon, he's pushing back the entire military force now from Lucifron. Double outposts here, trying to defend the boar play that he was on. But it's not really that much DPS, as there aren't any emplacements in them. And Lucifron is losing his entire army. This is suddenly just going in a complete reverse direction from what I expected there to happen. Numadon behind us has added in a second TC as well, and while Lucifron still has an economic advantage when it comes to the economic mass, the income does not reflect that.
This feels so tough, because this is now just throwing the one shot he's had at taking this game. Every little bit of resource that he spent on that keep could have been used on an emplacement, and this would have been a very, very different point in time. Overcommitting. This is going to be a tough one for Lucifron to get back in on, because right now, as you guys can see, he's starved. Just like Crackedy was saying, there's just no food he can fall back on. While Roos, on the other hand, he's got a handful of farms, adding that second TC. He's got the deer popping out every now and again, and even though he's not in a great position, he's in a much better position than Lucifron.
More outposts being rushed up right now. Thankfully, Lucifron is playing as China, so he can get these outposts up lickety-split. That's a lot of villagers being committed right now just to gather wood. Lucifron, he needs a farm transition. He needs food. He is getting food in from those from that boar, but the trebuchets actually did take down the double outpost there. Villagers on the run now did at least get the drop-off in. But Lucifron, he's on roughly 200 food per minute at the moment, and that was just from last deer drop-off, from last boar drop-off. So it's nothing really too significant here. Villagers seeking shelter.
They will find some,
oh my god,
but
this is so tough.
The idle time behind this Crackedy, it just feels like Lucifron got himself into a very impossible situation. He's got the market now. Let's see, he's bought some food with that market, which is something you don't usually see unless there's some very clever Imperial shenanigans happening. But now the horse archers are finally doing what horse archers do. They are going and raiding and actually getting a little bit of damage. Now the villager count is not equal, but it will be pretty soon. Archers getting caught out.
The front side. They're all going down. Lucifron got caught slacking for 1 second, and he's got to lose a lot of military for it. The destruction value, 15,000 to 9,000, closer to 16,000 actually behind this.
Now this feels like an impossible situation to come back from, but Lucifron, he is holding strong. You can see he's very confident that he has a shot. Maybe not that confident, but he definitely wants to get every bit of resource he can, quickly farm transitioning. The thing is just, this becomes a very exposed area again, and he will need to make a plan to try and make this safe. The problem is just, it doesn't look like Numadon is going to give him that time. That manor keep may have taught the wrong player the manners, because now the relics are under siege as well, and that's 240 Oh, that's 240 of all the gold he's getting at the moment, and that is going to be a huge dent in his economy. And if we see any yoinks coming, we might be calling it the second yoink of the game. It does. He should be able to yoink a few of these back, getting them back to safety, but this feels so tough. He's going a little bit deep for that mangonel, trying to get a lot done, but the horse archers are here. They're going to be picking off a bunch of these spearmen at the front line, and just like that, the archers will be exposed right after. The horsemen are waiting patiently to collapse on them. They're getting closer to the backline. Spearmen are trying to kite backwards as well. You can see the archers are just trying to target fire those horse archers, but it feels so tough. And now horsemen in the back line here too probably won't get too much damage done. Relic's trying to find a place back into the base, but there's just so many horsemen and he does not have an answer for them.
Yeah, mass archers now as well from Numidan, so the spearmen just all getting shut down so quickly here. 14 military units remaining for Lucifron. No food income really to speak of here at the moment. No siege to get him out of this very dangerous situation now. Numidan, he's just starting to dive deeper and deeper, and it feels like Lucifron, he just missed the window in order to end the game, and now Numidan's ruse, it just managed to pull ahead. Just the army loss in between was a little bit too much. And there it is. GG is getting called. Numidan able to take the lead now in the series. That is crazy from where we saw the game open up from.
That felt like Lucifron had all of the control in his hands and he just let it slip by being a little bit too confident under that TC. It is a very scary tale to tell, just like that. You can see Numidan lost a significant amount, got that second TC, and worked his way back up. And slowly, the resources gathered. I want to see this, because I know Lucifron was ahead slightly, but yes, you can see. As the food ran out, less and less, it started to get very hairy. So, Numidan showing he knows how to stay in his base, even with a civilization that is supposed to be that tempo, right? But now he stayed in his base, held back, and attacked at the perfect time when Lucifron was ready to overcommit.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking back at this, and I feel like maybe the Nest of Bees play there was not the best choice there from Lucifron. He also lost a lot of his units just from not fighting underneath the keep after he got it up. In this position, something that's usually, or rather if you play it systematically, probably the safer approach. You gotta keep up right in front of your opponent's face. Now's the point in time in order to get like a couple of trebuchets out, because your opponent can't realistically dive the keep for too long to take those trebuchets out, and you can always just body block on top of them. And that's when you can take down so much of the infrastructure in the opponent's base, especially against Ruse. That is quite strong, especially on a map as well, as there's only very limited wood lines where you can have access on. Yeah, I mean, Numidan, he just played it very well, very patiently, knew what he had to do in order to come back into this one. And in the end, he managed to catch Lucifron off guard when that food ran out. And yeah, that's how the cookie crumbled in that one. But next up, it's going to be Kawasan. We'll be seeing Ayubits up against the Zhuji's Legacy. It's also going to be an interesting one, but this is match point now for Numidan.
And it feels like all of the stakes are focused here on Lucifron, because Lucifron is one of the favorites to make it through here. So him losing in this round, he will not then be moving on to the double elimination, which does feel pretty scary at this point, right? So, but guys, actually, before we start yapping,
this is already double elimination.
Oh, this is already double elimination. Oh my goodness. Okay.
This is already double elimination.
Lucifron has a shot. Okay, then, never mind. Scratch everything I just said and let's get into it. Now, we are on the map that I must say, I feel a little bit like Lucifron has had a lot of practice on this. Kawasan is something that I feel like this could be his comfort zone, because he knows exactly what to expect from Zushi. And this is now something that I think a lot of us will also need to be familiar with. This is a great map for Zushi's Legacy if you let them have that advantage. So what I know about Lucifron is he will not let that go too easily. But the Ayubits is a civilization that actually up until now hasn't been going for water that early, knowing that they might need to contest this. And Zushi, on the other hand, not going for water because they really enjoy putting the landmark here right in the middle.
Yeah, it's just a lot more value that you get from that landmark in the middle, rather than those 2-3 fishing ships at the beginning. So just rushing up feudal age and then utilizing that bonus food from the landmark for a dock then, at that point in time, and you can get the attack ships so much quicker than the Ayubids can. Especially something interesting as well. Ayubids right now, he made a mining camp. So with that mining camp, this kind of tells you that he isn't going for the advancement wing, meaning that he won't get the age up in as quickly.
Okay, so why? Oh yes, because with the... Okay, never mind, Crackedy. I was about to ask why, but... Okay, so for Twitch chat, guys, I like to explain things to people as well. So you don't actually need to mine that much gold. You just send the villagers and you bring them back, and that is more than enough gold to age up with. So then you actually match the age up pretty well, I would say. Not perfectly, but pretty well, because Zushi does have that fast building speed as well. So this makes it a little bit easier for them to get it up anyway. But... Numidan not moving any of his villagers into position for that greedy goose play we usually see from people, but inside his base, he's got a pretty good spot for this anyway. But Lucifron, he's scouting.
He's moving out.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's a very, very juicy meditation gun spot, you would say.
Wow. Crackedy with the puns.
It's low-hanging fruit. It's low-hanging fruit. I'm picking it up.
Now, he does...
Wait, Lucifron's pulling a villager as well. Okay.
We
got a party.
We've been seeing this from players. They do not play
Numidan's
around.
pulling more vills as well. Oh.
Even better. He stops the landmark. The landmark gets moved, but that scout... Ooh, and he goes for the tower instead.
Okay. Economic wing industry. Oh, we're cooking on both sides.
Tell us more.
We're cooking all the way.
What does this mean for us?
This is interesting. So, economic wing industry means that, first of all, this means that the Ager from Numidan is getting very much delayed here. He is going to get the outpost up, and Lucifron will not be able to contest that, but the Age up is going to get delayed, and behind this, though, Lucifron will actually, get a ton of wooden. He's going to actually have tempo here. Which you wouldn't expect. Oh, something else to keep in mind. Numidan, he cancels the outpost, or rather, he isn't finishing the outpost. He knows if he doesn't need it, he doesn't want it, so he can just delete it, and then get all the wood back, which he can then put to use in the dock.
And pulling that third villager, ensuring you have enough wood, was such a good play here by Numidan. And now he's going to get all of that back. And I think that's probably what the scout was up to as well, to just ensure that he can do some damage. So when the cancel comes through, it does not get all done all for free. But it does look like Lucifron has the second dock in mind. He wants to get both of these legs. But like you said, with the industry, he's going to be able to afford it.
That is going to be a ton of wood coming in for him. Oh my god, we got a boar play here! Lucifron, he didn't see it in time, and Pumbaa, he managed to play with one of the villagers there, takes him down. Dock doesn't get cancelled though, second villager is going to try. Scout from Lucifron's also getting pulled, so this time around he can at least pull the boar the opposite direction.
It does look like he wants to do this again, but luckily, like you said, that scout work is some important work, and he does try to pull it away. That poor villager is still not completely safe. Never mind, now he will live to tell the tale to the whole villagers. But the scout almost paid the price, though. It does look like that first dock is coming up from Numidan, though, and, the age up is fast, and the ship is going to be faster.
You see Lucifron immediately getting just a ton of wooden now. We do immediately see in queue the Springled and the demo ship for Lucifron from the double dock play. So he's not gonna let Numidan get control over this pond here. Meanwhile, Lucifron also getting a dock in on the other pond. Actually double docking as well. Just having all of that bonus wood here. And this is why this play, Industry Wing on a hybrid map, works so well. Because usually you're not actually gonna be able to scale after going for Industry Wing unless you invest into a TC. But because you can invest into docks here on multiple ponds, this is where the scaling just is really, really good. Villager repair speed, by the way, very, very strong. And we can see that, with the villager repair speed, this is looking quite nice actually for Numidan. Having these villagers here means that he can very quickly repair these ships. Once again, villagers are getting pulled. Is it going to be in time? It is going to be in time. But so much micro going on. Lucifron, He's gonna get the clean demo connection there. Another repair though, and it's so quick. It's so quick. Lucifron, he cannot keep the dock control.
That was such a beautiful micro there by Lucifron, but at the same time, Numidan just moved away at the right moment. Lucifron, though, could have potentially gotten those vills that were a little bit overextended here. The fishing ship's doing some amazing work. The Dow does take down that demo ship, and it does look like the micro from Lucifron is going to hold strong. But guys, at the back of this, we need to keep in mind, he's got a very risky dock play here. It does look like he will get that connection finally, and the villagers will back off. But another one! Crackedy! It doesn't stop!
The Dow is not gonna go down, and now he can repair. Lucifron manages to secure the pond, and now Numidan, he's gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Very, very good meditation garden here, but in the end, he did not manage to secure any of the ponds. He's now trying to get onto the other pond, but I do believe that Lucifron, his archer ship is going up and that in that top pond.
Yeah, he's gonna need this thing up pretty quickly, because with building speed, luckily only one villager getting sent this way. So the other thing that I think Lucifron needed to be aware of is this fast castle that we usually see from Zushi behind this if their first play does not work. But with the amount of stone we're seeing here, are we going to get a second TC?
I think this is more likely going to be a dock into emplacements. Into dock emplacements, since he does have double dock already at the bottom pond. Villager actually does get sniped by the archer ship. I think this is more likely going to be emplacements potentially. Actually, now that they're getting taken down further and further, it could be a second TC. Wait. Okay, we're seeing a lot of production buildings.
Oh, he realized that dock play is not going to work.
It's going to be... Is it going to be emplacement? I feel like it's going to be emplacement still.
Yeah, but what you said...
Placement and repair?
I think he definitely wanted to consider getting that emplacement here. But now with that being taken down, just getting the military buildings... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I thought he was going to the water again. But just going for the deer, the nice thing about these high-rank players, guys, is they actually scout, so he knows what's happening. He knows exactly where he needs to land the attack. And if we quickly take a look here, we can see he's not too serious about it, but he is spending a little bit of that gold now. He does have the opportunity, though, to pivot pretty soon. He just wants to do this very safely. Ensuring that he gets control of these legs is going to be part of that. But with 22 on wood, he's going to be able to produce so many ships if needed, or just get a lot of production buildings.
We do have that emplacement now coming in, actually able to snipe down one of the fishing ships there from Lucifron. Lucifron now pivoting into some horsemen. Well done, he's already got a pretty good army composition, and look at him pumping out these units. This meditation garden just really paying for itself here with the amount of bonus food that Numidan is getting here at the moment. I mean that he can just invest so much more into military now on land, even without having that much fishing access. Because if you look at the food income, Numidan's actually very far ahead.
And this might be because he's out on the deer as well. But when we look at that villager split, he's definitely invested a lot more into getting a proper and solid army compared to Mr. Lucifron. And a villager goes down for this as well. We've all been Jugunu all in, and I think this is a pretty big warning sign as well. He knows how to deal with this. Get some walls up and hopefully survive. Now with the horsemen, he should be able to push these back initially, especially with those limited spears. He does push the deer a little bit. But we do see a villager out here, might get picked off. He does not want to die to this. Look at that.
This is a very dangerous spot at the moment for Lucifron to be in, though, because Numidan, he's really massing those units up here at the moment. Could also try and get a villager kill in. Doesn't quite get it. But I'm still very worried here in the situation at the moment for Lucifron. He's still investing a lot into wood. The issue is that you can't really make archers up against Jugunu, just because they get counted out so easily by them. They just do so much more damage with an unarmored, like, up against an unarmored unit here.
And now
Blacksmith upgrade's also coming in.
Exactly. Just getting that blacksmith upgrade is going to make these Jugunu so much more potent. Numidan, he probably feels pretty good about this running in. He just should not take note from Lucifer for last game. Do not fight under the TC, because the TC is actually something that will take those guys down. They do, however, want to break down this wall because the wood access he's had for a while. We see a lot of idle time here from Lucifer. This is 30 villagers being idle at the moment. Probably best case scenario for Numedan. I feel like the damage has been done at the cost of 1 or 2 Jugunu.
It's not just 1 or 2. Now we're almost up to 20 now. Numedan behind this. He can actually start like going for a ram push play now as well. Lucifer trying to snipe reinforcements here with his unit, still trying to get more and more resources in from the water. I'm not sure if maybe he can try and like go for an age-up play now behind this. It's going to be very, very tight timing. He still has a great economy behind this with the fishing ships. It's not as great as it could have been. And he's going to have to be so careful because those Jugunu once again are pivoting over to the gold vein. Lucifer is going to notice in time, but is still going to lose 2 villagers for it.
And 2 villagers might not seem like a lot, but in this point of time, definitely is. Because right now, he's got a pretty good food economy, but he needs some alternative resources. But with the horsemen, he is going to be able to start clearing out a unit or 2. Now, we do see the deer starting to dry up here from Numedan, so the food is going to get less and less, but he does have a very healthy bear back here as well. And it does feel like Lucifer is on borrowed time. The archers being rallied forward means they're going to get picked off instantly. They are barely even going to be able to look at those Jugunu.
Blacksmith now coming in for Lucifer. He realized that he needs to play the Age, but you don't want to play the Age as Ayubits in the Feudal Age. You want to play it in Castle Age. And now Numedan first ram is going to be coming in. Already so many Jugunu, so many spearmen, and Lucifer, he just doesn't have anything comparable at the moment. This is truly just a very, very tough situation for him. And look at that. Without the Pierce Armor upgrade, 5 Jugunu enough to one-shot an archer.
Now, the army is aware that there might be some shenanigans. He's smelling the fact that there has to be a different wood line, and he finds it. This is a pretty big indication that he's going to find some stray villagers out on the map. So for him, this is probably the best type of news he wanted, knowing that he will be able to find some damage out here. The problem is just Lucifer is on borrowed time, but this means the army is a little bit split. So possibly the only time I think Lucifer might be able to do some damage to this big army. You see the villagers migrating to the other side of the map, and that is such a dangerous zone for them to be in.
Wood just running so low here at the moment for Lucifer. He just doesn't have access wherever he goes. Now is able to at least get a little bit of breathing room there with those villagers next to the pond where he does have an archer ship, right? So at least a little bit of defense there for them. Numedan hasn't put up a second ram yet, but the first ram is starting to take down the docks on that first pond from Lucifer. And Lucifer, just without the wood access, he just hasn't really been able to mass up as many fishing ships as he might have liked to in this situation. Is finally starting to get to a mass where he's able to really pick off some of the Jugunu reinforcements time and time again. They're starting to at least look up in that regard, but overall still the army value very, very far ahead at the moment for Numedan.
And this feels like such a tough position for Lucifer to be in, because he knows what's coming and he needs to just find a way to pick off, even if it's just a handful of them. But him running around the map like this, with chasing after the horseman, could pose that opportunity. He does take down a fishing ship here as well, and that is going to do so much damage to this food income of his as well. We see this meditation garden just living his best life, producing more food. Now, with the villagers out here, he is going to be able to afford those archers in his base, but now the horses are trying to look for a little bit of damage.
Yeah, tries to go for a bit of counter raid. Numedan, he is running out of resource out of the map just when he pulls more villagers out there. Numedan is going to lose a couple here or to this raid behind this, trying to get a couple more rams out for an additional push, but this is a lot of economic damage here inside the base of Numedan. More and more villagers going down, trying to find their way into the village. But is the damage here enough, as Lucifer is sacrificing a good couple of these horsemen? I mean, it is a really solid amount of damage. Now also able to take down a second Imperial official here as well. Really good damage found. Is now going to start to retreat back, and Numidan diving Lucifron's base behind this, and Lucifron just pulling his military inside the TC is going to try and do damage up against this mass infantry ball, but it feels like you just need so many volleys from the TC that it's not really realistic to take down this military mass here at the moment from Numidan with just the TC. You just need your military units to do that, but it is so difficult up against this really large mass from Numidan, even after you kill so many villagers here.
Yeah, him taking down 16 villages definitely put him back in the game, but it does not mean that this is over for Numidan just yet. I mean, look at that army. That is a pretty scary mass to be faced against. But the thing is, those rams just did not get into the base to do that significant amount of damage. They definitely did some damage here on the docks, taking down this whole pond. But you can see that now he's using this as an opening to get back on that. Now the spearman learning his lesson. He's got the spearman back in the base to defend. And another horseman trying to stop this dock from going down. He does have some backup docks, but at the same time, Numidan is trying to counter dock this. He's also going to be seeing these bad boys just out here on... Oh, he's not yet, at least. That will be a pretty juicy
The dock is getting rushed up, though.
And he does have vision.
Now he's going to see them. Yeah, double dock as well. I mean, Lucifron, in theory, he's got enough resource for one sprinkled ship on that pond, but Mount Lu Academy now behind this. Numidan, he's aging up to Castle Age now behind this.
And this feels so tough. That is a mass and a half coming towards the villagers. If we take a look at these guys, they know exactly where they're going, and it looks like that damage that was just done is going to be done to Lucifron again. Now, luckily for Numidan, these villagers do not have wheelbarrows, so he might be able to catch up to a few of them, but actually decides to turn back around and go towards the main base, meaning that some of these will actually, or most of these will actually get out alive. But the problem
the villager is on the run here with the age up. Upgrades are coming in now. Veterancy on the Jugunu. Once that is in, even the horsemen can no longer counter out the Jug mass.
And the problem is, he's just not able to produce anything to take this down. He is trying to, but it just feels so tough. Now with the villagers on gold, he's trying his best to just get back to that tempo that he needed. But Lucifron, he did so much damage, but it just was not enough. And now, even losing some of these fishing ships could cause the game to end. Now, this is a pretty big army, and like you said, the veterancy is ticking. I'm a little bit worried here for Mr. Lucifron, but the numbers, it's not... We can't discount it yet. It does look pretty decent in terms of numbers. The problem is just those are feudal age units. Never mind. He's going straight for the villagers again. Those horses have been an absolute menace on this. And now 20 total villagers going down for Numidan.
Yeah, Lucifron, he's doing a great job of just trying to bite down on this game, not really letting go just yet. More outposts coming up inside the base from Lucifron now. He does know that his opponent only has unarmored units at the moment. There aren't even that many, well, there aren't any rams out yet at the moment. And if he can just get enough eco damage done, maybe there's still a way for him back into this game. I say that, and just then he finds another villager raid in the woodline. Once again, finds Imperial officials to take down. But now the units are inside of his base, and the first outpost is going to go down very quickly. No +2 defense yet, though, on the units from Numidan, so they are going to take a significant amount of damage, and the archers are actually going to find some good shots there onto the spearmen. That's the only unit here that really throws torches. Jugunu in mass are able to take down buildings, but not nearly as quickly as the spearmen.
He does decide that this is definitely worth it, and he goes back into the outpost, but the archers are doing their best at trying to target fire one by one. Horseman raid still looking pretty great, but the thing is, this is a desperation raid. It's not a situation where you're feeling confident about all of this.
Archers still trading out here. We have reached a significant mass where both players are able to start one-shotting, but in the line formation, Numidan still able to take the better trades here at the end of the day. The issue is that his economy is pretty much completely idle. Lucifron on double the eco count, and the income, it's looking like a standstill at the moment for Numidan. This is crazy.
The fact
how
that
Lucifron has been able to come back in this game.
he's clawed his way back in, and this is absolutely fantastic. Now, those horsemen, he did lose a significant amount of them, but he knows he needs to get the food and he needs to get to castle. And now, with the amount of fishing ships he has, he might have that shot, but the moment he hits that age up, he needs to be careful. And this could mean that the age up might just be the one answer of military wing. I mean, he could try to go for more villagers, but in that case, he might fall behind pretty quickly. We've been seeing a lot of Ayubids go for military wing as well, because even if they don't win the fight at that moment, it just adds up so quickly. So do you also foresee a military wing coming out of this man? Oh, he stopped producing villagers. Oh, he wants to get this age up so quickly. He knows it's time.
I think he needs advancement. There we go. Yeah, advancement wing is coming in.
That makes sense.
It's just the timing advantage, and you get it cheaper, and you do need it really, really quickly. Villagers at this point as well should be moving through the wall at the bottom there, try and get some gold income somehow, somewhere. Might be though that Numidan anticipates that he's gonna need gold for the upgrades.
Now, he does not find a way out just yet, and he's about to find a face tank with a few of these villagers as well, if they do not move. But the spearman now going at the wall. This could be the alarm bell for him, like, hey, I need gold for the upgrades, and he gets the wall just like you said, Crackedy. It looks like he just needed a little reminder of the arrow units firing at him with 1,000 bolts and more. Now, the houses are next on the menu, and he definitely has the wood to get back if he does lose some of these, but no. These units actually just want to do some real eco damage. They do not find any just yet. It does look like these villages are not going straight to the gold.
They're going to the gold in the middle of the map. The large gold vein.
Sneaky.
Behind us, I mean, the issue with, or rather, it's very interesting because in feudal age, Jugunu absolutely dominate archers. It kind of changes up though. Once you are able to get to Castle Age with a lot of archers, they pull ahead quite a bit more because they get +2 damage and Jugunu only get +1 damage. Now they do obviously shoot more bolts, but there's a lot of overkill in there as well. You can kite better with archers, they are quicker, and maneuverability just becomes a lot more important then. At that point in the game, we are getting camel lances in, we are getting veterancy on the archers in, and suddenly Numidan, he's gonna struggle a lot more with this. He also doesn't have Pierce Armor level 2. Granted, Lucifron doesn't have that as well, but Pierce Armor level 2 also is very important when you're up against the archers here. And he's been in Castle Age for a lot longer.
Now, he's been in Castle Age, but he does not have all those wonderful Castle Age units that deal with archers so well. So, if he had a few lances in here, that might have made these fights a little bit easier for him to overwhelm with, especially when he was so adamant about diving. But now, that eco difference might actually be showing the moment this next fight happens, because Numidan is not going to be able to replace that army, but Lucifron, he definitely will, because he's got the fish. And even though the ram has done amazing work, it has not done enough. Look at that stray little Jugunu, just causing some trouble.
It's about to get shot down though, and there's still a villager up that can always rebuild these stocks, which are still very, very cheap for the Ayubids here, paying only 75 wood per. Man, Lucifron, these horseman raids just keeping him in the game and actually giving him a shot at it. And right now, looking at the stats, army value and economy count, he is looking super, super solid. And Numidan now didn't quite manage to close out this game. Now, this isn't match point for Lucifron yet. It was for Numidan, though. And the way it's going right now, it looks like we might be getting to game number 5 here.
And I am welcoming that treat so badly. I would love to see us going all the way, because this feels like these two have definitely shown their teeth, and both of them showing that they deserve to qualify for this. Now, another docking situation coming through here. Numidan trying his best at getting another dock, instantly focusing on the villagers, as we see from Lucifron. He just does not want to lose this water because he knows this is where his power is. The problem is the food from Numidan has run out, and now he's going to be even more susceptible to these raids.
Yeah, behind this, like 60 archers from Lucifron now with all the blacksmith upgrades in as well. 10 camel lances more coming in, also going for the dervishes, going for the relics now behind this. And there it is, the big mass of archers. These are not clock tower nest of bees. they might not be up for this, but the Nest of Bees is still something to be respected here. Lucifron will have to be careful. There's not a fight right now that he really needs to take, but the Camel Lances, the Nest of Bees! That's it. There is no coming back now. This Nest of Bee play was Numidan's last way of getting back into this game after losing his advantage earlier. And now, with the archers, the mass of archers in front of his base, there's just no way to push them back. Another Nest of Bee is coming in now. Inspiration, well, or Supervision is coming in, tries to get him out in time, but it's not enough. Numidan is going to have to concede this game, and with this means we are going to go to game number 5. 3 sets today, Whamen, and all of them going to 5 games.
I am absolutely speechless. I cannot believe these two. Numidan, it feels like he just cooked the most delicious meal for all of us to enjoy. But then, Lucifron, he just came in swinging. Those horses, it was fantastic. The way he controlled his army, the way he kept his opponent completely overwhelmed and out of his base, it just shows us why he has always been at the top. And even when he took a little bit of a break, he comes back and shows that prowess yet again. Wonderful performance here by both of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've had 2 really, really big comebacks now, didn't we? Like last game, Rus versus China. That was a really, really great comeback from Numidan. This one, Lucifron, came back miraculously, I want to say.
Now, I feel like you might be in for a treat when you see this last matchup. Twitch chat, we're about to see the last matchup. Let's go and look. Guys.
House of Lancaster versus...
No! Oh, no.
Then it has to be Delhi, right?
Strike 2.
Oh. HRE versus Ottomans. Okay.
That was not on my bingo card either, I'll be honest. HRE, yes, of course. HRE, that's a civilization that a lot of people still have problems with. Lucifron, I have not seen HRE in his hands, but if I was a betting woman, I would definitely put my money on the person who has HRE in their draft. The Ottomans, though, they've been able to do some pretty crazy feudal pushes.
Sapahia broken.
Yes. And also the fact that even if they don't get that damage done in Castle Age, that thing still pumps hard. And guys, before we go into this next game, remember, after the next set, we will be doing the giveaway. We'll be opening the giveaway after this game. And then you guys can start entering. We'll go watch a few ads and then we'll go into the final series. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready because that is going to be another beautiful... Wait. Let me just quickly show them again what they can be getting. Ladies and gents, look at those. Oh, there they are. Look at those. They're wonderful. They're orange. And they will go right into your ears. I actually have the white ones. And they are absolutely wonderful. I used to use AirPods. Rest in peace, the AirPods. But yeah, this is an absolute wonderful set of earphones. And I would recommend them to anyone. And the person who gets them for free, you will be very lucky. I'm definitely hoping my orange ones arrive as well. And then I'll have 2 sets and I can just do 1 color each ear like an absolute animal. But that could be you. So guys, entering in a little while, but very, very soon. So for those of you on YouTube, remember, you can head over on to Twitch where we will be doing this. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our game. Hope you're ready. Crackedy.
And ready we are as we're jumping into our game number 5. Match point here on Gorge between Lucifron in the color green playing as the Holy Rome Empire, starting us off here with Dark Age Barracks. His opponent is going to be Numidan as the Ottomans, and we see the military school opener from him.
That is exactly what I was way too excited to not interrupt you on. The fact that we're getting barracks versus military school, it tells us the tale of old Ottomans versus new meta. Now, we'll see if Lucifron is going to be able to find some damage, but honestly, he might. Because this is a very exposed gold. If we look at the distance between the two, this thing is very much not protected. So it does feel like a pretty opportune place to go do some damage. The other option he has, though, is just to go push his deer. We'll see what he opts for.
Yeah. Now, in theory, just in general, like, the spearmen that are coming in from the military school, it's quite slow. Like, we're looking at roughly a minute from now for the first spearman to come in. By that point in time, Lucifron's gonna have like almost 4 spearmen out already. And yeah, just being able to immediately do damage to the gold here. Now, Lucifron, he doesn't know where the gold is yet, though, or even if that is his initial point of aggression that he wants to go on to. Numidan very early on pulled villagers over 2 gold, so I'm not sure if he expects something like this. He might very well do. He might very well expect something like this. He does definitely see the spearmen now, so could potentially pull even more villagers over, which he does do. More villagers being sent over to that gold vein now. He will be able to quickly gather up enough gold for the age up. So this Dark Age rush, in the end, is not going to affect him too badly here. He is going to be fine.
Now, with him getting the gold, he does need to keep in mind, like, hey, I might need to get enough gold to actually get a spearman upgrade if I decide to go for it. No. He will probably have to go into archers from here on to deal with these, if Lucifron decides to stay.
Behind this, I mean, the spearman from Numidan could try and lure the deer, but realistically... Yeah, there's already a spearman from Lucifron luring his own deer, but I would also expect Lucifron to pull an additional spearman over and just kill the deer from Numidan that are close by.
And there is a very juicy packer right up here. You don't want your opponent to get the opportunity to push them in, and Numidan going for the one back on the one side. Let's see if he's gonna try. He's gonna try to get it as close as possible before those spears arrive. Now, he does have this one singular military school spear, and a second one will be joining, but not soon. He sends it over to go do a little bit of harassment instead, or even just to deny the deer.
Yo, Twin Minaret Madras now coming in for Numidan. Lucifron not too far off with his own age up, just courtesy of having 40% faster economy with the HRE, thanks to that prelate early on. Should be seeing an Archon Chapel coming in here at the back of his base. We'll be able to boost up the wood line, the berries, and all the food underneath the TC. So still looking very good here for Lucifron economy-wise once that age up comes in.
Now this definitely feels like an okay start. Numidan still, he's able to go back on gold. He's able to normalize here and go for the actual deer of his opponent as well. So the spearmen definitely have their place, but I feel like this just speaks into the late game. If he does get the Sabahi, he is able to stop the first one or two, depending on where he puts those bad boys. But we'll see what that push looks like, because with 4 on gold Crackedy, are we seeing a professional scout from HRE? Because I remember when they used to go for it, but I don't know if this is still a very common thing people do. Or just normal upgrades?
It's not as common as it used to be, but if you go for an Archon, it definitely plays into it, right? Just because you have that one spot where, there we go, Miller's coming in. Yeah, this is 100% the professional scout play here from Lucifron. Because you're able to park all of those deer underneath the Archon Chapel, you're just able to explode into a massive amount of food income there, which just boosts up your economy so much. And it's definitely something that you would expect here from the HRE, especially since Ottomans, he has lamed the deer, which means that Numidan can't push in the deer. So it's very easy for him to go for his Pro Scout play now.
That makes a lot of sense. I can imagine that will be so fruitful if Numidan lets him have it. And just that. We'll see now what the villagers decide to go for next, but with 12 on food and 5 on gold, I'm not thinking they're going for anything, Crackedy. It feels like they're going for castle and castle only.
Yeah, Castle Age fast Castle Age makes a lot of sense for the Ottomans. You're able to put up more military schools. You're also able to get higher value units from your military schools. And Sapahi and Castle Age are just really good. They go up to, I think it's 185 HP, which is just 5 short of normal, feudal age knights. Do have the Spearman from Lucifron trying to pick off some villagers here, but Outpost does get up. Is going to be denied there.
Does not have that first vizier point yet, but soon enough, and when you...
It's going to be sheep.
A sheep, yeah, I was gonna say, he's definitely not gonna want to give up on all that free food in the base. It does feel like a really good position to be in, because you just get yourself safely into castle, you have enough food to make units, and to go from there. And then let that tempo start to build. Lucifron, though, he should know this is happening, because he's seen how many villages there are over here. He's seen the split of every single vill, so he should know what's coming. We'll see if he does decide to actually...
Oh no, Imam. Imam point came in first. Now this makes sense if you rush Castle Age, because when you rush Castle Age, you're not actively producing units. When you're not actively producing units in Feudal Age as the Ottomans, you're gonna get your second Vizier point in the later stages of Castle Age. And you do want to get Imams in eventually, like especially early on, because you want to secure the relics before your opponent has military out in the first place to deny that. That's not gonna be the case up against Lucifron though, so he already has the appropriate reaction to that, which is why I personally expected just the Sheep Vizier point to come in here for Numidan, just secure food, and you're also gonna get 15% faster gold gathering from your gold villagers, so you kind of benefit there very early on. Mehmed Imperial Armory now gonna be coming in for Numidan.
And this is going to mean that he's going to be able to make a play for those relics pretty early on, but Lucifron knows this. So moving out onto the relics already, you can see him just parking right there. The thing is, these guys, they have an escort. So the archer going to be the front line here, just ensuring that nobody gets to touch these relics. But both of them being together means that this is probably the best spot for him to try and go for both relics. And you can see Lucifron, he's getting ready on every single side. He's not going to give this up for free.
And the archer is going to spot the spearman here, but that's enough spearmen to challenge one single archer. And Numidan, he's going to try healing now, that archer, but does reveal the Imam play with it.
Now the rest of the spearmen are going to be joining this party. The thing is, with this type of information, even if he gives up one of these, the delay is pretty significant. You can see him now also rerouting all the villages onto gold as well, so that he can at least try to make a play for some of these relics. He might not be able to stop these two, but he can delay those imams from getting them for free.
The horseman is trying to intercept the imam now. Might actually find him there. He does. Wololo is coming out though, so horseman is going to have to retreat at least for the moment. But there they go. Horseman diving onto that imam at the same time. The spearman from Lucifron also trying to get that imam, and it looks like the spearman might not be enough here. Yeah, both imams are going to go down. Numidan losing out big here on the imam play.
That was such a beautiful timing with the horsemen as well, ensuring that the spearmen are keeping them engaged so the horsemen can intercept. I would not have called this if you paid me, Crackedy. That was fantastic by Lucifron. You can see even with the scouts here, he stopped professional scouting as hard as he was, just to make sure he has vision, and he goes in here without being blind and running into these very, very annoying stealth forests. But the relics are a little bit closer, but the imams, they are no more. So this will definitely require a significant investment to get this back up and running. And guys, 200 wood at this stage of the game, when you do not have production buildings, is largely significant, because you are already struggling to get your military schools up. And right now, this is not the Ottomans we see that people say is broken. This is an Ottoman on the back foot, waiting for the military schools to actually make a miracle happen.
Yeah, we only have one military school in at the moment. Numidan now trying to reinvest into the imams. He did get the monastery up for it, or mosque rather. That's a tough situation for him, though. He has started gathering some stone in, so we'll be able to drop some additional military schools soon. He's going to have to really lean heavily into a Janissary play now at this point in time, I believe, just because, like, it's a very high-value unit, and he is getting the archer range in, and his opponent already showed the horseman, so it kind of makes sense to go for some Janissaries here. He's also getting the Springles in next, and the horsemen are trying to find a raid here, are going to be able to take down one of the villagers as well.
It does feel like those villagers are definitely valuable at this point, because he needs every bit of resource he can to deal with this very heavy army coming out to his side. Because now, as we're looking, these deer, they might not be that much, but they're slowly adding more and more. These pro scouts, they are just not professionally scouting, they're semi-professionally scouting. Not feeling in a rush, they're just bringing them every now and again. You can see some of the villages...
scouting.
Leisurely, I like that. So that does cause a little bit of idle time here amongst the villagers, but definitely a constant food income. And you can see the numbers are so different between these two players.
Yeah. HRE just suffering from success, gathering up so quickly that the villagers go idle, even while actively pro-scouting.
Now, with these archers, he's able to pick off quite a bit, and the horsemen losing a little bit of focus here. Now, that mangonel is going to run right back to safety, but the archers are doing some great work. Now, it does feel like Lucifron... Oh my goodness, and I didn't even realize this was an option. He goes right for the siege here at the back, and it looks like he will be able to pick up the mangonel, and that's massive, because that is the one thing that would have dealt with all those archers. Another villager going down as well. And the thing about these knights is, they might take some damage, but they can go home and heal up. There are 4 prelates in the base, and they're looking for something to do other than just inspire.
Yeah. Behind this, Numadan, he is now trying to get a couple of Janissaries out on the field. Janissaries are going to deal great with anything but archers. But against the archers, you will have Sipahi. So this is kind of the thing with the Ottomans, where 2 units and they get a full army composition against any unit. Usually you need 3 units at least to get a full army composition against everything. Ottomans need 2. They can't count to 3. If they count to 3, it's they use a separate hand, and that's gonna be Springles.
Now, this knight actually does go down, and the second one too, but he does take another victim along with him. 7 villagers down now, and that must feel pretty good for Lucifron. Numadan now, his passive eco is starting to look pretty decent though. I would be a very happy camper with all of these military schools here, but the problem is, I don't know if they're producing fast enough to handle this death ball that is going to go his way. We now see Lucifron getting his 3rd relic as well, and that is a happy HRE, especially when you go for the cathedral. Both of these being dropped right now, and that's going to mean that gold income is going to be so sweet.
Yeah, it's gonna be almost 500 gold per minute now for Lucifron, just passively. Definitely something that the HRE do enjoy, getting that passive gold, and he is investing that quite heavily into this mass knight play, which is coming in now. Janissaries out on the menu though. But Lucifron, he feels like he has the mass archers counter, focusing down all those Janissaries. Knight count thinning a little bit, but it's still there in significant numbers, and now Janissaries are completely gunned from the field, just 1 remaining. Sprinkles actually did manage to do a great job damaging the archers here. Looks like Numadan might be able to hold on. It's looking rather tough. More knights coming in, though. More archers reinforcements coming in as well. Sprinkles starting to go down. Sipahi remaining. We do have a couple of crossbows. More Janissaries in now as well. There's a very tough hold, but it looks like Numadan is going to be able to thread the needle and stay alive here for the time being.
He stays alive, but he loses another set of villagers, and this is such a tough spot to be in. Now the Imam just here to heal up a few of these villagers under duress, and losing 10 vills at this stage of the game, it feels pretty tough. You're 15 minutes in, you're already 10 vills down, and your economy is not in a place where you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be fine as time goes on. Now the farm transition is starting from HRE as well, and this starts to become harder and harder as the time goes on. As you can see now, this is looking great for HRE. They love being in this position because that's exactly where they shine. They pick off a few units, go back, replenish it at twice the amount, and then go in for another push. Now, with these Springles, I think that Lucifron will probably take a little bit of notes from that last fight and not allow those Springles to do what they just did. The Janissaries, though, doing amazing work to these knights, and in those few numbers, they're really trying their best, but it doesn't look like they're going to be long for this world. But also the knights going down, pretty good pickup for Numadan, but he needs to find a way to get back into this game in terms of his economy, definitely.
Honestly, I think Numadan is not in a bad position here. 4 military schools pumping out Sipahi. Gold just gets invested into Janissaries. He just used Janissary Company as well, so he just got a ton of additional... Wait, was that Janissary Company? I think that was Janissary Company. Yeah, he did just use that. So he got 10 Janissaries out now. So he's got a really, really good army. Look at the army value, 4,500 to 3,000. And if Numidan finds his way up to Imperial Age here, which realistically he can do, like, Ottomans is just broken once they get to Imperial Age. I'll say this much. Ottoman is broken when they get to Imperial Age, just courtesy of having free siege and the perfect army composition in the game.
Now, the thing is, Lucifron showed us in a previous game, he knows that he can overcommit. And this is going to be one thing that could spell his downfall. He needs to be so careful. When he sees this, he knows that, okay, my opponent has invested a significant amount in getting to those Janissaries. Because choosing the Janissary Vizier point is usually something we do out of desperation or a strategic play. But this feels more like one of those choices you make when you feel like, I need to get a military and I need to get it now. So this is something that HRE needs to be careful of. And I think that Lucifron is the person who could overcommit in a position like this. He's shown us in a previous game. Let's see if he's learned from that mistake, especially with these Springalds. We've been seeing how much work they are doing. And those knights at the back, yet another villager, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Now, again, archers a little bit too far forward. They take a lot of fire there from the Springalds and the Springald tower. Now, just trying to snipe, but he's losing a lot of this. Oh no.
We do see Lucifron adding in some men-at-arms as well behind this. Just the issue is that Numidan, he already has the counter to those with the Springalds. So it is very tough for Lucifron to really find an army composition that works now in this situation. He's also got a lot of prelates out on the map, so he is actually like actively inspiring the villagers, even if they're outside of the range of the Archon Chapel. His income looks really, really solid. I'm still, Whamen, I'm just very worried that against the Ottomans, it is so incredibly tough to deal with their military. And that's what they're so good at, just getting this death ball of units going that you just cannot go up against. It is so frustrating in these situations. Because now, sure, Lucifron could also invest into siege. The issue is that his opponent has by far the strongest anti-siege unit in the game with the Sabahi, the best horseman in the game. And if Lucifron wants to go for cavalry to take down the siege from Numidan, well, Numidan has the best anti-cavalry unit as well with the Janissaries. It is why the Ottomans, they just can feel very oppressive to play against when it comes to late game, when they do get this large Janissary mass up, because you just cannot counter it.
It does look like Lucifron knows that because he's just trying to find more and more damage, trying to do exactly what he did last game. But like you said, if that army goes and connects, there's nothing that Lucifron can honestly do to stop this. It does feel like that tower at the front, we see it now being upgraded, but he's just trying to get another villager kill as time goes on. But again, those are passive resources, like you said. He does pick off a Janissary, but a Janissary for a knight does not feel good at this stage of the game. And this feels like a pretty scary push. He does get that. He does get the emergency repair on that, but it will go down soon after. We do see the army gathering at the back here. Prelate inspiring and healing. We'll see if he has inspired. No, he does not have inspired warriors. So that's purely a healy prelate. But for him, he's still trying to find that damage. 16 dead villagers now. And honestly, this does not look like a game where someone just lost 16 villagers.
Yeah, it does not. It's just those military schools, they're a great way to scale your military, and that's what Numidan did. 8,500 military value with all of the free siege as well, compared to 6,000 at the moment for Lucifron. And in a choke point, these Springalds are gonna absolutely crush his military, so he has to really make sure that he's fighting outside of that choke point. And he is actually able to fight in a little bit of an opening here, not directly inside the choke point, though the men-at-arms do take a lot of damage here. But in the end, actually, Lucifron taking a great fight here. The Sapahi are gone. The big mess of Sapahi is not where they're needed at the moment, and that means that a lot of the Janissaries can get focused down here. That is what Lucifron needs. Keep the Janissary count low. Once the Janissary count is low, then the Knights and the Men-at-Arms can do work again. But it's starting to thin out. More Sapahis are coming in.
And it just feels
not
like...
quite enough focus there on the gens.
It feels like Numedan felt that bit of desperation to see the death ball going in, and with that Sipahi, he wanted to stop those night raids that he keeps seeing. But now these, if these Springles go down, it's going to be so hard to remax. And now Lucifron, he's got enough of a mass to be able to punish this if Numedan gives him the opening. The archer's doing an insane amount of damage here and actually picking off. But now we see Lucifron floating 3,000 gold, and I floated 3,000 gold before. And usually this spell's Imperial because you just quickly build a market.
You're like
and you're
Lucifron.
Like, yeah, I'm basically Lucifron. You know, I beat a laser, right? So am I a pro gamer now?
Confirmed.
Yes. I'm not going to rematch him, of course, but otherwise, basically the same as Lucifron, Crackedy. What do you expect? But with that amount of gold, he can go in any direction of the game. That is the beauty of it. And he goes Imperial.
Same thing.
Mm-hmm. Miss Macro.
There it is, Palace of
Macro.
I mean, if Lucifron gets Imperial Age way ahead of Numedan, and he's able to get the upgrades in from Imperial Age, mainly Elite on the Archers, Incendiary Arrows, those are going to be the main upgrades that Lucifron needs in order to be able to deal with all of Numedan's army with a single unit type. That could be his way back into the game, because at the moment I actually do firmly believe that Numedan is ahead if the game kept going in its current state.
I'm actually quite surprised to hear that. And not fully, but it feels a little bit rough, because this just seems like Lucifron made so many more plays, but Numedan knows his civilization, and he's showing us he knows his civilization so well. We don't see an upgrade coming for Lucifron just yet, but I would eat my shoes if that was not an archer upgrade being prioritized. Because like you said, with those incendiary arrows, this is going to be really hard to punish. But he does get those bombard emplacements now, and that is going to be so hard to handle, especially even
Lucifron
as Ottomans.
Yeah, Lucifron, he knows that Numedan might just go for the all-in now, so these upgrades, these emplacements are going to be key here for him. Having the cannon emplacement is just going to mean that he will have a static way of dealing with those Janissaries, and we do actually have, from the looks of it, a little expansion out here from Numedan, but there are horsemen here from Lucifron that do spot this, and we do see a couple of green dots moving towards this little proxy base now, as it looks like Numedan, he needed this expansion, or want to get this expansion in order to be able to move out onto the deer there and potentially go for an Imperial Age and even secure the large gold vein there. Not able to do that. Villagers are getting pulled. They're an effective meat shield now that the Palace of Swabia is here. And now emplacement and as well, bombard cannons are going to be flying out from those outposts.
A TC does go up at the back, and the horsemen do go down, but it's purely by the hands of the villagers. Just like Lucifron saw his horsemen die, he pulled his own, and that feels pretty good when you're taking down that significant portion of an army, and you know he cannot push through you. The only thing Lucifron needs to do now is he needs to find a way to keep his opponent in castle. Because once you get him to Imperial, he is going to be pumping. We do see the horsemen now that you mentioned. They are at the back of this. They're picking up villages, and it feels like Numedan is just not catching a break. Oof, I say this, and oh my gosh, Numedan is going right for it.
He is going for the dive, but at this point in time, feels like a little bit of a desperation play here. There were some cold runs that did get sniped. The second one is also going to get sniped, so no siege play here at the moment, but Numedan is throwing away all of his army for it. Behind this, the Imperial Age play looks to be his goal, just trying to buy himself what little time he can with his military mass, but the sacrifice, I feel like it was just a little bit too much here. We do have still veterancy on the archers, so no elite yet. Lucifron just not quite having the resource for it at the same time, and the massive movement speed here on the HRE archers mean that these couple of remaining Janissaries will not be able to survive. We do see some big walls coming up here behind as well, and yeah, Numedan, he knows his only win condition chance in this game is getting these walls up and being able to survive until the Imperial Age comes through, until he's able to get that big army production in from those military schools. 10 Sprinkles, 8 Sipahi. Whamen, I think he might still be able to make his way up to Imperial Age, and I think this might still be a really close game.
And that just feels so dirty, knowing that you've killed 21 villagers and you're still gonna have a hard time ending him. I do see Twitch chat talking about...
If you can end him.
If you do what?
Oh, that's the thing. Like, I'm not sure if Lucifron can realistically end him here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It just feels like there's just so many holes he's able to plug, and doesn't matter how many horsemen he keeps sending in here, they are just able to get shut down every time. He does pick up another bunch of villages here. That TC is not going to be housing everyone here, apparently. Not going to be housing any for a while. They just want to watch their fellow countrymen die, and they're all dead, Crackedy. He doesn't stop, but the Sapahis are ready to handle. Twitch chat did have a question, though. What is the difference to cooking and being cooked?
Well, have you ever looked at this question from the perspective of a lobster?
Mm-hmm. What does a lobster cook? If he's the chef?
Well, they've been cooking a lot in Disney movies so far,
Okay,
but yeah, they don't typically do a lot of cooking, but they do tend to get cooked quite often.
Now these Springals are looking... See, these Springals are cooking, and these archers, they're cooked. There we go. They're that lobster Crackedy is talking about. But these guys, you see all those little hands? Lobsters as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story of life at the end of the day, isn't it? You either cook or you get cooked.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it goes.
Now it does look like these boys are very heavily putting up the temperature now that they are in Imperial. We'll see those upgrades coming through. We'll see that next Vizier point he chooses as well. He got Advanced Academy.
Should be Great Bombard, potentially. Like, just have that Great Bombard in, and... The Great Bombard is actually, like, really, really strong there as well, just against infantry and anything like that.
Now it does look like the next Horseman raid is coming on through. These horses just never stop. I can imagine Numidan is feeling quite frustrated with these guys, and they know there's something happening. He splits them into 3 groups and instantly goes and tries to find them. He does find them, but now they have to run around, and this feels like a little bit of an opening. Now the army on Numidan's side, it is quite thin, Crackedy. Do you still think that Ottoman can hold this?
I honestly do. At this point in time, okay, Numidan did actually just switch up the army production from his military schools over to Janissaries. I don't quite agree with that. I think you should still just mass up Sipahi and just try and gather as much gold as possible. And all your gold, you're going to put into upgrades on Janissaries and Sipahis and just produce as many Janissaries as possible normally. Because Sipahi are an insanely strong meat shield. And you just need the backline with Janissaries. That's where, like, your main damage is going to be coming from at the end of the day. We do see the upgrade coming in on the Sipahi. Actually, yeah, Numidan already used up all of his Vizier points, so he can't actually get any more Vizier points in, so it's not going to be a great Bombard Vizier point coming in anytime soon here.
It does look like these horsemen are actually, again, getting a lot of idle time and possibly getting a lot of villagers again. And the thing is, just with that second DC, it doesn't feel as dangerous, especially with the Sabahis following through, but the problem is now, this is going to be a pretty tough spot to defend, because if these military schools...
Janissaries at the front!
Yeah, and they're expensive. There's only 3 of them left, but the Springals are there to try and save them.
Yeah, Springles are still doing a great job there, but we are on 3 Culverins now. A lead upgrade has come in on the Sipahi behind us, and yeah, they're tanky. They are very, very tanky. Don't have a meta at the moment. That could also be an issue. First Great Bombard has come out. This is the front. He's got a very big army. Numidan very far away from having a big army.
And now,
trying his best to get to it, but now the military school's getting taken down.
That is usually the toughest position as Ottomans, because you know that is your comeback mechanic. But with those Culverins, it gets so hard. The second Great Bombard is out now. Oh, he did pick the Bombard. I was going to say, that was very fast.
Yeah, it looks like he still had a Vizier point. I actually thought he had gone through all of them. Looks like that wasn't the case. Once again, these raids on the gold. Numedan, for crying out loud, just invest 100 wood, get the walls up.
He's like, I can bleed them villagers, doesn't matter. But the Springalds are going to be so difficult to handle. The Great Bombards taking out one of the Culverins. They are firing back at the Great Bombards, but this feels like such a hard position to be in as any civilization, because how do you get to the back of these guys? And I don't think Lucifron knows either. He does have 200 supply constantly, but Numedan, he's the one creeping forward.
Numedan, he is struggling at the moment actually with getting enough units going. He is just now trying to send a couple more units out onto the map, trying to raid the flanks with at least a couple of Sipahi. Now Sipahi are just the best raiding unit in the game, I want to say, in the late game. Such a great meat shield unit overall. But this is starting to become dangerous. The second he starts moving out, that is the moment in time where Lucifron's pushing in, and the Culverins doing a great job at taking down the siege from Numedan. More and more Sipahi coming in, trying to be the front line that he needs at the moment. But there are just so many spearmen as well still remaining here.
The villagers are supposed to be preparing, but they are distracted right now. It does feel like the sacred site timer being stopped there. We do see finally getting a decap as though, and that makes it even harder for him.
Is Numedan winning this fight?
It looks like it. But the reinforcements, Crackedy.
It has to be battling out. Like, that is such a long line of units coming out from Lucifron, but Numedan, he's holding.
And getting that sacred site down just means that Numedan gave himself another bunch of minutes that he could potentially crawl back into this. Not that you believe he's been behind, but it looks so behind, Crackedy, but I see what you mean. Ottomans is just the never die civilization, especially with these bad boys ready to survive and fire at anything that people throw their way. But now...
I Am Magic has done things to me with Ottomans, unspeakable things. I believe the Sith can do anything.
Now, when units are clumped up like this, Great Bombards actually have a wonderful time. The thing is now, there is going to be a little backwards raid yet again. The Springald numbers are not the same as they were before. The Great Bombard a little bit exposed, those horses coming from behind onto the Great Bombard, and one of them will go down, but the second one is now at the front being exposed, but the archers not really getting as much damage as they want, but it will be enough.
This might be a break. Yep, this looks to be the break. Lucifron, he's had enough military units this time around, didn't give Numedan enough time to remass, and I think now GG comes in. Yeah, game number 5, Lucifron is going to be able to push through, and this means Numedan, he's going to find himself on the loser bracket side in the double elimination stage, while Lucifron is going to move up to the upper bracket finals.
That is absolutely disgusting to see Ottomans surviving this long, but Lucifron played his heart out, doing an amazing job at just keeping Numedan in his base and slowing him down when those pushes were getting scary. Guys, that brings us, I'm so excited to have Lucifron getting all the way through so far. And guys, next up will be CSO and Kiljardi. Let's quickly go into the lobby. Now guys, we are going to be starting that giveaway. I just need to check my phone to make sure that we can start with the giveaway. So guys, if you want to enter and get your Glorange, I deactivate this, your Glorange earphones, type exclamation mark Glorange and get on the list so that we can do, that was the previous one, but so we can give away yet another one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to a break, but when we come back, it's going to be CSO versus Kiljardi. See you guys in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Hey, my name is Myriad, and I'm an Age of Empires 4 pro player. I've been playing since release, and my choice of mousepad is the SteelSeries Speed. The SteelSeries Speed allows me to get my mouse quickly across the surface and smoothly so, and stay at the top level. If you fancy a bit of help getting there yourself, get yourself one as well.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear where...
We've all tried this. Ready the game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to get 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. And that's one part of 13,335, the weight of GTA 6. That's right, we did the math.
Hey guys, I'm Beastie. I've been playing Age of Empires 4 professionally for a couple of years now. My choice of mousepads is balanced because I feel like it's a perfect combination between speed and control that I need in order to play RTS games, in this case Age of Empires 4. So if you guys are looking to improve your own gameplay, no matter which game you play, I suggest balance.
Hi, I'm Cole wearing an Arctis Nova 3 wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity. What'd you say? I can't hear him at all. And that's the power of a clearcast mic. Be heard.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
What's going on, everyone? Bear here from SteelSeries, and today we're going to be unboxing this headset. We're super excited for you to take this close look, so let's jump right in. First up, here's a closer look at the Nova 3X. Under that, you'll have this small box with your 2.4 wireless dongle, a USB-C to USB-A adapter, a double-sided USB-C charging cable, and your microphone with a removable pop filter. Now, just like the other headsets in our Nova lineup, the 3X utilizes our Comfort Max system, which has a lightweight and flexible build. We've brought back our soft airweave cushions for that ultimate comfortable fit around your ears, and the headset uses our custom designed neodymium magnetic drivers. Alongside that, you have an adjustable headband and a telescopic hinge to help fit every head type. Now, to attach your mic, insert the jack into the port on the headset with the flat side facing up.
Now this is going to be where you want your microphone positioned. You don't want to be eating it. You don't need it this close to pick up your voice, but you also don't want it so far away out of your face that it makes it harder to hear you.
You'll have some controls on the headset itself, including a mute button, a volume dial, a power and connection mode button, as well as your USB-C charging port. The Nova 3X has a 40-hour battery life and supports quick charging. 15 minutes of charging is going to get you around 9 hours of battery. To connect to your console, make sure that the dongle is switched over to Xbox. Then go ahead and plug it in and you're all set. For PC use, toggle the switch over to PC and plug it in. This also works on multiple other devices like your Nintendo Switch. Then you can use the Arctis companion app to access 100+ presets. And you'll still be able to have separate audio presets for both your Bluetooth and 2.4 connections. The Nova 3X comes in 4 different colors: black, lavender, aqua, and white. We hope you've enjoyed this first look into the Nova 3X wireless. Have a great day and for glory.
Hey, my name is Myriad and I'm an Age of Empires 4 pro player. I've been playing since release and my choice of mousepad is the SteelSeries Speed. The SteelSeries Speed allows me to get my mouse quickly across the surface and smoothly so, and stay at the top level. If you fancy a bit of help getting there yourself, get yourself one as well.
wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better.
Oh my gosh, we're back! So, guys, we have to do our giveaway, and let's quickly do that. So if you haven't, you have 30 seconds left before we get to the giveaway, while we're loading up our first map and the civilizations that will be on the screen pretty soon. So, oh my gosh, Crackedy, what is that?
Oh, I've got a hairy little furball with me here at the moment. It's getting late, and this is kind of like the point of the day where he's like, "Oh man, dude, it's time for you to go to bed." Like my cat always wants to cuddle with me in the bed, but yeah, we're doing a little bit of extra time here, and I know he's fine with it.
Yeah, Gigi Dog, actually, during that last part, she was also standing here with her legs on me, and she's like, stretched, because it's time to go for the walk. Oh my gosh, that's an amazing cat. Oh. So, we have HRE versus Ottomans on Gorge, which is wonderful, but let's quickly go and see who will win the next thing. Guys, who gets the orange glorange earphones? Let's see. There should be a different name being pulled now. I will wait for Tommy to press the button. Tommy, pull the lever, Kronk.
Pull the lever.
I really hope that it changes on the overlay. Oh my gosh, trips and blips all the way.
Oh, trips and blips.
We know trips.
All right.
An active Whamen
community player. Yeah.
Damn. Can you believe it, Trips? Damn, girl. Yeah, no, she is definitely a solid part of this community. I hope she enjoys this one. Well, guys, then let's get into... Oh, wait. I need to load up the game first. I loaded it up on the wrong computer, so we'll go into there in a second. So, Ottomans versus HRE. Do you have any thoughts?
We just did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, time for a repeat. All right. I mean, we just saw how it went, but we also saw how it could have potentially gone, right? The question is this going to go the same way again? Honestly, like HRE, they are still a very, very solid civilization. They do have their timings. I still think Ottomans, they're a force to be reckoned with in the late game, especially like in any matchup where you kind of like skip over feudal age. That's where Ottomans just feel better. Because Ottoman feudal age is not the best. It's not the best. There are some matchups where Ottoman feudal age is very, very solid, but it's not the best overall. And when you're able to just get past feudal age and go straight into castle age and later, that's where Ottomans really feel comfortable. But we have to see how exactly this one's going to play out. We have a little guess from the last game, but now it's time, as I think we are able to load into our first game of the last set of today. CSO vs Kajadi, let's dive in.
Hell yes, brother. Crackedy, we are on the most wonderful map if you are an Arcane Chapel enjoyer, depending on the spawn, of course. This is a pretty okay spawn, I would say, as an HRE player. I do enjoy a spawn such as this one, but it does feel a little bit open. But definitely not the worst one he could have had. Kiljardi, on the other hand, going for the military school. We're seeing the same thing happen again and again. And we've been seeing a lot of barracks happening for people in the early stages of the game. Why are we not seeing that today? Specifically for Ottomans.
I mean, military school, it's just slow. Typically, like, military school is very slow. I feel like most of the time we also just have the need for players to go for that very early dealer, which is why they prefer to actually just go for the barracks immediately, because you get the spearmen out quite a bit earlier. Looks like CSO, though, is going to go for a very, very early deer denial there. At least he killed the first deer, but other than that, yeah, okay, he's going back to looking for the sheep here in this game.
Yeah, both of these civs, they do enjoy having enough sheep, at least at the start, when you have that early aggression expectation from both. But we do see a clear winner here between... Oh, no, actually, never mind. That does look pretty even. Now, for those of you wondering, by the way, we are forwarding through the Dark Age as we're trying to catch up to the live games a little bit. So we do get to enjoy the quick sheep running going down in the game.
Yeah, the quick sheep running here. At the early game, there's always just the... there's not much action going on, especially in this one, as we do not actually have the spearman rush coming in from the Holy Roman Empire. Kiljardi is still deer luring, and is going to do that with a single spearman here at the moment.
And he's doing a pretty good job at this. I mean, when I start doing this, I do lose my mind and my deer goes in all the directions. So watching someone like Kiljardi do it, I feel inspired. I feel inspired by someone who can actually do this so well. And you can see, very, very well moving closer. And now with 2 spearmen, this is going to be child's play. But on the other hand, CSO has a double deer pack. And Crackedy, I remember earlier in this cast, we talked a little bit about how double deer packs can be an advantage, but also a very big disadvantage. Now, when you have 2 deer packs like this on the side of CSO, I think you're a pretty happy camper because you know you are HRE and your pace of the game, you could potentially get these pretty quickly and pretty safely as well.
Yeah, exactly. You can get these pretty quickly. At the same time, it also makes it a lot easier to deny the pro scale play. If all the deer are at the same spot, it means that you just need to be in one spot on the map in order to completely cut off your opponent from the deer, if you're able to hold that position. Kiljardi here, he's going to get all the deer nicely lured up underneath his town center. It's going to be a lot of food here for him. Definitely something to be happy with. We know from the last time we saw this matchup, Ottomans didn't quite manage to get the deer nicely underneath the TC in a situation where they definitely would have loved to have them. Now we see an early stable coming in as well. CSO, though, looks like he just wants to go for the Castle Age rush. We do also have a stable come in for him. So most likely just wants to get a couple of horsemen. Actually, no, it is Pro Scout. Yeah, it is Pro Scout. He is getting Pro Scouts in. But behind that, is he just going to go for a straight up Castle rush right after? Kind of feels like it if he wants to get the outpost up there this early on the gold vein.
Now, getting the tower out here is going to be so powerful, especially when you're so scared of an Ottoman pushing, etc. So it does open it up to, never mind, we have some problems. The spearmen are already here, and ladies and gentlemen, that villager is in some danger, but this tower is in a lot more danger, and that refund was not a refund.
It's halved. Yeah.
I was not a happy refund at all. And now the problem is...
Great discount.
Definitely. The problem is now, you're getting the scouts, and yeah, what you said, it can also be a disadvantage. Because now you have 3 spearmen blocking both deer packs. And these guys are going to have to go all the way onto the other side of the map to actually get some deer. And this is not a happy set of villagers on here.
Do see that we once again have the Imam Vizier point coming in for Ottoman players. So Kiljardi did invest into those Vizier points. Imams that will now cross across the map. Also, first couple of Sipahi coming in, a meta to accompany them as well. CSO investing into men-at-arms. That's an interesting one. Kiljardi is going to have the tools in order to just heal up his spearmen and just out-heal the damage from the men-at-arms earlier on. But we also see the archer range coming in, so it's going to be a mixture of archers in there as well, where the Sipahi are going to do quite well, but mix in spearmen as well, and it starts to become a little bit more difficult.
And the problem is when you're getting this type of composition, this is a very food-heavy composition as well. And right now, this is not looking too great. The deer pack's completely denied, for now at least. But with the amount of units that we're seeing out of Kiljardi, it does feel like he could potentially keep control of this for a while. Although, when you start to get to a handful of men-at-arms, even the Sipahis might struggle to deal with them, because now the spearman numbers are increasing. And I don't see any archers from Kiljardi. He's not going to have an answer to dealing with those anytime soon.
And CSO now rushing up the outpost on his gold vein means that he is going to have secured gold access here very, very soon, which will just allow him to now boom up all the way to Castle Age from this position onwards. Is still pro scouting behind this now as well. Has once again secured access to the deer at the top side behind us. He's also been taking away the second deer pack from Kiljardi.
Now, that deer pack that Kiljardi pushed in just means that this is a very safe one, but this one is ripe for the taking, and Kiljardi not making any plays for it, he's just going full aggressive. Now, the imams, they definitely give you quite an edge at this point of the game, but they're so slippery, and you can lose them easily if you're not careful. Now, you can see he's getting a lot on the gold, and I don't think this is one of those where he's getting a lot on the gold to try and age up. This feels like I'm not going to have gold forever. Let me get as much as I can, because I'm going to need them for my units. So, I'll see if this is going to work out, because the thing is, even the secondary gold is all the way over here. The other ones are, again, just stacked with the deer. It feels like a very compromising position to have. But at the same time, look at these units. He's got so many. And this is pretty scary to deal with.
Yeah, just a little bit of everything here at the moment when it comes to the unit army composition here from CSO, and he just keeps massing units nonstop, also getting economy upgrades behind this. And still, the pro scouting is ongoing. Kiljardi hasn't quite been able to shut down all the sources from the deer so far.
The problem is he's now moved that army into a position where they're not going to be able to deny the pro scouting on this side, and this is the opening for CSO to actually get the deer that he was awarded by spawning here. So this is going to be a lot easier for him to now get that food and get ahead. So moving the army into this position for the last bit of deer that were left, this could be quite costly.
The amount of Sipahi is getting quite large now at this point in time. Sipahi in mass are just a really, really strong unit. Honestly, this could be a tough situation for CSO, but his economy is still just looking so solid here behind us. He still is adding in so much military. 12 archers, though, are more than enough to start one-shotting the spearmen. This is the kind of count that you want to have, being able to one-shot the spearmen. You don't really need much more at this point in time. You just got to make sure that those spearmen go down quickly, and the Sipahi can deal with everything else.
It does feel like CSO is getting a lot of gold here, and again, I don't know if this is gold that he wants to go castle with or that he even intended to do so, but the number's pretty big, and he's not getting any military upgrades just yet, but they will be following pretty soon. Now that's just going to mean he's going to have a lot and enough for at least a little while, but now siege engineering coming through, and this is going to be a lot easier for him to break through. But Kiljardi, let's just hope he listens to what is written in his name, kill and don't get killed, because he can easily overcommit here. We know what HRE can do when it comes to survivability.
It's a classic cook or get cooked type situation here now, and there it is. First ram coming in now for Kiljardi. He's also he's just going to use the spearmen here for the ram and try and use the archers every now and then to just harass the gold vein from CSO. And CSO is floating a lot of gold here at the moment. He's also getting a lot of men-at-arms out, though, at the same time. So he is definitely respecting the aggression coming in from Kiljardi here. And these men-at-arms are actually going to be doing an amazing job here on the defense, as they do have a good amount of armor, even against the Sipahi. Those Sipahi do actually, they slap. They got a lot of melee damage on them.
Now, I want you to notice how quickly CSO is moving these villages back and forth. Instantly, the moment the archers poke their heads out, he is on top of this. He does not blink. This man catches everything. But now the Sipahis are looking like they're a bit aggressive. The problem is just they should not be too aggressive. Emergency repairs coming out now, and villagers going out there a little bit on the side of danger, but the Sipahis now trying to collapse. The problem is just there is a little bit of a back raid coming too, and the archers might be in a bit of danger. Imams! But the ram goes down instead.
Ooh, Archer is trying to focus down the Spearman. First Imam did just go down. Second Imam going down now as well. No more healing coming in. The Sipahi mass just kind of disintegrated here at the front line. The Archers, they're actually, they weren't able to focus down all the Spearmen in time. Not that many Spearmen remaining at the moment from CSO, but the Sipahi mass has been cleaned up completely now. And Kiljadi, he just lost his entire military. He just lost his entire tempo advantage. And CSO, he still is in such a comfortable position now after all of this. So many men-at-arms in his army composition still alive. And this means that CSO, because he invested so much into the economy upgrades behind this as well, he's got a flourishing economy inside of his base, while Kiljadi just lost a ton of military force out in the field.
This is such a tough spot because Kiljadi's army, not all together, even though the numbers were pretty even, it definitely made this fight a lot harder. A CSO not having any upgrades up until that point. He must be really happy with how that went, because it feels like now he can just naturally go to castle. And the units that he can make, they're not units that Kiljadi will be able to deal with at any point.
Not just that, but he also already has 14 men-at-arms that he can upgrade, so 14 armored units immediately for him. CSO, he's looking really strong in this one, straight off the gate.
Now with the Sipahi, he's taking a note from the previous game. We just saw Lucifron raiding non-stop, and hopefully for Kiljadi, he can find some damage as well. But the units are going towards his base too, and he does see them, and will not let them pass just yet. But like you said, with the Ottomans, they do get to tick, 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 and actually catch up pretty quickly. Now, this is not that scary of an Ottomans just yet, and he is struggling for resources. You can see him now getting that tower and the gold as well. He knows he needs to be scared. But the cathedral coming through now is just going to make sure that these guys are ready to be upgraded. We see with the amount of villages on gold, even though he doesn't have it right now, he's going to have it pretty soon. And every single unit in front of him will be a lot scarier than they are now.
Yeah, Ragnar's Cathedral as well, just allowing CSO to get these relics in now, as he is already preparing prelates from his TC to send out onto the map to immediately vacuum up these relics. Kiljadi, he's trying to go for a little raid here with a couple of Sipahi, but honestly, Whamen at this point in time, is he gonna get much value? Is gonna find the villagers on the age up. We do have Fortitude activated, so these Sipahi are gonna have a lot more attack speed now for this attack. Good couple of villagers are actually going to go down here. Kiljadi finding very good raid value. Actually, really good raid value. Look at that. 9 villagers, 10 villagers. Make that all the villagers that CSO just used to age up. They're all done. They're all gone. In the blink of an eye. And Kiljadi, he's not too far away from aging up himself now. After a brilliant raid. That was incredible.
And that just shows you exactly what a good timing can do, and a very bad opportunity of a placement can look like. And even though a CSO on paper did nothing wrong there, it just was the perfect play by Kiljadi. Kiljadi coming in at the right moment. But, ladies and gentlemen, even though Kiljadi killed his whole age-up villager mass, he does not have an answer to these bad boys. 14 men-at-arms coming straight at him. This is going to be a tough one. Now, these men-at-arms...
Istanbul Imperial Palace coming in the Whamen. That's not the landmark that we typically see from the Ottomans.
And that just means he's going to be able to get those vizier points. Do they get them instantly, Crackedy?
No, they don't get them instantly.
Oh.
Maybe
no.
he can get the crossbow vizier point right now, just in order to survive. There's the it's the second one on the right. Yeah, that one.
This one.
So
okay.
all your garrisoned villagers will shoot crossbows with bonus damage up against heavy units.
Well, he definitely needs something. Oh, that's exactly what he does. Look at that. He just gets it, and now they will do a little bit more damage. That's pretty wild. He knows how to adapt.
Kiljadi knows, yeah. He knows that he just did a lot of damage and now he just needs to survive. And there we go. You could just see, like, the TC, like, it's making the sounds as well. a lot of crossbow shots being fired there behind us. We do get veterancy in on the archers. Just gonna take a little bit more time for that to come through. Kiljardi, he needs a gate. He's got the wall there in the back that he can run through. He's fighting without the veterancy upgrades. He doesn't need to. He could just retreat past the wall. Is not doing so at the moment. This could still be tough. He's losing the archer count. They're still not upgraded yet. He's fighting with feudal age units up against castle age units. The upgrades aren't in yet. Kiljardi's losing his military mass.
And just waiting a few more seconds to let those kick in could have changed this fight to be very, very different. Because now we see the knights are doing the same. Men-at-arms from every single angle. And the archers, they definitely did a lot of damage. But Kiljardi, he lost a lot more than he needed to.
But
he's okay.
He did manage to hold on, but it's an unfortunate loss there on the Sipahi count. He had a lot of Sipahi, now he does not.
Yeah, getting those Sipahis back as well will take quite a while because
the relics though.
Oof, that is true. They're all just getting sucked up by CSO right now. And a 5 relic HRE, it might be worth it to lose 13 villages.
He's going up to Imp. He's just gonna go Swabia.
You realize,
give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Give a man a palace of Swabia and, he's gonna have a fun night.
CSO's not hoping to make it a long night, I hope, because this feels like a pretty heavy push from Kiljardi, and he doesn't want to give Kiljardi too much of time, but at the same time, Kiljardi, knowing that there's Palace of Swabia coming, probably doesn't want to let the HRE just do what they're doing. Now the question is Kiljardi not just going to be able to do damage here? The thing is, with the tower here and
oh, he's
archers,
putting on the goggles.
Oh no, he's going straight for it. He gets a prelate, but the rest of them are just fighting. It looks like these men-at-arms are actually going to be able to handle this pretty well. Mechter gets focused down, and even though these archers have an extra little bit of defense, that Mechter is dead, so they don't have that anymore. And all of a sudden, Kiljardi's army is the one just thinning out.
Yeah, thinning out indeed. I mean, this just hurts so much now at the moment. Look at those archers going down. Kiljardi just being a little bit too overzealous. He knows that he did a ton of damage to the villagers, but he also knows that his opponent just got all the relics. CSO did have to reinvest into the military, so now he's not that close to the to Imperial Age as he was earlier. Kiljardi, he's also not looking that good. How many military schools are we at the moment for Kiljardi? I don't think there are too many. Yeah, it's still just one military school for him inside of his base, so it's not looking that great. And that's a lot of villagers on stone. Is that gonna be like for a second TC now?
Oh, with the amount of villages...
Feels like it.
Yeah, because we saw this as well with Ottomans. When the HRE went up to Imperial, getting that second TC allows you to stay up to date, but at the same time, Kiljardi, he knows he did a significant amount of damage. The question he just has to ask himself, do I want this to go later? Or how do I end this? Because we know HRE is also a civilization that just doesn't want to die. It doesn't matter what you do. So now he is getting closer and closer. And Crackedy, we're seeing 3,000 gold again. You know what that means?
That means that CSO could just drop a market and buy his way up to Imperial Age at the moment.
And he
definitely has the economy for it.
With 5 relics and just a handful of villages on gold, this is a very, very happy man. He's even inspiring the gold villagers because he knows a man with enough gold can never go hungry. Now, Palace of Swabia coming down, I was giving it that sus look because it was at 2,400 food and I was like, is he going? No, that'd be wild. But he does go for the Palace of Swabia. We'll see if the knights can actually do some damage.
Yeah, Palace of Swabia is now coming in. As you mentioned, we do have a couple of Janissaries, so these night raids, as long as Kiljardi can get in position in time, he can definitely react to those. But CSO, he's so good at raiding and keeping knights alive during those raids and just overall buying himself a ton of time in these situations. Kiljardi at the moment, sure, he's 10 villagers ahead, but his opponent has 5 relics with the HRE, so in theory, it's more like CSO actually being ahead by 10 villagers at this point in time, just based on the income.
That must feel like a very tough position to be in, because gold being very finite is not a resource that you want your opponent to have unlimited of. And Town Center now coming down for Kiljardi, which just tells us that he wants this game to go a little bit longer, that he can get back economically, knowing that his opponent is on 5 relics. But it doesn't feel like the right move when you're against an HRE, but at the same time, he doesn't have a way to kill him. There's no way to break through this fortress of farms and tower. Singular.
And now, CSO, I mean, Kiljardi got the second TC in, but with the Palace of Swabia, it's like CSO just went from 1 to 4 TCs total. So overall, the scaling definitely in favor of CSO, especially in combination with the relics. Kiljardi, he's got one last big army here mustered that he wants to push in with, but these outposts, they got relic inside of it as well, so a lot more range and a lot more damage on these Springald emplacements. He is diving in deep though. CSO, it is time for him to garrison all of the villagers. A lot of them will get taken down here by the army from Kiljardi. We do have a little bit of a choke point situation here as well. Not that big of a backline at the moment from CSO. It's mostly just at the front. These men-at-arms, a couple of archers. Henkan is mostly just in queue at the moment. But it is enough, and the pressure with all of these outposts and with all of these emplacements here just forced Kiljardi back out of the base after he lost a lot of his military once again. Killed a lot of villagers, but up against the Palace of Swabia, this does not feel worth it.
And those were very, very expensive units. Units that you cannot get that easily. You need a lot of time. And I don't think CSO is going to be giving him that time. You can see CSO is right now trying to do some damage, because he knows there's nothing you can make that can actually take these down in the right amount of numbers, at least. Focusing down every single villager he can find to try and equalize that kill count. But now, with Swabia added, that feels like something that is very easy to attain. Now with the outpost now, we can see the bombard emplacements, and this is just going to make it so difficult to handle cannon emplacements. These guys, they shoot rockets, and it doesn't feel like anything that Kiljardi can make is going to be enough, because, ooh, hello, great bombard! He says no, actually, I've got one of these. So the bombard she tells you not to worry about. This man, he's going to be blowing up HRE towers, ladies and gentlemen.
This still feels very tough though, CSO. I mean, having all of these emplacements, you can always just emergency repair and buys you so much time. This is not the great bombard that you know about. That's, well, rather that you're used to. This is an early great bombard that the Ottomans can spawn through Vizier Point. You do get it instantly, and it does auto-upgrade to the normal one upon hitting Imperial Age, but it does have reduced stats at the moment in Castle Age. So instead of doing 70 base damage, it does 55, it has a little bit less HP, it does a little bit less damage to buildings. But it's still probably the best siege unit you can have access to in the Castle Age.
So, instead of getting the siege production, you can just get siege from the TC with the right landmark. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Istanbul Imperial Palace, the first one we've seen in our lives. You guys might be wondering, isn't this the most glorious one? No, it's not. The next one is. The Imperial Age Up is going to be even spicier, but if we even get there. So, this is the wonderful part of seeing something like Ottomans. We never get to see them go for any other landmarks because they've been very linear for quite a while, because there's just something that is better than the others. This great bombard, Crackedy, you were right. It does not do that well, like the usual ones we see, but the emergency repairs is going to make this a little bit longer lived. But the Spahis, they do look for some damage, and it seems like the farm is first on their list. Another one.
He just one-shots that farm with the Great Bombard here, so every single shot, that's minus 75 wood in the end for CSO that he had to invest into. Outpost now is getting focused down. That's a relic in there, so that's definitely value. Kiljardi also producing some knights now behind all of this. Just needs to get more and more units out at the moment. We are at an even unit mass between the two. 36 men-at-arms, and we're even getting elite army tactics in Whamen. Do we even have elite men-at-arms? These still look...
They are!
No, they are actually elite. They're gonna be fully upgraded outside of blacksmith upgrades, but they're gonna have full university upgrades on them. They're gonna be looking to just rush in there and take care of the military force from Kiljardi, and he doesn't have a great counter there because he didn't go for the Mehmet Imperial Armory. He does not have 10 Springals to help him at the moment.
The problem is, this bombard is also just firing right at the Swabia, and it feels like the moment they move out, this bombard tower is just going to do work. The surround is happening, and they get to the backline so quickly, but it's from every single side, and it just looks like this is going to be a flood, Crackedy.
It is. With elite army tactics, these units just do not die to the Janissaries. Castle Age Janissaries versus elite men-at-arms. And it looks like CSO is going to be able to do it here in game number 1 with the Holy Roman Empire up against the Ottomans from Kiljadi. A lot of aggression, a lot of villager kills, but in the end, it was not enough. GG comes in.
Apparently, at the pro level, you can get away with going men-at-arms only. And honestly, I'm writing that down. That is absolutely wonderful. Oh my goodness. That elite army tactic wait time. He held back. He knew I might lose some things, but I'm going to wait for the elite army tactics to surround perfection. Kiljadi, he has a very difficult opponent ahead of him. And this does not feel like it's going to be a very smooth way going into the final part. So, we do have the next matchup, French versus Delhi. And I do know that people say French deals with Delhi like a knife with butter. You just scoop it right up. What has your experience been in the French-Delhi matchup?
I wouldn't say it's like a hot knife through butter. It's more like French have the tools in order to deal with the early sacred side rushing from the Delhi. But Delhi are still. Delhi are broken. We're jumping into our game number 2 now between CSO and Kiljadi.
And CSO now being 1 up, we can see that he is going to feel very happy with this. But why do they not deal with it that well?
I mean, French do. I meant to say like French do deal well with the early like feudal age play from the Delhi, where they do go for the sacred sites. Mainly because they do have armored units very early on. They're able to keep up with the Ghazi Raiders, which are probably like they are the second best horsemen in the game. They do some bonus damage to heavily armored units as well. The thing is, French, they get chivalry. And Delhi are able to just heal normally with scholars, but French being also able to heal their knights means that they have a way of just also regenerating their units, going for hit and run tactics. That's typically something that Delhi like to do. And just gives you a lot more tempo overall, which is honestly like, if you're able to deny sacred sites from the Delhi, they will struggle. They need that kind of tempo. They will need that kind of map control in order to be as strong as they can possibly be.
Now, with French, that mobility also just helps so much when you know the civilization you're up against. They love moving out for resources, especially when those first berry patches, they do run out. Dome of the Faith now coming up, and, you know, once the knights get on these points of gold as well, this is quite an expensive wall to make. And it does feel like his position is a little bit exposed. The deer, pretty close to the base, but again, it will require some investment to get there. We'll see if the School of Cavalry will actually allow him to do so. But we are seeing now a little bit of gold coming in, but this does not look like pro scouting type of gold to me. Oh, it might be.
It does not, and we do know CSO, right? Like CSO, he does go for Pro Scout. He might not go for it immediately, but something that we will for sure see in this game is an abundance of knights. CSO is a knight enjoyer through and through, and yeah, chances are he's going to be massing up a lot of them in this game. I wouldn't even be surprised like if CSO just went full on knights and didn't even bother making any other unit in this game.
That's exactly what was on my mind right now. I was thinking, oh, this man, he sometimes does this thing where it's just no spears, no archers, you just make knights. With enough knights, ladies and gentlemen, CSO has a message for you.
Second stable.
Yeah, at this point of the game, what more do you need?
CSO now just has to hope that this doesn't get to Castle Age when Kiljadi gets elephants, which just completely mess cavalry up. Like elephants, it's not even close. They can take on like 5 knights at the same time and be fine and take all of them down.
Yeah, this does feel like one of those things where you let your opponent rest and they do get ahead, but CSO has not shown us to be that kind of guy. He definitely has shown us that he can dominate and constantly put on the aggression when needed. Now the first night and its journey is underway. We do see him running into that Ghazi Raider, and that charge just obliterated him. He now needs to run back to his family and go to the hospital for a few months because this man needs to be healed. He does have the scholars at home that could help out.
They got a great healthcare.
Yeah, they got some German healthcare in it. This is not the dental.
He just took a lance to the face, and he's gonna get a complete jaw replacement.
If a dentist is doing my jaw replacement, gosh damn it, Crackedy. What are you guys doing there in Germany?
Experimental science. It's experimental healthcare. You just take the old jaw out, you put the new jaw in. It's a, modular system.
Yes. Science. Guys, Germany is ahead of their time. Look at that. Healthcare systems right there working. That was a jaw replacement if I've ever seen one. Oh my goodness.
You just reattach the arm. There we go. Time to charge once again.
Now, this knight barely took a hit. He's like, come at me, bro. And the rest of them, they're just chasing around him. And they get to do that. But now, pro scouts, I was wrong. This man is pro scouting because he just wants to make knights. But with those amounts that he's going to be getting, he's very happily going to be doing that. The thing is now, he's going to be quite mobile. But at the same time, he cannot slow down on denying all these Ghazi raiders and their aggression, because this can get quite scary pretty fast. Now, one of the knights does get blocked. Beautiful surround here by Kiljardi, and one of the Ghazi riders will pay the price.
Ghazi Raider did get taken down. A Ghazi Raider for a knight, though, that doesn't feel like the most equivalent of traits. And what is this? We do actually have a little switch up here. CSO adding in an archer range, which is strange considering so far Kiljardi has only shown that he's interested in one thing and one thing only, and that is Ghazi Raiders. But actually, it looks like CSO might have spotted something. A barracks, perhaps, as Kiljardi is now starting to add in some spearmen. So CSO already ready with the counter here.
He's going into yet another Ghazi Raider, so this shows he is still committed to this mobile force that he has. Because just like I said, the same with the knights being able to deny resources, the same goes for the Ghazi Raiders. They're a little bit faster, and once they get on top of something like this, things start heating up. But instead of having spearmen at home like any normal person, this man, he sets the knights on duty, and they're going to be having a watchful eye. Now, these knights are not going to be running around for free. The Ghazi Raiders, or the Ghazi Spearmen, are standing around, but they do find a very good snack, and no deaths, though.
A lot of villagers just being harassed here, just when they want to move out to the second berry spot there. That's a large berry spot as well. Just so much food sitting there for the deli. Luckily, though, Kiljardi had a couple of spears nearby, so he didn't lose out any villagers there at this point in time.
We can see that these guys are going to be connecting with Ghazi Raiders, meet the knights pretty soon. But keep in mind, there are more knights underway. And now the Ghazi Raiders running into the knights at home and getting a little bit of a surprise with the archers also supporting them.
Yeah. Do you struggle with knight production? Just
Yes.
download more knights at moreknights.com.
And that's exactly what CSO, what he's decided to do. He's got 2 archery ranges, but he's like, I just needed 3 archers, brother. We good. So yes, he does struggle with it. So now he will just make more. He's got the resources for this. Chivalry now coming on in. He's had enough archers. I don't know what these 2 archer ranges are for, actually. Now that I look at them. We only have one producing. He's just...
Moral support.
Moral support, yeah. Just to say you have a diversity of units. He doesn't really need it. He's got knights.com. But we do see that these guys are going to be out here on the berries and a little bit susceptible. No tower. Those villagers are quite brave.
No sacred site captured up yet by Kiljardi, and this is actually already quite late at this point in time. Actually actively losing a lot of scholars. Wait, Kiljardi, is he not... How many... He doesn't have any villagers on gold at the moment. He is not actively producing scholars. He's only got 1 scholar. Oh, this hurts terribly for him.
He just lost
happened
to
there?
going to the sacred sites and probably felt like it was not worth investing at this point. But look at all those spearmen. They're building walls. But unfortunately, these knights, they can actually run by and do pretty well, especially when those aren't clumped up. But you don't want to overcommit here. There's a lot of Ghazis to support them. So it does feel like a pretty good composition for Kiljardi to hold this. But these knights, they are trying to find a way in. And CSO not having many raid groups, but we do see a market now. And farm transition. 10 minutes in?
What is... Is this the it's past 7 p.m. I'm tired Kiljardi right now?
But keep in mind,
Because it kind of feels like it.
it's 6 a.m. with CSO, so he... So
Yeah, but
that's
CSO is a degenerate when it comes to sleeping schedule. I'll have to say, like, this man, he's up when it's like 5 a.m. for him on the daily. This guy has a damaged sleep schedule that I think is beyond repair at this point in time.
He wants to be at the top of his game. He knows what he needs to do. The thing is, we are now seeing a lot of gold floating around for CSO. And even though he's making knights as much as he can, this definitely feels like it could be a very soon-to-be real institute. But the food is starting to get a little wonky here. And the problem is Kiljardi still has not gone back on gold. He is really, really suffering here. But now this is a pretty scary army. And honestly, with all these knights, I think CSO's got this.
The Ghazi. Kiljardi needs to keep the Ghazi safe. He's adding in so many more spearmen now behind this. The issue is spearmen are slow. They can't connect. They will not connect. At the same time, CSO with the archers, there's a little wraparound here. Actually, a couple of spearmen do come in. But man, CSO, he's a knight connoisseur. Whenever he's got the chance, he is gonna like just get a couple of hits and take a couple of units down. Granted, he did actually lose 2 knights there, but also killed a couple of units. So destruction value, very even between the two. And now we've got the archers coming in there as well. The Ghazi, they cannot front line this. They want to get on the archers, not on the knights here in this one. But CSO just doing a great job of just rotating in with the knights and the archers rotating through. Now kiting all the way to his own wall. And looking at the destruction value, it's just rising for CSO a lot more than it is for Kiljardi, as he is actually getting a good couple more archer kills here in now towards the end of the trade. So overall, still a fine trade, and Kiljardi just managed to capture up his first sacred site behind us. CSO also not immediately committing to Castle Age. He is making more and more knights behind this. Overall destruction value, very even at the end of the day between the two.
Actually quite surprising to see how well Kiljardi microed that and dealt with those knights. You could see CSO doing everything to get those boys to the back, but both of these guys not playing on their optimal server. They do both play on above 100 ping, so those small movements are a lot harder to execute. But these guys, they don't have the German healthcare system, but they do have the UK one. It takes a while to kick in, but it will get the job done. So they're waiting for that one to kick in, and you guys can see it's ticking slowly, but it's doing work.
UK teeth healthcare coming in, and it's working. It's working. But yeah, speaking about ping, like, do you know CSO's effective APM typically in games? It's usually around like 120 to around 150.
Okay.
Like CSO's APM is deceivingly slow. He's more about efficient clicks than many clicks.
I'm actually very surprised to hear that, because the way he controls his units, he definitely does not spam. Look at these knights. They know this man is hungry. They see it. So they know this is a ticking time bomb. So are you telling me that CSO is just not... He doesn't waste his time... He doesn't waste clicks at all? Not like the rest of the pros who play at like 300, 400 APM?
I'm gonna say there is dozens of us. Dozens. And we don't spam click. That is like... Not everybody is coming from StarCraft. I'll put it like that.
What's your APM?
Around 180-ish.
Wow! Okay. I remember seeing Recon play, and I was like, what is going on? This man, he's clicking. And he's just doing it slowly, but he was doing it so effectively. And that's the first time I saw someone not coming from StarCraft playing Age of Empires. And they still do pretty well.
Yeah, Recon from Age of Mythology as well, and just in general, players from Age of Mythology, like when we saw like players like Viper, for example, play Age of Empires 4, it was also very relaxed.
I love that you said there are dozens of us. So out of the thousands and thousands of people who play, there's like 36 of you boys.
At the pro level, at like the high competitive pro level. Yeah, there isn't that many at the high competitive pro level at the moment, which do click slowly, but CSO is definitely one of them.
Okay. Well, with these archers, though, it feels like those spearmen are going to be in for some trouble. That feels like we're getting to that point where the archers can actually take on the Ghazi Raiders. Oh, not there yet, but it does look like they can properly two-shot these. Beautiful focus fire here by CSO. Look at him targeting those spearmen.
The Ghazi Raiders are going to have a really tough time up against the Knights, so there aren't that many Ghazi Raiders. Spearmen tried to get onto the Knights, but it's so difficult, and CSO, he's got 23 Knights at the moment, just huge Knight mass, and the Ghazi count is shrinking with every single engagement here. But is there enough Knights? The Ghazi Raiders actually able to take down all of the archers here at this point in time. It is just Knights against mostly Spearmen now. And this means that CSO, he's actually in trouble here at the moment. His army getting completely counted out, and now we do hear the brace sounds coming in as a lot of the Knights are getting stunned. A lot of Knights are very, very weak, getting taken down. But the Spearman count is equally shrinking at the same time. Villagers also pulling the shifts. CSO, he's actually winning the fight here. The villagers acting as a meat shield, it's a necessary sacrifice, and there aren't actually even that many of them going down. CSO wins the fight here.
He actually takes down this massive spearman mass with knights and a handful of archers. Villagers looking amazing. They're angry, they're fighting, and it is a distraction. Back to work, boys.
But behind this, we do see the Castle Age coming in for Kiljadi. Issue is, he doesn't actually have that many scholars, so even if he gets up to Castle Age, he isn't necessarily going to like get his upgrades in super quickly. And CSO isn't that far off from his own Castle Age behind this. We also have a pretty decent farm transition at this point in time already from Kiljadi.
That is a lot of food. I must say, I've never seen this many farms in Feudal from a Delhi player, but he respects the fact that the Knights are so mobile. The problem is just, how does he remax from this? It feels like he had invested so much. And getting back from this does feel so difficult for him. CSO now getting ready for the age up. You can see more villagers looking to work, but we'll see what CSO goes up with. He's still got a pretty heavy amount of knights, so Royal Institute would not surprise me. Guildhall. He's playing this safe, Crackedy. He says, we can play the long game. Watch me.
Indeed, Guildhall leaving himself that chance open to just go for a little sneaky Imperial Age at any one point in time once enough resources have been accrued in there. Kiljadi, he's adding in an elephant. We talked about it. Elephant, Pumbaa. Well, not Pumbaa. What's the other one? Dumbo coming in here. Exploring the entire Disney universe today. Quite good at taking down these cavalry units, especially since the Knights are still in Feudal Age, at least for the time being. They will be upgraded relatively quickly, though.
And with these Knights, he's able to shut down these relics. You can scream to the skies, do your prayers, but you're going down, brother. And he goes down. Very intimidating, Mr. Knight. Good job.
Yeah, CSO doing a great job of just making sure that Kiljadi isn't getting any of these relics for free. He's got a unit on every single one of these relics in the middle of the map, just making sure that Kiljadi can't just send a scholar out to secure those. Knights also getting found out here from Kiljadi, so he tries to kill the knight that was guarding the relic, but at the same time, there's just a big ball of knights from CSO chasing after. Veterancy upgrade coming in on these knights as well. And CSO behind this is starting to add in Arbaletier, which will be a very, very good counter up against the elephant as well.
Now, dealing with those elephants have always been a pretty big question mark for a lot of people. They do feel quite hard to handle, but usually in numbers of more than one. And you can see Kiljadi, he is just going for the lances. The mobility definitely going to be so beneficial. The problem is just, there are walls coming. And apparently CSO, he's learned from Big Brother Louis and realizes I need to not get raided by these bad boys. They have 4 legs, they run pretty fast. Oof, but look at these connections.
Has some very, very good charge connections coming in there. Definitely what you want if you see so at the moment. And Kiljadi, he is getting Honed Blades upgrade in behind this, which is going to be an additional +3 damage on his knights. It still feels like it doesn't quite compare to the strength of French Royal Knights, because they get that bonus in baseline just from charging. And while we don't have Royal Bloodlines here, CSO does have the option of decreasing the cost dramatically of his knights with a keep influence around his stables, and that could be something that we'll be seeing very soon, as CSO is actually gathering up a lot of stone at the moment. So is Kiljadi though, but he's gonna have to be careful. His units are walking the wrong direction. Knights are finding the connection. They're diving through. The villager's not running to the military units. He deletes one of the wall segments there, is able to get his knights in position, but did lose a couple of villagers there.
It does feel like that was a pretty amazing reaction time by Kiljadi, just making sure that he gets those villagers to safety. But those knights are starting to be a little bit spicy. I don't know how he is going to be able to manage these boys with the time that ticks. Because even when they do start getting on the farms, it's so hard to catch them. We got our second elephant coming out now, and I have a feeling this is starting to get to that point where Kiljadi is going to start being the one that pushes and not get pushed by CSO the whole time.
Yeah, Kiljadi now trying to move out. He has set up in a bunch of scholars now behind this. And the scholars are quite great when it comes to getting these upgrades in a lot quicker than he has been so far. Another elephant also comes in, but we're now up to 12 Arbaletria, 22 knights behind this. Kiljadi is also adding in some spearmen, but CSO still has a good amount of archers. Kiljadi now adding in some crossbows. That is the unit that I believe he will need here. Could also potentially just see Kiljadi opting for a Imperial Age transition behind all of this. Also managing to secure 2 additional relics now from the middle of the map. So a 3-2 relic split. Honestly, Kiljadi, he could just get a keep up or try and get a keep up, secure some food somewhere. Like maybe a keep in the middle of the map where there's still the remaining berries and the gold vein as well. And from there on out, just try and get to Imperial Age, because Delhi has one of the best Imperial Age landmarks in the game, and just overall, the best Imperial Age effect, because once they go up to Imperial Age, they're immediately unlocking like 20,000 resources worth of upgrades. But looks like Kiljadi instead wants to go for a fight here. I'm a little bit torn about this Whamen. This is not a fight that he really wants or needs at the moment.
You can see the army value already telling you exactly how this will play out. Now, even though he's got the elephants, that is a lot of Royal Knights. They are not going to be very upset about taking that. And funnily enough, Kiljadi is doing CSO a favor. He's just making sure that all these villages have a place to go to by cleaning up a few of these extra vills. Very, very wise from Kiljadi to do so. Now CSO...
Helping with overpopulation.
Yeah, of course! You have to trim the tops. But it does look like Kiljadi is going for that forward keep. It does look like a beautiful keep in the middle of the base on the sacred site that he desperately needs as well. And then we'll start to see those villager numbers pump up a little bit better in a few minutes. Now, the House of Learning is sending the whole civilization to school. You guys can see he's just researching his heart out, but it's not going as quickly as he'd want, because now without having that huge amount of scholars that you usually do, it doesn't feel that great moving out on the map and not having them with you while fully populating at the back of your base. But he just hasn't had the ability to have all of that gold for free. This feels like a very gold-starved Delhi.
It does, doesn't it? But at least Kiljadi does manage to get a little bit of gold control in now, as he has just secured a keep in the middle of the map. I say secure the keep. Are you ever truly secure against 27 knights?
That's a good question, and it depends what he goes for here as well, because this can either be a greedy keep, and I'm going to say village fortresses might be a little greedy here, just because this is going to be the eco side of it. And then when those knights do get under the keep, they are going to be able to do everything they want to those villages. Now, Kiljadi, he's pretty good with these lances already, makes a hole in the wall, but doesn't get to go inside. We see that CSO is also being careful.
Guildhall looking like? How many resources in the Guildhall at this point in time? 1,200. That's not that good at this point in time. It's not like instant Imperial Age level. I wonder if CISO took out some resource at some point here. Probably not. It was a relatively long feudal age between the two.
Doesn't feel like he's going to be able to go to Imperial anytime soon, but with all that gold floating, it does feel like an option. A nice little red palace to handle all of these boys knocking at his base. Considering he's going to be running out of gold pretty soon. I know there's still a little bit more than 3k between these two veins, but with the amount of army that CSO has, he definitely gets to spend that pretty quickly. Now, there's a big gold vein that he can potentially secure, but you also want to be keeping an eye on these sacred sites. Oh, he has a different plan in mind. He's going for the raid.
He is indeed doing that. There are still a good amount of lances from Kiljadi as well. So CSO, he's got to be careful with how exactly he uses knights, and it looks like Kiljadi... This guy is very aggressive. Instead of defending his base, he's just going to go for the all-in. Never mind, he's sending the spears back. Maybe a little bit indecisive, but at the same time, Red Palace is going to be coming in here from CSO with a lot of villagers on that. And once the Red Palace is in, it is going to be incredibly tough to end the game because CSO has one keep here, the Red Palace there, and then another keep inside of his base. And his main TC is going to get a Red Palace emplacement on top of that. And now that the Imperial Age is about to hit, Kiljadi, he might find himself in the wrong point in the map. He is going to go for the Guildhall, but the resources have already been taken out, and he knows that now.
That must have been a bit of a surprise, because he went for this pretty convincingly. Now, finding the Guildhall already depleted, definitely not the greatest feeling in this case, but he is quite far off of Imperial himself. You can see he's got a lot in queue, but he's nearing that 200 population, which probably puts him in an okay position when it comes to thinking about Imperial himself. He's just going forward and killing some houses, trying to find a little bit of damage, get those knights to come right back. But the thing is, we see a lot of his army is still here at the back, and this could still be a pretty scary fight, especially with these upgrades almost in. Crackedy! It's happening! 20 seconds till destruction!
Oh my god.
It's a tight fit. Ooh. They've got big booties and
Dumbo
they struggle to work. Just in time.
CSO, we've seen in time and time again going for these like surrounding maneuver plays. This time around though, Kiljadi is gonna make it out alive in time, and he's also working on his own age up, and mangonel shots, great connections.
Beautiful hit there by KJ. He is doing such a good job at just target firing. Let's see if he can get another good one, but the Knight surround is pretty decent here on all of the Ghazis as well, and the Mangonels are not getting their shots off. They do make a beautiful connection here on the back line, and it does look like a tough spot, but behind this, all of the crossbows are now the target, and the elephants are doing their best to break it down. Kiljadi, numbers are looking pretty decent for him.
It's a great fight here for him. He still has the Red Palace emplacements to fall back onto, though. Kiljadi, that's a lot of villagers moving forward for a potentially aggressive keep to follow up on.
That was
Palace of the Sultan also. That's a very far forward. Okay, that is a very aggressive Palace of the Sultan here from Kiljadi in the middle of the map. I hope that's not gonna bite him in, like, later on, but has enough resources for a follow-up keep. I just don't think he can put it too aggressively, because let's not forget, CSO, he does still have that Red Palace, those Red Palace emplacements. It is very difficult for Kiljadi to end the game from this point on, and he is idling a lot of his villagers at the moment as well, here out in the middle of the map.
Now he's gonna get these free elephants, but the problem is, even though you get these free elephants, they are, you know, they can still die, and they don't run that fast. These boys, they've got a really fast feet. And now, he's got the university, he's already got biology, I believe, right? I think so. Or do French get the biology as well? I was gonna think because of the royal bloodlines. Do they get both?
No, they only get the unique one. They only get the unique one.
Thank goodness.
The Royal Institute just makes them get them in carcelations instead of the... instead of an Imperial Age.
Thank goodness. I was about to make a Reddit thread about French. Whew, guys, Reddit thread averted. Now, it does feel a little bit tough to get Kiljardi to get this to tick, because the problem is he needs time for these elephants. The thing is, CSO, he's looking at killing, and now stone walls are going to make this a little bit harder, but Kiljardi is in a pretty decent spot when it comes to putting on a little bit of aggression, but it feels like this red palace, it's got him. He doesn't know how to break this just yet, or whether he even needs to go for this. But now the forward keep is just going to make this even harder. He needs some pretty good siege to take this down.
It's also going to be quite tough for Kiljardi because French have some really, really good bombards, but looks like Kiljardi might just lose a couple of villagers here. Now the stone walls are coming in, and there's the spearman just in time here now in order to defend up against that. I mean, at this point in time, what Kiljardi just needs is to get up to like 20, 25 scholars, get all the upgrades in, and then you just flood elephants and support with only trash units. Just archers, normal archers, spearmen, Ghazi raiders. You don't need anything fancy like hand cannoneers, just elephants and trash units to support.
It does look like he is struggling a little bit on the wood department though. And the villagers are quite far out, but with having all these keeps, he's probably pretty okay just making all of these. Knights, though, they're looking for some damage. A few of them do sneak in. The stone wall does not extend all the way, and a few of the boys will pay the price. But again, that's a lot of keeps, and he can remake these pretty quickly. A few of these, I guess, trash units are moving out now.
Kiljardi losing a couple of villagers here, though. With village fortresses, it is easy enough for him to replace them at this point in time. A couple of knights do get caught there, but they just run past. They are very mobile here at the end of the day. And CISO somehow he made it through there to try and harass on the, well, not harass, but get the outpost up and secure the gold vein there. That might be something that Kiljardi ends up seeing, though.
Will he be able to do anything to it? We see the two knight groups meet. They are now going full raid mode. But the interesting part in this is there's a bunch of villagers just mining gold behind Kiljardi. And him killing villagers here is probably a lot more important than just standing at the front here trying to break through this red palace. We do have a bombard now, but the red palace...
Oh, he's got to be careful.
It can fire back hard.
Yeah, Kiljardi has to be so careful here. He does have a lot of tower elephants now. A couple of bombards as well. As long as there aren't any villagers or any units inside that red palace, the bombards are actually going to be able to do decent damage to it. I say as long as that's the case, but the horseman just ran in. First elephant down, second elephant down, third elephant down, fourth elephant down, one elephant. Two elephants. Oh my god, it keeps going. Kiljardi, what are you doing? Wake up! There's no waking up from this nightmare.
He's losing every single elephant to this red palace, and even though the horsemen do pop out and he does lose the red palace, that damage has been done, and replacing this is going to be so difficult. The knights are currently everywhere. Kiljardi killing a few villagers here at the back though, but this is such a difficult position to come back from because now CSO, you can see what's in queue. That's a lot of horsemen and a lot of villagers that are about to die because they're running for their damn lives.
I mean, Kiljardi, he's still fine. Actually, never mind. There's 5 cannons, yeah. He's not still fine. This is starting to become really difficult because now he's on the back foot. He doesn't have all of his upgrades in yet. He never really reached past the 20 scholar mark. He's not getting economy upgrades behind this. He's not getting blacksmith upgrades behind this. And he's just going to call it.
That leaves CSO with a 2-0 so far. Looking pretty good, but I do feel like Kiljardi did have an opening there a few times. And he held against this matchup pretty well. So I feel like Kiljardi, he can still pull something out of the hat. Definitely. These
games have been close.
It wasn't a stomp, and I think that's what a lot of people may have predicted this to be. The CSO Kiljardi, because Kiljardi has been gone for a while. I believe he was on vacation. And CSO, he's been clapping cheeks for a while.
Yeah, CSO, he's been taking names left, right, front, and center, just overall proving that he is a very, very dominant player. well known as the number 2 from China at the moment, next to Louis MT, of course. But CSO up against Louis, those are always fun games where CSO tends to take like a lot of games off Louis as well. So these two are very, very close to each other in skill. And CSO just really putting on a show every time we see him at the moment. His performance is just absolutely stellar, but I do believe that we're very quickly going into our game number 3 now. Potential match point here for CSO up against Kiljadi. It's going to be Japan up against Rus on Relic River.
Let's go on in. And we are in, ladies and gentlemen. We have some scout action, aka nothing else happening in Dark Age. Ladies and gentlemen, let's press that button and see where we're going. Now, what I do notice here is a green dot, and that is probably the only action we're going to be seeing for a while. But Kiljadi is aware of this, and that is the key here. Understanding that your opponent is going for this part is going to be quite important, because now he knows he needs to respond to this. And knowing CSO, he doesn't mind playing against this type of thing. Now, him playing Rus, Kiljadi, he's probably going to be okay just denying that dock with a few scouts, or he could just go and push the deer and not care about the dock whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, Japanese, they're really, really good on these hybrid maps. As long as there's just a little bit of food available to you on water, you are going to be able to just get that dock up and get a great amount of economic scaling here as well. Kiljadi, on the other hand side, he is playing as the Rus, and there are some great woodlines on this map. And obviously, Rus, they can get a really, really good... He's not stopping at 3 scouts, Whamen.
Yeah, he's going for more. He's going for 5. I thought this was
He wants to burn down the dock?
Yes, yes he does. The man is going to keep things fresh for us today, but the thing is, this is so expensive. Just going for something like this early is so expensive because it delays your age up significantly. Against the civilization that, yes, delayed theirs as well, but
I mean,
this
he
is
wants
Japan.
to go for it anyways. Yeah. But he wants to go for these scouts sooner or later anyway, since he will go pro scouts. And the timing, the age-up timing, isn't that bad for him here at the end of the day. So maybe this is worth it, as the scout does have the same burn damage as a spearman here, for example. Now 3 scouts over here burn down the stock. This stock is going to go down reasonably fast. He can pull 2 more scouts there as well. There we go, scout number 4 now arriving here as well. So yeah, the dock should be going down reasonably fast, and that's 150 resources down the drain here for CSO, potentially more if he's not able to get another dock up, but I do see a small little green blip there at the bottom of the screen, so CSO looks like he's going to be able to get another dock up here eventually, and with that, it means that the fishing ships aren't going to go completely idle.
And him getting a Cocker Township, the question mark is just whether he's actually going to be able to do some damage. Because with those, yes, you can disable some things, but Rus isn't really a civilization that goes out under the TC. Luckily, though, for him.
CSO lost his scout to the TC.
Oh, he did?
CSO lost his scout to the TC from Kiljadi, and he is now spreading his sheep into every direction there. How did that happen? That is not something that you typically have happen in a game here.
Yeah, we've actually seen this, I think, Lucifron as well. He ran a little bit close to the TC side, and it happens to the best of players. That we can now officially state that good players or great players can still lose their scouts. So Twitch chat, YouTube chat, I'm sure you guys all relate to this. Now take a note from CSO and split your sheep into 3. Less chance for it to get picked up. But this is now a civilization that doesn't mind actually, staying under their TC. The thing is just with the Cocker Township, he is going to be able to arouse these woodlines. So this is probably going to be where things get a little difficult.
And the dock did go up here at the end of the day for CSO, so he will be able to keep his fishing ships working still.
For now. But with the Shinobi, he might be able to shut down some of the scouting, but instead of the Shinobi, he says the junk will do the work. Now we'll see where that first Shinobi is going. The man looks like he's heading straight for the dock, because these scouts are doing some good damage.
Yeah, the dock once again just taking a lot of damage here overall. Kiljadi, he should at the very least get the dock to burn. That is like the main thing that he wants to do. He is also dancing around a little bit with the scouts here, but just because he wants to make sure that if there's a demo ship coming out, he's not just going to lose all the scouts. And it looks like CSO is also pulling back that villager to try and get some repair going on that dock, but the Shinobi will be there in order to help that villager survive. The Shinobi just overall just doing a lot of damage here to the scouts. But Pro Scouts is in. Kiljadi up to 6 scouts at the moment. Will be able to bring back a lot of deer here potentially, but the Shinobi will still make this difficult for him.
The singular Shinobi, because we can see CSO is not investing in any more. He is still running 8 on wood, so not expecting something too fast in terms of castle. He is getting some responsible upgrades between this as well. So now this is going to mean that these Pro Scouts are going to kind of be left alone to pick up whatever they want. And this might be a little dangerous, but at the same time, if CSO does go for castle, does Kiljadi actually have the opportunity to shut this down?
Very responsible castle age. Kiljadi, he is heading in early night here, actually. That's very surprising. Probably just wants to try and get rid of that Shinobi here, as he is harassing those pro scouting scouts at the moment. There we go. Night is coming in. Shinobi, he sees that and he realizes, okay, I'm not about that business. I got better things to do. But Knight wants to make sure that the Shinobi knows that his business is his business as well. Shinobi, though, actually running over to the airship.
Wow.
Yeah, Knight thinks better here at the moment. He does not want that business after all.
This is definitely ensuring that the pro scouting can happen smoothly. But we see a few more knights in queue, and having those many knights, it does feel good when it comes to raiding, especially. But this is a pretty big investment when it comes to slowing down your castle age. However, CSO is also slowing down his own. We can see he's building a tower on his gold now, just trying to be safe. But then he should be clean to go right through the castle from here. Now, getting a tower out here on the berries as well is going to be so important just to extend that food, because he didn't go for the landmark that provides infinite food. So he realizes he needs to be responsible about this, even though he's got the fishing as well. Those are just 3, now 5 ships, making sure that he gets a little bit more income.
Behind this as well, just having... Ooh, we do have a little raid here potentially coming in. Kiljadi doesn't quite commit there. Second outpost is now being rushed up. 2 Shinobis there in order to defend. Knights realize, okay, 2 Shinobis, that's a little bit too much there for them to take on. Kiljadi still going for more Knights here at this point in time. A little bit surprising, I'll have to say. Behind the CSO, he's getting very close to the age up, and I mean, he's already got to our upgrade. He's got the double wheelbarrow replacement upgrades for the Japanese here, so he is gathering from these berries at lightning speed.
Now, I love to see that he's actually using these Shinobis to deny the deer, but these guys are just causing a little bit of a delay. Kiljadi knows that he might need to go age up. I say this, and I see he's getting a wheelbarrow and iron undermesh alongside this. He wants to dive, he wants to punish, and this could be very expensive, because the whole point of Rus on this map is you are playing against another civilization that is on a very open field. You get to raid. But now, he's just delaying himself significantly, and there are Shinobis that can help, but this feels so risky, especially now investing in those upgrades. He will be able to age up pretty soon, but the delay is still there, and those mounted samurai are going to love this.
Yeah, definitely going to love this. I mean, the Shinobi, they're also going to get upgraded behind this automatically as soon as CSO reaches the castle age. So they'll get a little bit more HP, they'll get a little bit more damage, and just overall be a bit more of an annoying unit then for Kiljadi. But now with the age up, we do immediately have that Shinto priest coming out. Actually puts the... he's going for double stable, and he puts the Yorishiro inside of the farmhouse to generate food now.
And that is very responsible again. The man knows what he sacrificed by going for Shinobis. And getting a little bit of that passive food is going to make the game a lot easier when it comes to constantly producing these units. Crackedy, can you please take over? GG Dog is having a seizure.
Sure, I'll take over. Yeah, at this point in time, like Kiljadi, a lot of these knights at the moment. The issue is though CSO, a lot of mounted samurai, and mounted samurai, they're very, very special in what they do, is they do have that deflective armor, and with deflective armor means that he is going to be able to absorb the charge completely from Kiljadi, who just now also reached the castle age. We should be seeing veterancy come in very, very soon on these early knights at the moment that Kiljadi has out there. Cavalry Archer is also a very, very decent option. You just need a lot of them out. And they can be quite expensive to mass up early on because you do need them in a really, really big mass here at the end of the day. You will need a lot of them because it is so difficult to get enough of these units out in order to start one-shotting mounted samurai, as they do have the deflective armor, so one shot already gets deflected and they do have really high health. But once you get there, once you do get to that critical mass, it means that these cav archers, they become really dangerous, and the mounted samurai can't really leave the base early on until some walls come in.
Now, it does look like these knights are trying to find a little bit of damage, but it's a bit hard for these bad boys because there's just knight on knight action. GG Dog is okay, guys, don't worry.
Kiljadi, he's committing to more and more knights now. I mean, if he gets Boyar's Fortitude, he can kind of offset the deflective armor there. He's also starting to collect some relics, which is definitely going to be necessary, but the Bannerman helping there as well. Kiljadi, he's in trouble, and he does decide to switch it up. We're getting some crossbows here now as well.
Now,
Economy's still looking quite good here for him.
Getting this type of composition as Rus, it does feel kind of strange. I see them on gold, I'm a little confused. I'm like, does he know he's playing Rus? We've been seeing a lot of Rus players just never touch that first gold, but you can see with the units he's pumping out, he needs this. This is not a standard horse archer build where you can just sit back, relax, and make horse archers run around and not spend any of your gold. Now, he does get +1 ranged armor, which I'm honestly a little bit surprised about, but probably... Oh yes, that was just because he was diving. Oh my goodness. Now,
behind this Kiljadi, can he get another relic in? At the moment, Xiso has just picked up the second one. And yeah, it looks like he is on his way to pick up a relic at the top side there. Just one relic remaining at the bottom side, and CSO actually does have the docks there and the ships there, so it's gonna be quite tough for Kiljadi to get there. And still, we do have the Shinobi just disrupting the pro scouts from doing their job.
Now,
and at the same time, distraction, a lot of knights out of position as CSO, he hits the base. He's killing all the crossbows.
That is a very expensive price to pay by just chasing the Shinobi. And the thing is, they can get inside now. This feels like such a difficult position to be in because he's got his upgrades. They are absolutely destroying everything in their path. They don't need any ranged defense. They are just going straight for the base. And the thing is, the villagers may get inside, but not all of them will fit there.
Yeah, it is quite difficult to fit all of them in there. Warrior Monk could go for a Waterloo. Defensive Waterloo is coming in. Villagers trying to stand their ground here. Is able to protect a lot of them. Gets one mounted samurai, which does die shortly after.
It does.
And looks like Kiljadi was able to secure a third relic behind this as well, but is it worth losing those 6 villagers? I'm not sure about that.
Now, this does feel like a position where CSO can decide the next step of this. We see the villagers now moving out onto the rest of the deer that has been left here. The Shinobi definitely doing work in denying. And that just shows exactly that CSO is on top of it, even in the late game, when you are starting to not worry that much about pro scouts anymore. But now these guys are running in to find a little bit more damage, can get caught up by the knights, but those deflective shields just doing really good work at absorbing those knight charges.
Yeah, they definitely do. Just being able to always get the better trade at the end of the day and in these one-to-one engagements with the army there. Means that you just can't really just let your knights fight and be happy about a fight. It'll always end up being a fight where you have to worry about just not killing more than you lose at the end of the day. Can we take a quick look at Kiljadi's knights? Does he already have Boyar's Fortitude in at this point in time? Because it's definitely one of those upgrades which you do need.
Not yet. It does look like these are some extra squishy ones at that. We do see Boyas Fortitude not even being a thought yet. But now these knights trying to find some damage, but on the back line, there's a lot of raiding on the villagers. And we'll see how many CSO gets. Right now it's 7 villager kills. But they do look like they're met by some knights. Counterattack from Kiljardi though. CSO is very quick to react.
Now Kiljardi wants to get the villagers that are sitting inside that outpost, but more reinforcement knights coming in, so Kiljardi, he's gonna have to back off at least for the time being. He found a target that he wants to hit. The issue is just, can he get there? Can he reasonably get damage in? Because CSO behind us, he is now starting to spam Onamugasha in. So he's gonna have a very, very good meat shield and an answer to the crossbows from Kiljardi.
Kiljardi having 16 of them is not something that anyone would enjoy playing against, but we've seen the Bugattis. We've seen some pretty crazy switches coming out of people here too. So it doesn't feel like something that's going to be easy to handle, especially with Kiljardi not knowing what's about to happen. The Knights though, they're taking a fight here. They do not have Boyar's Fortitude. They do not have the same level of upgrades. And these Samurais are breaking through them, especially with the Bannerman being there to support.
Mm-hmm. The thing with the Onabugashas was they just mass up so quickly. You just blink for a second, and especially since the barracks for Japanese only cost 75 wood, you can have so many production buildings up. And here we go, CSO, he's got enough units here to defend at least for the time being. And the Onabugasha, they're now coming up from the bottom side, ready to intercept the crossbows on the return path. There we go. It's going to be another one of those situations where CSO, he's going to go for the surround. Onabugasha pushing through, and that's entire army from Kiljardi getting cleaned up. Whamen, I think this might just be a clean 3-0 here, potentially from CSO, as Kiljardi's entire military gets cleaned up, and he just doesn't have the economy to keep pumping out units. Now there's 30 on a Bagasha and 15 mounted samurai marching towards the space.
And those little army of crossbowmen are not going to be a match against any of this. We can see Kiljardi is just making more crossbows, getting another TC.
And a second TC! Oh no.
He's on the siege, Crackedy. It looks like he's cooked. He's cooked.
Cook or get cooked it is, but this time Kiljardi is the lobster.
And the lobster is not even getting a medium rare. This man is fully well done. Unfortunately, villages going down in every direction. That second TC being denied. And on top of that, the rest of the army being erased. That is a 3-0 for CSO.
Indeed. So CSO, he's going to be making it through to our upper bracket final. He's going to be facing off against Lucifron. But Kiljardi, he's not out yet. He still has a second chance where he can make it through the second chance, the elimination bracket, so to say. And he can potentially still make it through. He's going to be facing off against Numidan, though. So it's still going to be a very difficult match for him.
Let's quickly take a look at those brackets and see what's waiting tomorrow. So as we can see now, these boys, they have a little bit of a match ahead of them. Lucifron and CSO being on the winner's side. And this is the first time we actually are going to have a full day of games starting, you know, going all the way to the grand finals. We haven't had this because we've had two spots every single qualifier. So now this starts to get a little bit harder. This is going to be a best of 5 in the finals, going down to the loser bracket finals between Numidan and Kiljardi, who will be facing off against the loser of Lucifron and CSO. Now, the second place is very important for this event because, like we said before, this is an event that takes place in the EU, in Denmark, and a lot of us need visas. So we do need to make sure that we have a second replacement, or that we can use if anything falls through. So this does still feel like high stakes, and they need to give it their all, but this is going to be a pretty tight match. And I think Lucifron, CSO, both of these players, they have a good shot. But Numidan and Kiljardi, they showed us today that they can be someone to take them down. So guys, that will conclude our cast for today, I would say. It is quite late. Crackedy has suffered all the way until 1 a.m. with me. I appreciate it, Crackedy. And we'll be seeing Myriad, Crackedy back here tomorrow as well. And in the final game, it will be me and Beastie suffering while I'm doing all the production buttons as well. So you guys will see me staring in all the directions back here on Steel Series. So Crackedy, thank you so much for joining today. We'll see you back here tomorrow. And Twitch chat, YouTube, we'll see you as well. So guys, have
Thanks
a
for
lovely
having me.
night. And talk
See you
soon.
in the next one.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, my name is Myriad, and I'm an Age of Empires 4 pro player. I've been playing since release, and my choice of mousepad is the SteelSeries Speed. The SteelSeries Speed allows me to get my mouse quickly across the surface and smoothly so, and stay at the top level. If you fancy a bit of help getting there yourself, get yourself one as well.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear whatever you... That's a giant leap for earbuds. And a new way to play.